Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Became Konoha's Youngest Prodigy? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The night was cold, at least to the people of the village. It was a typical night in December in Konoha. Most of the villagers were asleep in their beds after having spent the day celebrating Konoha's alliance with Kumo. But those that weren't were keeping to themselves. A little 3-year-old blonde child wandered around the village with his head down and contemplating his purpose in life. He'd sneaked out of the orphanage, but it wasn't like they'd have noticed. They never looked at him. They never talked to him. How was he going to become Hokage if no one told him how to get there in the first place? He was lost in his loneliness. The only person to have acknowledged him was Hokage Gigi, and after seeing how everyone loved the old man, the blonde had decided that he would be just like him. Moreover, he would be better than him and his deceased successor and predecessor, Yondaime. The Yondaime, the man who saved the village, was his hero. And since everyone loved him so completely, Naruto wanted the people of the village to love him too. After all, if he was their protector, as the Sandaime had said was the job of the Hokage, then the village would have to acknowledge that he was as much a person as they were. Even if they left him alone in the orphanage for being a demon, though they never explained what they meant by that. A muffled cry interrupted his depressing thoughts, and he quickly hurried in that direction, curious. In front of him stood a tall man with a bundle under his arm. What was strange was that this bundle looked like a person, and the blonde was pretty sure that was not supposed to be normal. So, he looked up at the man who had frozen in front of him and said, "What do you think you're doing, Tebeo? I'm going to be Hokage, so you better leave." The man stared at him for a moment and then shifted the bundle in his arms, like you could do anything. His sneer served to make the boy angry, and he tackled the man's legs, which coupled with the unbalance caused by the sack in his arms, forced him to drop the bundle that now appeared to be a little girl about his own age that promptly sat up and stared with terrified, pale lavender eyes. The man hadn't been expecting the child to actually attack, but the next assault was more expected, and he quickly twisted the boy's arm behind his back. The blonde cried out, and the man sneered. "You can't become Hokage, you don't have the guts or the strength. Besides, I'm going to kill you now, there's no need for any witnesses. And, from the way everyone treated the blonde pariah, I'm sure no one will miss you." The boy froze. The villagers had all told him he'd never make it to Hokage, but when the man said how no one would miss him, he believed. No one missed him while he was alive. But he still wanted to be Hokage, to make them miss him like they missed Yondaime. "No, he's wrong. Don't give up, please." The little girl cried. The blonde turned to her shocked. She had begun to cry. But before he could do anything, the man had hit her. "Just be quiet and stay down. We'll get you to Kumo soon enough, and then you can make all the noise you want." The blonde froze. This girl had been the first to acknowledge him, besides the old man who was far too busy to do more than spend a meal with him, and now this man was saying he was going to take her away? He saw red. His head was throbbing, and his limbs felt like they may have burned and then plunged into ice-cold water. Everything was hazy, and the little blonde looked around him to see the man dead and in front of him completely mutilated. He could feel a kind of horror growing up in himself. Had he done that? Had he killed the man? The blonde's breathing was speeding up, and he seemed to have a hard time getting back to normal. He looked at the girl, but she still hadn't woken up. That was good. She didn't need to see this. Before long, a patrol of NBU had come across the site and gaped at the destruction wreaked upon the man before they crouched in front of the blonde, picked up the unconscious little girl, and told him that they had to take him to the Hokage's office. The blonde nodded numbly before allowing the ANBU to pick him up and carry him away. At the Hokage Tower, they found a few white-eyed men arguing with the Hokage about how someone had taken the air and had gotten away before they could do anything. However, at seeing the Hokage, the blonde surged forward, "Hokage," before leaping into the older man's lap. "Naruto? Now's not exactly the right time to dash." "Daddy?" The little girl had awoken and struggled to get out of the ANBU's arms. Her father, too shocked at her appearance, simply wrapped his arm around her. taking her from the NBU and allowing her to hide her face in his robes and looking confusedly at the Hokage. Hokage-sama, the NBU stepped forward. We found them by the mutilated body of one of the Kumo ninja. The Hokage's shocked face spoke volumes. But he shook the blonde Naruto, and the child lifted his head. Could you tell me what happened? I was walking in the village and I heard her, and I followed him Databeo and I told him to put her down and I tackled him, and I don't remember anything after that. I woke up and he was dead. The old man stared at the little boy in his lap before he turned to the Hyuuga council before him and sighed. Hyuuga-sama, I think it would be best if you went home and secured the compound. Hi, Hokage-sama. The clan head responded, picking up his daughter and exiting the tower. Now, Naruto, what really happened? The old man asked softly as the child looked up, wiping tears from his eyes. She acknowledged me. And that man was going to take her away. Lifting his head, the Hokage called the ANBU forward. Bring him here, he ordered before turning back to the child. Naruto, you need to train, we can't let this happen again. The child nodded and held on to the Hokage tighter. I'm a monster, right? I don't even have real parents, right? That's why you don't tell me about them, only that they died in the Kyuubi attack. The blonde was crying at this point. No, Naruto, your parents loved you very much. But the boy wouldn't listen. A large part of him didn't believe the old man's words. After all, he'd never seen them. Maybe the old man was lying. Maybe his parents didn't exist at all. You're just saying that. The aging Hokage grimaced. The child needed a name, a picture at least. But to tell the child any names would risk him finding out about who his parents were and make conclusions as to why he was left alone and why no one knew or liked him. No, in this case, with the kid having killed someone, there was only one conclusion. Naruto, do you know what it means to be Hokage? The child sniffed before responding. It means you protect the village with everything that you have, because you love them. Yes, Naruto. Sacrifice, like the Yondaime. Look at that picture over there, that is the Yondaime. The blonde turned to look at the wall of pictures and his eyes immediately fixated on the blonde. The Hokage pulled a picture from one of his many drawers. And this is him with his wife. His name was Namikaze Minato and hers was Uzumaki Kushina. The blonde's eyes widened. He had many enemies, particularly in Iwagakure because of the Third Shinobi War. You are your parents' son, but no one can know, otherwise you will be in danger. Do you understand me? The boy stared at the redhead and the Yondaime, his role model. The one he had sworn to surpass. His father. The phrase was foreign to him, but brought a warm feeling to his gut. How did Oka-san die? I know how Ota-san did, but... The old man looked away from the child in his lap. His eyes held a faraway quality to them, and for a moment, Naruto saw why this seemingly frail old man was called the Professor and the God of Shinobi. Your mother, her clan. Uzumaki was really good at Fuinjutsu. They were destroyed in the Third Shinobi War, and any survivors were scattered to the wind. She was the only Uzumaki left in Konoha. She taught your father half of what he knew in sealing and had a special chakra that could manifest itself into chains. She was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi before your birth, which is why you have those whiskers on your cheeks, but it got out. The night of your birth and the Kyuubi attack, she held the Kyuubi down with those chains, and your father defeated the beast. They both died that night. Tears had leaked out of his face at the beginning of the explanation, but now he was bawling. Gigi, I'll make them proud. I'll be just like Dad. I'll be Hokage Databeo. The old man smiled before looking up at Inu's entrance. Inu, tonight there was an attempt by Kumo to kidnap the Hyuuga heiress. Naruto stopped them, however, I'm afraid. Naruto won't be the same. I'm placing him under Anbu's care. Inu paused as if unsure how to take care of the kid, but nodded. Hi, Hokage-sama. He took the child's hand and tilting his head as he went back toward ANBU headquarters. They passed at least 10 ANBU before stopping at a door. This will be your room. I'll come by tomorrow and we'll begin learning how to be a ninja. Inu seemed distant, but at least he looked at Naruto when he talked to him, unlike the ladies at the orphanage. That, Naruto decided, was what made this guy worthwhile. Kakashi stared at the boy. He had inhuman stamina. There were moments when he thought the child had had enough, but each time he suggested that they stop, Naruto jumped right back up again with renewed vigor. Already, with Kakashi adjusting his grip 2 or 3 times, the boy had begun to hit the practice target dead on. The child was a genius that learned by doing. Only a day had passed, and already the child was an expert with kunai and shuriken, with the right instruction. Kakashi almost felt guilty about leaving the kid alone for the first 3 years of his life. The blonde looked up at him. "Hey Inu, why are you wearing your dog mask now? Are you on duty?" Kakashi chuckled. "Yes, it is my duty to look after you." Naruto's face fell. "But, your father was my sensei. I am Hatake Kakashi." The boy's face lifted at the mention of his father, and then his face filled with awe as what the Anbu revealed registered in his mind. His father's student, the Yondaime student, was teaching him. His face split into a wide smile. "Oh, okay Kakashi and I. So I was thinking Databeo, do you think it might be possible for me to have special chakra like Okasan?" Kakashi stared at the blonde bundle of energy for a full minute before responding with a shrug. "Anything's possible. Kakashi and I'm going to become Hokage one day Databeo." "I'm sure you will." Naruto grinned before returning to his training. The Hokage stared at the demand in front of him made by Kumo. They wanted the death of the one that killed their emissary, or the treaty of nonviolence would be null and void. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled before he began to pen out a reply. Thankfully, Naruto was not ninja yet, and due to the fact that he was protecting another technical civilian, their actions were completely justified. The Raikage would not be willing to risk war over this so soon after the end of the last one. Hiruzen smiled as his brush met the blank scroll. "Raikage Dano, I am surprised by your demand. I am sure that your daimyo would completely agree with me. You see, you violated the treaty by attempting to kidnap the Hyuuga heir. As such, you have no right to demand anything of us. The one that you want is a child and not a ninja. Our will of fire does not allow us to give him up. As a result, I regret to inform you that our agreement is null and void due to your ninja's attempt unless he was acting without orders. Sincerely, send him." Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen rolled up the scroll and handed it to his secretary before turning back to his paperwork. It was up to the Raikage now to do what he would. Kakashi was prowling through the clothing store like a child afraid of getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar. He was picking out the standard slacks and black sandals, a mesh shirt with a long-sleeved overshirt that most jounin would use under a flak jacket, and a white jacket with orange stripes along the hem and going down the arm. Naruto would look just like his father, especially once the kid became a chunin, which Kakashi was pretty sure wouldn't take all that long. The kid had already unlocked his chakra and memorized the hand seals, all the while proclaiming loudly that he was going to become Hokage, and that if Kakashi just let him study seals, then he'd be able to make his parents proud. Kakashi had had mixed feelings when he first started training the kid, but in the short 2 weeks that the kid had been with him and attached himself to Kakashi's hip, he'd also attached himself to Kakashi's heart. He was like the little brother Kakashi never had, but would have had the QB never gotten out. One thing he'd noticed in the 2 weeks he'd been taking care of the blonde, however, was that when he went out with Naruto, people would glare at the child, reminded of the QB. Kakashi, feeling particularly spiteful, wanted to freak everyone out with how much the QB brat looked like Yondaime. He snickered under his breath as he grabbed another 2 pairs of blue and black slacks, making sure that orange was somewhere, if only a line of fabric. Naruto stared at the package that Kakashi gave him in wonder. No one besides the old man had ever actually given him a present. He looked up at Kakashi and for approval and received an eye smile in response before he tore the package open and stared at the shinobi outfit in happiness. He ran to the bathroom in his ANBU quarters and quickly changed into the outfit before jumping out as the spitting image of his father. Kakashi smiled psychotically, imagining the creeped-out faces of the village. "Kakashi and can you teach me the academy stuffs?" Naruto asked with all the hope that the 3-year-old could muster. Sure. This kid was going to rock the elemental nations. As they walked down the corridors of the ANBU headquarters, they were subject to many stares, but Naruto seemed to be ignoring it. He was jumping, skipping, going back to Kakashi and running ahead again. Hiruzen looked at the council that had been called and scowled. Konoha, one of his old teammates, triumphantly smirked as she spoke up to address the council, Hiruzen burning holes into her back. Kumo demands the life of our Jinchuriki due to the death of their emissary on the night the treaty was signed. With that she nodded ever so slightly to another council member, Shimura Danzo, and as she was moving to sit a chorus of voices rose up, mostly from the civilian side. Just as Hiruzen was about to respond, he paused. Hyuga Hayashi stood up and everyone quieted. Kumo attempted to kidnap my heir. Had Naruto not been there, they would have succeeded. Due to his services to the Hyuga clan, we extend to him our protection and proclaim him a friend of the Hyuga. He sat down and glared at the council, daring any to go against the child. Hiruzen smiled, bowing his hat slightly to hide his face before lifting it again and addressing the council. Kumo has already received my answer. They can forget it, as can you all. But, Hyuzen, Koharu began, but the old man silenced her. That is my decision. But, he cannot be allowed to roam free. He killed a man, a civilian cried, and Danzo smiled cruelly. It seemed he'd finally get the Jinchuriki to mold into the perfect weapon. He is being trained by one of my most trusted ANBU. And his plans for the boy came crashing down. Who? Hayashi inquired curiously. Hatake Kakashi. The last surviving student of Yondaime? Uchiha asked with a scowl and still upset that a non-Uchiha had the Sharingan. Hi, he seems to have taken to the boy. The aged Hokage replied with a smile. But, he killed a man. What if he turns on our children? The boy cannot enter the academy, he is dangerous. That same civilian shouted in panic. Some other shinobi voiced their agreement while the shinobi clan heads shook their heads in disbelief. Hiruzen himself simply sighed and nodded in assent. He won't need the academy. Kakashi will teach him all he needs to know, and as soon as the child is ready he will take the graduation test and become a shinobi. After that he will be under my command and you will not have to concern yourselves with him. Now, all we can do is wait for Kumo's response. There will be war, or there won't. If that is all, I think this meeting is over. The council was grumbling as they left, however Hayashi stayed behind and approached the man. Please give this to the boy and tell him, should he need anything of the Hyuga, all he needs to do is present this to one and they will help him. We will forever be in his debt. The clan head gave the Hokage a pendant and left, leaving the few remaining in shock. Hiruzen, however, smiled and stood to take the boy his gift and write a letter to one of his old students. Kakashi took one look at Guy, his eternal rival, and sighed. He's my apprentice, he explained and smirked when Guy began to cry exasperatingly. Kakashi, you beat me at getting a disciple to whom I can teach my flames of youth. Naruto peeked out from behind Kakashi. Kakashi and I. Kakashi, he sees you as his brother? I will not be defeated. I will find an apprentice of my own. And if I do not, I will climb the Hokage mountain using only my toes. Guy went running off into the village, aiming for the academy and proclaiming the wonder of youth, hoping beyond hope that he'd find a disciple worthy of his teachings. Looked down to the frightened form of his sensei's son. Was that a mutant frog? Because I like frogs, or rather toads, but that was just creepy. Naruto whispered, clinging to his Enai-san and refusing to let go. No, that was one of the Jounin, but don't worry, he's one of the craziest. He's completely unique and, hopefully, when he gets an apprentice the child will not follow in his sensei's footsteps completely. Oh, so he's strong but freaky Databeo? Kakashi stared at Naruto for a moment before throwing his head back in laughter. Yes. Exactly. Kakashi affirmed between laughs and giggles. Jiraiya stared at his spy in shock, his sake bottle hitting the table with a thunk. Kumo had demanded the life of a child of Konoha because one of their emissaries died while trying to kidnap the Hyuga heir? Surely Sarutobi-sensei wouldn't. Jiraiya flew to his room, quickly packing, and rushed as quickly as possible back to Konoha. The Raikage reread the Hokage's letter and scowled. He didn't really want a war, but he had expected the peace-loving Hokage to jump at the chance to avoid it before he would be called on his bluff. But no, the Hokage had called him on it and now he wouldn't be able to follow through with his threat. Kumo simply did not have the resources at the moment for another war. Maybe in 3 or 4 years they would, but certainly not at the moment. Raikage slammed his hand onto his desk, effectively breaking it before barking to his secretary to call a council. The negotiations with Konoha had failed. Perhaps he'd have better luck with IW. Jiraiya had traveled for 2 days before he made it to the gates of Konoha. Once he immediately searched for signs of preparation for a war. Seeing no obvious ones, he assumed the worst. Had his sensei really handed the child over to Kumo? Thoughts of the like haunted the Gamasenin's mind as the sage headed through the window of the Hokage tower. What's this I hear about Kumo demanding the life of a child? He growled at his old sensei that looked up at his entrance. Jiraiya. I've meant to contact you. Answer me, old man. Sarutobi sighed and looked down. Naruto-kun saved the Hyuuga heiress and the seal cracked. The Kumo nin died and the Raikage demanded the culprit's head. Jiraiya's eyes had gotten large and he looked about to murder his sensei, who suddenly looked up and smiled. I told them to stuff it, that it was a child, and that they broke the treaty first. They had no legal right to demand anything. Jiraiya stared at his sensei with a newfound pride. The man still had a backbone when it really counted. Then he thought about it some more and froze. What has Kumo said? They can't really say anything. I did tell them that I would not tolerate that. And they did break the treaty. If they try to ignore that we have Suna. Kiiroi is in the midst of its own civil wars and both Kumo and IWA are still recovering from the last war. We'll be fine. Jiraiya looked skeptical but sighed and nodded. I sure hope so, sensei. Kakashi had decided that he would teach Naruto tree climbing and water walking because the kid had way too much chakra to make a simple bunshin and terrible control. And so, the next morning that was what he planned to tell the little blonde. All right, Naruto. Today we are going to learn how to climb trees. Kakashi nearly laughed at the incredulous look on Naruto's face. What about the bunshin? This is a step toward that. Kakashi smiled at his charge. Concentrate chakra to your feet and climb. To add effect to his words, Kakashi began to slowly climb the tree vertically. Naruto's awe-filled eyes actually made Kakashi feel good about himself, if only slightly. Okay, you try, but start at a run. Watch. I'll get this down by nightfall. The boy declared with such conviction and confidence that for a moment Kakashi actually believed the kid. Just don't exhaust yourself. I'll be over here if you need anything. Hi. And so Naruto tried, and tried, and tried. Kakashi and I. Yes, Naruto? You're really good at this, Databeo. Can you tell me what I'm doing wrong? Kakashi smiled. The child was right. He did learn the tree climbing by the end of the day. And he was bragging to any that would listen to him in the ANBU dining area. Considering he was not even 4 yet and could already tree walk, the ANBU had proclaimed him a prodigy and told Kakashi that he should look into teaching a bit more. One, however, had his doubts and readily voiced them. He was called Tenzu. Don't you think you're pushing him a bit too much? He might not have had enough chakra. Why teach him something so difficult? He doesn't have the control for the bunshin or the regular henge because he has too much for chakra his age. He's made the henge solid, but it uses much more chakra. With better control, as soon as he learns the bunshin, technically, he could pass the academy, what with all the history lessons I sneak in before he sleeps, and our hour-long sessions of shugi, logic puzzles, and math. He can actually do all that? A solid henge? That must take a lot of chakra. It would make him perfect for infiltration. Maybe in another year he'll graduate. He still needs to work on the academics. He's getting the hang of it though, and it shouldn't take too long. And how long have you been training him? About a month. Come on, Naruto, it's time for you to go to bed. Kakashi called out to the blonde that simply looked up and smiled brightly. Okay, Kakashi and I. Can you tell me more about Yondaime and that cool flashy jutsu? No, today I'm going to tell you about a beaten eye and Rinne. Kakashi replied with a sad smile seen by none, yet all, the ANBU. Who were they? Some very good friends of mine and students of Yondaime along with me. Really? Cool, they must have been great ninja. Can I meet them? Naruto asked enthusiastically, and yet Kakashi and I, for some strange reason, got a really sad look in his eye that Naruto could identify immediately. He'd seen it in the mirror many times before. It was loneliness. They're no longer with us. They are heroes of Konoha. Naruto's head lowered and he suddenly wasn't so excited. But then he remembered his Ota-san knew them and taught them, so they had to have been great people. Naruto's head lifted and he looked up at Kakashi and I. So, what were they like? And they left the cafeteria, and 36 shocked Anbu, and returned to the blonde's room where Naruto learned all about Uchiha Obito and Rin, their team medic. This in turn led to a long-winded history lesson, told in simple terms for the 3.5-year-old, about the founding of Konoha, the Senju and Uchiha, and how the Shodai Hokage fought Uchiha Madara. Naruto really wanted to meet the Uchiha and make friends of them. They seemed so cool. Morning came all too soon for Naruto, but he smiled widely when Kakashi and I told him that today he'd try the bunshin and that if he didn't get it he'd learn to walk on water. The child, that was not yet 4 years old, grinned in anticipation. Regardless, Naruto really wanted to impress Kakashi and I, and so he focused really hard on making a bunshin. And he made 2 dead ones. Sighing in defeat, Naruto scratched the back of his head, a habit he had unknowingly picked up from the ANBU from said ANBU's babysitting duties a year ago. Well, it looks like we have a bit more work to do. Come along, this is the second stage of what you learned yesterday. You have to keep a steady stream of chakra to stay up. But I don't know how to swim. Naruto replied shyly. Don't worry, I'll fish you out and we'll learn swimming another day. Kakashi's smile raised Naruto's spirits immediately. His first attempt was as successful as a wet cat. His second was perfect. Kakashi couldn't even hide the fact that he was smiling. Alright, try the bunshin again. If you can't do it, I'll go talk to the Hokage. When Naruto failed again he nearly cried, but Kakashi and I simply placed his hand on Naruto's head and smiled. Practice some taijutsu for a while, I'll go talk to the Hokage. Don't feel bad. Most children your age can't even throw a kunai straight. Kakashi's smile was enough for the 3-year-old. As he began to practice his kata, Kakashi and I left. But due to the fact that Naruto was still high off of the praise he continued his exercises, he was too delirious with happiness to even wonder if this was all a dream or if Kakashi and I wouldn't come back, because Naruto knew Kakashi and I would come back. He had too. Kakashi entered the Hokage's office in full ANBU attire. There he found the Toad Sannin, Jiraiya, and the old man himself. Hokage-sama. Ah, Inu. How is Naruto's training going? He's almost ready to graduate the academy. The Hokage's pipe nearly fell out of his mouth and the Toad Sage openly gaped. I teach him history in the form of bedtime stories, and we spend 2 hours a day on academics. He has been found to be a natural at kunai and shuriken once his grip was corrected and is near perfect now. His taijutsu forms are getting steadily better, and when they are put into practice he proves to be very unpredictable. Ninjutsu. He's learned 2 of the academy 3. The Hokage's shock was palpable. He's only 3. Jiraiya whispered. However, the 2 old men looked up at the teenage Anbu. He doesn't have enough control for the bunshin. I've taught him tree climbing and water walking, but it's still not enough. Do you think the fox could be interfering with his control? It's possible. Perhaps another type of bunshin would be better for the child. Find out his elemental affinity. If it's water or earth, teach him one of the ones you know. If not, perhaps we can teach him cage bunshin as long as he understands its dangers. His healing ability and the QB should negate it, but just to be cautious he should be aware of what it entails. Hi, Hokage-sama. And Inu. Yes, Hokage-sama? This is a thank you gift from the Hyuuga. Perhaps Naruto would like to play with some Hyuuga children? He shouldn't have to grow up so fast just because he did an honorable service. I'm sure he'd enjoy that. Kakashi left as swiftly as he had arrived and Jiraiya turned to his old sensei. That kid is a genius, maybe an even bigger one than Minato and Kakashi combined. Sarutobi smiled, and he has the will of fire already. He claims that he will be Hokage and protect what his parents sacrificed their lives to protect. He may very well be my next choice if I live long enough to see him grow. Jiraiya's small smile was enough to lift the Hokage's spirits. He hadn't seen his student smile since the night Yondaime died. That boy was destined for great things. Alright, Naruto, channel some chakra into this. Kakashi and I held out a paper to the blonde. Naruto looked curiously at the paper and then up at Kakashi with a curious expression on his face. Why? It's for training. We're going to see what kinds of jutsu are more natural for you to do. Naruto's eyes lit up in anticipation and he furiously concentrated on the slip of paper in his little hands which promptly split in half, startling the child. Just like his father, Kakashi mused out loud. Naruto looked up hopefully at his surrogate brother. What does that mean? What does that mean? Your elemental affinity is wind and I can't teach you any of the elemental bunshin as there is none for wind. Naruto's face fell. It also means the Hokage has given me permission to teach you the Kage bunshin. And Naruto's interest was piqued. Now this is a kenjutsu. Do you know what a kenjutsu is? Well then. When Naruto heard that he was a friend of the Hyuuga, he thought it was a joke. At least, that was what he thought before Kakashi and I gave him a necklace with a flame emblem on it. After that, he wanted to go meet that girl that he'd saved. That was what led to the two walking around the village in the direction of the Hyuuga compound. All around glares were directed at the blonde. He didn't yet understand why they glared, but he was very glad that he had Kakashi and I as he clung to his surrogate brother's jounin uniform. The kid didn't want to wear his outfit until he became a genin, which Kakashi and I said he was qualified to become, but wasn't because he still needed to learn a few academic things that would help him overall as a ninja. However, he couldn't wait until he could look just like his father and Nidaime. Naruto skipped into the compound, once they finally arrived, and startled a few Hyuuga that were not used to hyperactive children. The glares had ceased outside the Hyuuga gates, but there was something else in their eyes. It was a feature unfamiliar to the child. They were grateful. Not used to the approval by so many people at one time, Naruto clung closer to Kakashi's pants than he had before. Naruto breathed out the breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding once Kakashi and I stopped them at the door to the clan head's office. Hello Hyuga-sama, this is Naruto. He'd like to see Hinata-sama and see if she'd like to be his friend. Kakashi introduced with that perpetual smile on his face and placing his hand on the blonde's mass of hair that, due to its untrimmed state, was beginning to look like his father's. It was yet another ploy by Kakashi to freak out the villagers. Hi, we have met before. You have the clan's gratitude, Uzumaki Naruto. Said blonde blushed, not used to the praise but happy with the acknowledgement. I'm going to be Hokage one day. Kakashi and I even said I might become a genin soon. Naruto proclaimed loudly, slightly startling the Hyuuga clan head who simply nodded. Hinata is with her mother at the park. The clan head told the one-eyed ANBU captain. Naruto began bouncing with excitement. Ooh, Kakashi and I, can we go see Hinata-chan? Maybe she'll let me play with her. His head bobbed up and down as he desperately tried to reassure himself that when she acknowledged him that night a month earlier had not just been a fluke, and that her mom was not going to pull her away like so many others. But he was awesome, so he shouldn't worry, right? Kakashi smiled and looked up at the Hyuuga head that simply nodded and returned to his paperwork, the bane of all those in the position of authority. Any Kakashi and I. Who's that? Naruto pointed at a tall woman with midnight black-blue waist-length hair. Her. Kakashi received an affirmative nod. She is Hyuga-sama. Naruto rolled his eyes at his surrogate big brother. I know that. Her eyes say so. I mean, who is she? She's so pretty, almost as pretty as Oka-san was. He received a bop on the head. That is Hyuga-sama, as in the wife of the clan head and mother of your little friend. Oh. Naruto rubbed his head where his brother had smacked him and looked up playfully. Angry at his brother, you should have said so. Oh, come on, let's go introduce ourselves. No sooner had the words left the teenager's mouth than the blonde grabbed a hold of his brother's hands and began dragging said brother toward the pretty lady. Hi, I'm Naruto, and I'm going to be Hokage one day Databeo, the blonde proclaimed to the Hyuga matron. She'd been having a relatively peaceful day. After the near kidnapping of her daughter, many in the clan had been slightly nervous, and once they heard of Kumo's attempt to demand compensation in the form of the life of the one that had killed their ninja, they'd been more so. She shuddered to think what would have happened had one of the Hyuuga been the one to stop the Kumo nin. Would the Hokage have been as firm in denying Kumo, or would one of her clansmen been sacrificed for the good of the village? She had found herself very grateful to the blonde Jinchuriki that had saved her daughter, and found herself thinking back on her days in the academy where another Uzumaki had proclaimed that she would be the first female Hokage. From what her husband had told her, the two acted very much alike, and he was already showing small signs of the verbal tic for which that female Uzumaki was so famous. She was startled out of her thoughts when a blonde, the same blonde that had occupied her thoughts moments earlier, came up to her and proclaimed, "Hi, I'm Naruto, and I'm going to be Hokage one day, Databeo." If she hadn't known any better, she would have thought that her old schoolmate had switched bodies with said schoolmate's crush, of which everyone knew but did not have the courage to confront her about. However, the blonde was looking at her with expectant and surprisingly guarded eyes. "Oh really? Well, you had better listen to what your teachers tell you then," she replied to the waiting blonde with a smile on her face. "I do," he replied with a pout, which he quickly replaced with a smile at the nice lady that hadn't yelled at him yet. "Kakashi and I said that you're Hinata-chan's mom. Do you know where she is?" he asked, slightly shy but not at all put off by the regal woman. Her entire face lit up as she thought of Hinata's first real friend. She needed a friend. "Why, yes I do. She's somewhere in the playground. Why don't you go look for her?" The blonde, too excited from actually get permission from a mother for once, went bounding away quickly in search of the lavender-eyed girl that he'd met a month earlier. "Thank you," Kakashi told the Hyuuga once the boy was gone, and she turned to him with a small smile on her face. "Hinata needs this friendship just as much as he does, I believe. She is too shy for her own good." And Kakashi turned to the Hyuuga lady. "Is something wrong?" She had activated her Dojutsu. There are those bullies again. They pick on her because she stutters and because she is of the main house. Should I go stop?" She had a smile on her face and had turned off her them? "No, it's all right. It seems Naruto has just found her and scared them off with a well-placed punch." She turned her smile to the one-eyed teen. "Thank you for bringing Naruto here today. I'm sure this is simply the start of a wonderful friendship between the two." That Tsuchikage leaned back in his seat with a perpetual smile on his face. So Kumo had failed in their attempt to capture the Byakugan? They risked war in calling for the murderer of their dead ninja? With the two forces of IWA and Kumo, they'd be ready for war in 3 years, and then IWA would get its revenge on Konoha for what the Kiiroi Senkou did. He leaned over his desk to write a reply to the Reikage. They'd strike at the Chunin exams that were set to be held in Suna in 3 years' time, and then Konoha would have no allies on which it could fall back. It was perfect, absolutely foolproof. There would be no recovery for the arrogant Konoha nin. On Naruto's 4th birthday, he ditched Kakashi on his lessons and spent the day at the Ichiraku ramen stand. Tuchi, the owner of the stand, was really nice, and ramen was heavenly. There was no equal. Ichiraku even boasted about how the Yondaime Hokage came and ate there with some redhead that Naruto knew was his mother, and she was his best customer, being able to eat bowls upon bowls of ramen. And so, Naruto decided that since ramen was so amazing, and since his mother was such a big fan, he would be too. A 4.5-year-old Naruto looked around the corner of the ANBU headquarters main hallway. If all had gone according to plan, they'd all be running out in 5, 4, 3, 2. Bingo. In every hallway was a Naruto clone that, as soon as it came into contact with the now multicolored NBU after him, would henge into a guy that looked as if he had been thoroughly doused by a water dragon. And in spandex that does not look good at all. The blonde snickered as he sneaked into the kitchen that had been vacated by the ANBU and poured powder into the ramen soup. It was laughing powder designed to make even an Aburame laugh. He quickly crept out and hurried to his room before dispelling all his clones. The prank had gone without a hitch. The Hokage mountain had been painted using disappearing-reappearing ink last night that would disappear as soon as he applied it and reappear when a clone applied chakra, and the paint bombs had been set off by low-key explosive tags. His diversion had gone perfectly and he wasn't even caught yet. Mind you, he respected the Hokage greatly, especially his father, which was why he left that one mostly alone and only added a nosebleed because, face it, his mom was gorgeous and his father would have to have been gay to not have had any naughty thoughts of his mother, which he knew was not so considering he was alive. But he couldn't show absolute favoritism on one Hokage and not the others, and he needed a huge diversion to keep all the A and BU busy. They all had the same treatment, especially since Kakashi and Ai had been late for their weekly Shugi matches. Naruto didn't like Shugi, but to be late when you set something up is just rude. He froze when he heard the knock on his door. They caught him already? Shoot. He'd have to work on his escape tactics a little more. He slowly opened the door and plastered on an innocent smile on his face. It completely fell apart when he looked at the many colors of all the ANBU. Their masks and hair were not spared. Weren't these supposed to be the elite? Although he did catch them in the headquarters. He'd never get away with something like this ever again. Well, he'd just have to go bigger next time. What's bigger than the Hokage monument? He'd have to consult Hinata-chan on this. So, it turned out that the academy and the police headquarters were great targets to prank. All of the kids were older than Naruto, and he was due to go and take his test there within 9 months, which meant that it would be nice and clean by the time he went, and he'd be off of his grounding. He'd planned it for 3 hours, while he couldn't sleep, and had 10 clones running around the academy while everyone was asleep. The Uchiha police had gone home for the day, and there were only 2 Chunin on guard. He snickered as he put his plan into motion. The next morning found all the academy walls in tie-dye, all the kunai bright orange, and the tests all written on. Life was great. This time, Naruto was hiding with Hinata-chan at the ramen shop. Wait, what? I'm going to be a big sister in late March or early April. Hinata repeated, again a large smile on her face. Cool. I'm going to be taking the graduation test on April 15th, he said brightly. We can teach her to be a great ninja like us too. That's a great idea, Naruto, though. I don't know if it'll be a boy or a girl. It'll be a girl, Naruto said convincingly. And she'll be just as nice as you and your mom. What is it? Naruto had been staring at the wrinkled bundle in Hyuga-sama's arms for about 5 minutes, and he still couldn't understand where Hinata's little sister was. Much to the blonde 5-year-old's irritation, everyone chuckled. He wasn't a ninja yet. They shouldn't laugh at him for not knowing something. He looked back to the wrinkled little bundle. Well, what is it? He was getting quite impatient. That's my new little sister. Why is she so small? That's how babies are, silly. He leaned closer to look at the child. Are you sure she'll get bigger? His skeptical face made Kakashi unable to keep his snort of laughter contained. Yes, Naruto. Hey Hinata-chan, were you ever like that? No, I think so. Her Oka-san's laugh was like a chime. So were you, Naruto-kun? Psh me? Never. I'm going to be Hokage one day. That's not what a Hokage looks like. He pouted and crossed his arms across his chest. Even mighty Hokages were once this small. His wide eyes displayed his incredulity. Watch, she'll grow to be a nice strong shinobi one day. He leaned over the bundle again and sighed. Well then, she'll need an Isen too, right? And one that's not always so. I'm a Hyuga, I will seek your blood, or happiness, or whatever. Hinata smiled and her cousin Niji glared. Life was good. Naruto sat on the swing. Hinata was later than usual and he was waiting all alone at the park. His ninja test was almost coming up. This would be the last time he and Hinata would get to play. And that Demon theme song wouldn't get out of his head. The night before, Kakashi and Ai had turned on the television and the theme song of the anime show was really catchy. So as he swung he hummed and sang the only words he remembered. I really want you to realize the fact that you're beautiful. If you'd notice your beauty, I would be happy. I'm thinking of you, please realize your beauty. And that was how Hinata found him, sitting on the swing and repeating the ending of that song. Hinata-chan. The word was more a whine than anything else, and Hinata's eyes widened. Was he talking about her? She felt her face heat up and things started to get black. She couldn't see anything. But she could hear. Odd. She was blind and getting dizzy. Naruto-kun? Her panicked cry brought him running. Hinata-chan, are you okay? Naruto-kun, I can't see. Sit down, Hinata-chan. I'll help you. She sat and her vision began to return. Naruto-kun, thank you, I can see again. Ano, what were you singing? HM? Oh, Kakashi and I turned on the TV last night and the song's been stuck in my head since then. Hey, why were you late, Hinata-chan? My Oda-san wanted to work on some more juken a bit. Her head lowered. For a moment she had thought that. That was the day that Hinata discovered that she cared about Naruto's opinion of her and how he felt about her. Naruto was practically jumping in his seat waiting for the rest of the students taking the exam to finish the written test. He was nervous. Oh goodness, he really hoped he passed, but he knew that if he didn't, Kakashi and I wouldn't be mad. Of course, there was no reason why he shouldn't pass. He'd been ready to graduate for 2 years now. It was just. Kakashi and I had said that he would let Naruto sign his dog contract if he became a genin. Now, he wanted to sign the toad contract like his father, but he loved the dogs. They would stay with him whenever Kakashi and I had to go on some top-secret ANBU mission. The only way Kakashi and I had gotten him to agree was through a bribery that Kakashi and I had worked out with the Gamasenin and his toads. Naruto would sign the dog contract upon his graduation from the academy and the toad contract when he became a chunin. So, yes, he was nervous. He was desperate to start his official path to Hokage. These past few years had been great, but he was ready to get serious and become a real ninja like his parents. And big brother. He sighed and stared at the clock. Would the test never end? Scratch that. Was this test a joke? Naruto had passed the projectiles test with flying colors and his taijutsu confused the instructors, but really? Just make 3 clones and automatically it's a pass? He rolled his eyes, made his favorite seal for his favorite kenjutsu, besides the one he'd created last year to get away from the ANBU that one time. Channeled his chakra, and made 3 perfect Kage Bunshin. He loved the looks on their faces. It took them a moment to recover, but they did. Kongra Dash, the one with a scar across his nose, began but was cut off by his long-haired partner. Naruto wasn't sure if it was a guy or not. You didn't do the Bunshin. Naruto scratched the back of his head with a smile on his face. Yeah, well, Kakashi and I said that no matter how many chakra control exercises I try, my chakra just acts funny on that jutsu. So, he talked to Hokage Aji and they told me I could learn Kage Bunshin. It's great for inflit dash. No, that's not right. Infiltract? Inflation? No. Infiltration. Yeah, that's right. He nodded his head to himself determinedly and proud that he'd remembered the big word. The other Chunin examiner nodded and replied, well, if it's a medical condition, and considering you're capable of creating a Bunshin, you pass. Congratulations. Naruto took his hit reverently and stared at it for a moment. He was now, according to the law, an adult. His 5-year-old mind nearly exploded in excitement. Thanks. Bye. I've got to show Kakashi and I. Hey, wait a minute, we still have the serum. The kid had already disappeared. Oni. He'll figure it out. The other examiner replied dismissively while opening the door for the next genin hopeful. Naruto sped past the villagers with high genin level speed that he and Kakashi and I were still working on improving, searching for said brother. His Hitate was clutched in his hands tightly and he wanted to show his brother. Kakashi and I. Kakashi and I. He shouted as soon as he got to the ANBU headquarters. Why hello Uzumaki-kun. Naruto looked toward the voice. Did you pass? And found a jounin with his Hitate used as a bandana, tied in the front, and a sunbon in his mouth. Naruto's face broke out in a fierce smile. I did databeo. With flying colors, whatever that means. Kakashi and I is always saying weird stuff like that. Ooh, his face scrunched up in his excitement. I can't wait to show Kakashi and I. Do you know where he is? I have to find him. Whoa, hold on. You need to slow down a bit. His head ped to the side and he scratched his head, but Kakashi and I are working on our speed. The Jounin chuckled and shook his head. That's great in training and fighting, but sometimes it's best to just relax a bit. Now, I don't know where Kakashi is, but I'm sure he'll be here soon. The Jounin smiled and Naruto, finally remembering his manners, scratched his head, yet again, and smiled up at the Jounin. You kind of have me. You see you know my name but I don't know yours, Databeo. One eyebrow lifted. My name is Shiranui Gunma. Gunma-san, Gunma-san. Where have I heard that name before? The blonde's face scrunched up in concentration. Oh, I remember. You were Yandaime's bodyguard or something. Though I don't see why a Hokage really needs a bodyguard. Yeah. Kakashi told me all about Yandaime, Databeo. Well, Gunma paused. The kid looked familiar, and not just from the glimpses he'd gotten around the village or from the gossip of off-duty Enbu. Minato-sama surely didn't. He needed to talk to the Hokage. Don't push yourself too hard. I'll tell Kakashi to go to the graduation ceremony if I see him. Gunma waved and prepared to have a talk with the Hokage, but the comical widening of the blonde's eyes made him stop. There's a graduation ceremony? Gunma nodded. Yeah, it should be starting in 5 minutes. Why didn't anyone tell me? Naruto's rapid exit left the dust turned up and Gunma found himself coughing almost as badly as Hiatus usually did. Naruto made it back to the academy just as the ceremony began. He couldn't help but feel slightly out of place, though because all the new genin ranged from ages 10 to 12. Nevertheless, he went around looking for Kakashi and trying to ignore the glares of the civilian parents. Where is that lazy, late Jounin? He whispered to himself under his breath. A hand came down on his head. Where's that Hiatus? A cold voice rang out from behind him. Naruto grinned and turned around holding up the blue cloth to his big brother. Kakashi, I did it. The sinister look on Kakashi's face disappeared as if it had never been there at all, and Kakashi's smile of pride, somehow visible through his mask, almost meant more to Naruto than all the respect in the village. Kakashi's opinion was important to Naruto, but Naruto had always asked why he couldn't make his cake and eat it too. Oi, Kakashi and I, can we have ramen today? We haven't had it all week. Sure. Shiranui Gunma had always been calm and collected, and this was no exception. So when he entered the Hokage's office, through the door thank you very much, he had a schooled expression of pure indifference on his face. Ah, Gunma-san, Sandaime exclaimed at his entrance, what can I do for you today? Now, Gunma was not one to beat around the bush before, nor was he willing to do that now. Minato's choice was not by chance, was it? The Hokage's eyebrows lifted in surprise. This is a bit abrupt, is it not? Gunma shrugged. I met the kid today. He looks a lot like his father, especially with his hair done like that, although I guess you already knew that. The old man nodded. Yes, he has many of his father's attributes, as well as his mother's. However, he is very much his own person, which I believe helped Kakashi come to terms with there. What was your point in coming all this way? I know it can't have been just to confirm the child's lineage. Gunma nodded. Rado, Katsuo, and I are the only ones in the village capable of using Hiraishin. It's, technically, a family jutsu. I request to be his Jounin sensei. The Hokage remained silent for a moment. Kakashi won't be overly happy, but I guess I can promise Naruto to him once Naruto's a chunin. The two men shared a smirk. I'm not going to steal him from Kakashi. They're free to spend as much time together as possible. I just want to teach him Hiraishin, and the only legal way I can do that is to be his Jounin sensei. Yes, the village needs to remember the will of fire. What better way for that than to have the one that they blame to protect them and care even though they might not? Yes, I'll set up a team under Gunma-san. Thank you. Naruto and Kakashi and I had been at Ichiraku, and Naruto, after 5 bowls, still showed no signs of stopping. However, knowing his wallet was not endless, Kakashi brought up his hand. Now, I think you've had enough for the night. You're going to have your team assignments next week, and you still need to sign the dog contract. Come on, I'm sure they'll be ecstatic to hear you passed. What does ecstatic mean? It means excited. Oh. Oi, Kakashi and I, do you think my teammates will like me? If they don't, you can always bug them until they do. He sighed. I'm sorry I was slightly late to your graduation, Naruto. It's just Guy was going on about how he'd finally found an apprentice worthy enough to study under him and he wouldn't let me leave. I think he's still sore over the fact that you graduated. Guy. The freak with caterpillars for eyebrows? Kakashi snorted. Yeah, but don't tell that to either of their faces. They may look like freaks, but their personalities are more so. Come on, next week we begin Operation Doppelganger. That's the one where I dress up like Dad and freak out the villagers, right? Yep. The two shared deranged smiles before they continued on to the ANBU headquarters. The week seemed to be teasing Naruto with how slow it was going. No matter what Naruto tried, he couldn't seem to make time go by any faster. He couldn't pull any more pranks on the ANBU or Jounin, because he was a ninja now and had to grow up, whatever that meant. And Hinata-chan was training with her dad and spending time with her little sister Hanabi-chan. Hinata-chan, he didn't know how much time he'd have left over to spend with her, but she was his best friend and he was determined to make some time, no matter what it took. I mean really? Who knew how Hanabi-chan would turn out without his attitude sometimes? She lived with people that were colder than marble. Marble? That's a stone and they didn't get really hot, at least they didn't when you placed a hot pan on them. So that was how he found himself in the library looking for futon jutsu and anything about fuinjutsu, his Uzumaki heritage. He found quite a few scrolls on fuinjutsu, which he sent a clone to check out and begin studying, and only one futon jutsu with a reference to some guy named Sarutobi Asuma who was, apparently, not in the village at the moment. So much for that. Naruto was bored. Maybe the dogs were too. Nah, too much work. He was bored, but the dogs weren't the best of company when in the village. He'd let his clones study fuinjutsu while he went to the park. Maybe Hinata-chan would be let out earlier than usual. The week took a while to pass, but it eventually did, and so when he went back to the academy, faces turned and stared at the Yondame's mini-clone, rubbed their eyes to make sure they were awake, used any and all genjutsu releasing techniques they knew, and some even fainted. For there was Naruto in his Yondaime get-up sans the Chunin Jounin flak jacket but complete with the cape. And Kakashi Nidaime was at his side. He couldn't help it, he was excited. He was going to get a team and hopefully they'd be like Hinata-chan and be his friends. He certainly hoped so. Once at the academy, he found that he couldn't sit still in the hardwood and was practically bouncing and trying to avoid the disbelieving stares of his fellow genin. They all seemed to have a hard time believing that a genin could be 5 for some strange reason. The door opened and out stepped that Chunin with the scar on his face. Hello. This is the day that you go out and serve the village. These teams that you have today will be like a second family. Teams will come and go, but the most memorable teams are usually your first. Now the teams are as follows. Naruto zoned out. And Team 9 will be Uzumaki Naruto. He perked up. Inuzuka Hana and Haruno Aikuro. Please go have lunch. Your Jonin senseis will be here when you're done. Naruto looked around to the two kids that had been called and smiled brightly at the girl with red triangles on her cheeks and the boy with Uzumaki red hair before he walked over and scratched the back of his head. You want to go get something to eat at Ichiraka Ramen? He asked and they both grimaced. You're what, 5? That's my little sister's age. Haruno sneered and Naruto paused in his happiness at getting a team. His eyes turned steely and he faced them. I've been ready to graduate for 2 years now, so don't underestimate me. Then his whole face transformed. I'm going to be Hokage Databeo. The two preteens stared at one another and then at the 5-year-old in front of them. All right then, what can you do? The Inuzuka asked cautiously and Naruto glad that the ice was almost broken. Well, I can do a solid henge, which Kakashi Nidaime says no one else can really do because it uses so much chakra, and I can do kawarimi pretty good too. And I can't really do bunshin because it only needs a little bit of chakra dash. Wait, you can't even do a simple bunshin? How did you even graduate? Naruto smiled slightly. Medical condition. And I did the Kage bunshin, a kenjutsu that Kakashi Nidaime had to ask the Hokageaji permission for. Anyway, I can throw kunai pretty straight, and Kakashi Nidaime has me trying to figure out shugi, but that's just really weird and I'm not too good at it. Why are you staring? For indeed they were. The blonde was an enigma to them. He was so unlike how they thought he would be. He wasn't too cocky, like one would expect of child prodigies. Rather, He was desperate for friends and seemed to try almost too hard to make friends of them. He reminded Hana of her own little brother, if not a little less, if only because he wasn't her brother, and so she said, "Why don't we all go get some ramen like you said, then maybe we can get to know one another a bit more." The smile she got from the little child was more than enough to confirm her thoughts of the blonde. "Yeah, that's a great idea. Kakashi and I is always saying that teamwork is important. That's something Obito and I taught him." "Geez, how many big brothers do you have?" Aikiro commented, a little annoyed, and immediately regretted it when the blonde's face fell. "Well, Kakashi and I and Obito and I aren't really my brothers. I'm an only child and my parents are dead. So is Obito and I. But Kakashi and I knew them all, and he's been telling me all sorts of stories about them from the last war. They're pretty much family to me. Hey, Hana-chan. Will you be my Nei-san?" The shock on their faces was priceless, and yet Naruto was being completely honest and waiting for her answer. Hana slightly smiled. Maybe having a 5-year-old on the team wouldn't be so bad, as long as he pulled his own weight. "Sure." The blonde nodded and continued to his favorite ramen shop. "Hey, what about me? Am I too good to be your big brother?" Aikiro shouted, annoyed yet again, and Hana smiled before playfully punching his arm. "Oh, get over it. You're just jealous because he likes me better." "Genma-san? Is it Genma-san?" "It is Genma-san." "Hi, Genma-san." Naruto shouted as soon as Genma walked into the academy room. "So this is Team 9? I'm not impressed. And that's Genma-sensei to you from now on." He smirked through his sinbon as the boy's face twisted into a grimace. "Alright, come on. We're going to go take a test." "Another test?" Aikiro asked with very little excitement. "Yes, all jounin give a test to each team. There is a 66% fail rate." He loved freaking out newbies, and so what you have to do is get past me and steal the key to my apartment. There are only 2 though, and the one that fails to get a key will be sent back to the academy. Except Naruto. You'll go back to train with Kakashi a bit more. They all wore identical looks of shock on their faces, yet strangely enough Naruto had a contemplative look on his face. "But we're a team." They all turned to look at him. "And that math doesn't make sense. I'm not too good at book work, but I do know that if only one person a team failed, then it would be the other way around in the percentages. And Kakashi and I is always saying that we have to put ourselves above the team." He was getting nervous now from all their stares, and that Chunin said that the team would become family. "I'm getting it all wrong, right? Well, I waited for 2 years to become a genin. I can wait another, so you don't have to fail them." He had shut his eyes tight and awaited the judgment of his Jounin sensei when Hana's arms wrapped around him. "If he fails, then I fail. That's what big sisters do." Naruto looked up at her with a new expression on his face. She was willing to fail with him? He heard Aikiro sek his teeth. "Demon, and I thought the team dynamics were so great. Look, buddy, you're not going to get a better team. I'm with them." Genma found himself smiling through his sinbon. That was the easiest test ever administered. "Congratulations, you are now all officially genin of Konoha. Be ready early tomorrow morning for our first mission." And then he was gone. Naruto clung to Hanane and looked around to his teammates. What just happened? Naruto decided he hated D-rank missions. They were chores, really. And at least he got paid to do it. But he found that it was very annoying. He'd asked once if his clones could help, and Genma-sensei said no. That these missions were to build character and teamwork. He'd show them character. Not really, he was just getting really sick of it. That was why he sent a clone to study Fuinjutsu and Futonjutsu while he had his missions. Genma-sensei had them doing D-ranks from 7 in the morning until 7 at night. And then they'd run around Konoha for 2 more hours with periodic breaks consisting of push-ups, sit-ups, and kata exercises. Yes, it was beneficial, but Naruto was beyond tired by the time the week was up, and Genma-sensei said it was time to learn clan jutsu or whatever it is that they wanted to learn. Naruto found out that Aikiro liked Kenjutsu, which sounded, at least to Naruto, suspiciously like Kenjutsu and Genjutsu. Hanane wanted to be a medic, but mostly a vet for her nin dogs, and so had run off to do that. But what really shocked Naruto was that when he proclaimed he wanted to learn Futon Jutsu and Fuinjutsu, Ginma-sensei smiled and had given him a book on even more advanced seals than he'd been studying. Why is this so advanced? I think you'll be able to handle it. He said it with a smile. So he knew, did he? Well, Naruto would just have to work harder on his stealth. It was just another typical day of D-ranks, but this one was taking ridiculously long. They were looking for that cat again, and apparently they were the best at finding her, never mind the fact that Hana had 3 dogs that were very good at scaring the cat away. No, they had the best success rate for this mission and so were perfect for the job. What a bunch of morons. Hey, get back here, you devil spawn. Come here so I can skin you and make you into a coat that I can give my sister for her next birthday. Ikaru shouted in the midst of the chase. You know, I don't think the cat wants to be skinned. Naruto began in an offhand manner. Let's just get this mission over with. It's not like we have all day. Why do we even have to do these stupid chores so much? Naruto sighed. Alright, how about we do that third formation that Ginma-sensei talked about? The other 2 nodded and they set about laying the trap for the kitten with very little enthusiasm. Once this mission was done, they'd probably go weed a garden. Kuratsuchi was tired of all the politics her grandfather had to organize. Why couldn't they just kill off all the offending nations? It didn't make sense. When there's a tree in the road, you don't ask it to kindly move, you chop it up and roll it away. So why was her grandfather playing diplomat and why was her father so readily agreeing to it? She had just become a genin the day before, at the tender age of 8, and now she was heading to her grandfather's office, so she was pretty sure it was important. Ah, Kuratsuchi. Just who we wanted to see. She looked around to find the Reikage, Tsuchikage, and her father in the office. What? She asked, slightly intimidated but not willing to show it. She crossed her arms across her chest. You and your team are going to go to the Chunin exams in Sunagakure. Kuratsuchi grinned widely at that. After the 3rd stage of the exams, we will be invading Suna and hopefully destroy any allies Konoha may have. Then we will take Konoha and make them pay for what the Kiiroi Senkou, Yellow Flash, did to our village. It's revenge. Kuratsuchi smiled. So we're going to make them pay for killing Mom? They all smiled. She was definitely for this. Is Nidaime going to be there with us? Absolutely. She smiled and bowed. Your team will take a C rank next week. That will get you the experience you need for the mission. You're dismissed. She couldn't get out fast enough to go tell Nidaime. Kurabi, Killer Bee, was waiting in the inn where the group of Kumo nin were spending the night and could not help but worry for his brother. He knew that A was a great shinobi on his own, he was Reikage, but Kurabi didn't want to lose his brother. He sighed. Why more war? He knew that it was to make Kumo stronger, but he still felt bad for the poor Konoha nin. They wouldn't know what was coming to them, and now that they didn't have the Kiiroi Senkou, they'd have no chance at winning any war anytime soon. He sighed and lay back in the bed. How was Yujito handling it back home? She was probably training some more, that hellcat. Sometimes he hated being a Jinchuriki, but when he thought of his cousin and the Hachibi itself, he couldn't fault them. He faulted those around him that thought what they thought. They were the ones in the wrong, not him. Besides, A was important to him, just as he was to A. Even if he had to stay in the village most of the time. Naruto grumbled as he carried the cat to the Hokage tower. Making the cat face its worst nightmare always brought a smile to his face, as did all the faces of the villagers every time they saw him nowadays. He really had to thank Kokushinai for getting him the outfit. Thankfully Gimasen had had enough of the D-ranks on coffee, and decided to have them all train with a few of his friends. Alright Team 9, meet Rado and Hayate. Hello Rado-san, Hayate-san. Alright, Rado will be working with Hana, Hayate will be teaching Haruno Kenjutsu, and I will be working on Naruto's Fuinjutsu. Thus began the long tiring days of yet more training of which Naruto and his team were tired. Oi, Gunma-sensei, can we stop with all these boring missions? They're really getting on my nerves. His teammates froze. They agreed with the kid but weren't exactly keen on upsetting their sensei. Ikaru, you agree with me, right? Naruto turned to the red-headed Haruno that sighed in annoyance. Yeah, they're annoying. Genma-sensei raised his eyebrow and looked expectantly at Hana. She shuffled her feet a bit but finally caved. Oh please, the D ranks are a joke and you know that too, sensei. Genma-sensei sighed and turned around. Come on. Let's see what C ranks are available today. Okay, what do we have? There's a caravan needing basic protection from bandits. Let's start you off with that. A real mission? We'll actually get out of the village for once? This is going to be so epic. I gotta get those scrolls Kakashi and I gave me. Hold on. You need to meet the client first. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Okay, but then can I go see Kakashi and I and get all those storage scrolls? The old man sighed but nodded and Genma sighed too. This was going to be a long mission. The night was black, there was no moon, and the Uchiha district seemed deserted. The streets of the district were so empty that when a little 5-year-old ran through it seemed to almost have the same effect as a mouse trying to run for cover from the broom that was after its head. Little Sasuke was scared. He'd never been so before, but for some strange reason the compound seemed scary for once. He knew where they all were. They were in one of the clan meetings, and as soon as they were done Sasuke's Nii-sen was going to teach Sasuke how to throw kunai. He loved his brother, the newly promoted Chunin, and couldn't wait for his brother to come and help him learn how to use the kunai. He entered his house through the sliding paper door and dropped his bag at his bedside table. Every day he came home and waited for his brother. He really hoped his brother wouldn't poke his forehead again and tell him, next time. It was always, next time. Either Itachi Nii-sen was too busy with his shinobi duties or he had to train with Shisui-san. And so Sasuke waited. He'd be waiting the whole night. The Uchiha had spent the entire night arguing in that dimly lit room under the family shrine. As things stood, it would take a war to bring the Uchiha back into favor and a war to unite the clan. The elderly didn't want to plan a coup d'etat, but the younger ones were sick and tired of their treatment at the hands of the rest of the village. It wasn't until Uchiha Mikoto stood up that the arguing stopped. Let's all just calm down. It is the Kyuubi's fault that we have this treatment. Why not let the Jinchuriki raise our own status? She paused. She had all their attention. On the night of the Kumo incident, the Hyuuga stood behind him, and they were not ridiculed. The salvation of our clan may very well lie with the boy that proclaims from the Hokage mountain that he will be Hokage. He's is currently a genin. Please, put off the coup until the boy is completely accepted, because he seems to be headed that way. We are not the only ones suffering. Silence reigned in the chamber for 5 minutes straight, but her clansmen nodded and silently left. Only her son Itachi remained. Have you met him? Itachi asked his mother with a curious look in his face. I saw him from afar while at the park. He acts so much like his mother. Should he prove to have the talent of his parents, he may very well be the next Hokage. And I did once say that I hoped he and Sasuke would be good friends. The two remained silent for a moment before Itachi spoke up. I know one of his teammates in passing. Her name is Inuzuka Hana. Her brother and Sasuke are the same age. Should her team happen to meet up with Sasuke and me, I am sure the three would get along nicely. Mikoto smiled at her eldest son. It seemed he too did not want war. That would be nice, hypothetically. Itachi smirked and then bowed before heading back to their home to find his younger brother asleep on his bed and daylight coming over the horizon. Naruto smiled as he followed Genma-sensei out of the village. His first C rank. He was so excited, and Ikiru and Hana seemed to be feeling the same way. Oi, Ne-san. Wait up! A voice called out and Hana paused and turned back. She smiled and Naruto decided he liked her smile and that whoever made her smile like that had to be worthy of being his friend. Kiba-kun, I have to go. She ruffled his hair like Kakashi and I did to Naruto so many times. He buried his face in his big sister's shirt and said something that only came out as a mumble. Oh, and what's that supposed to mean? She asked teasingly, and Kiba lifted his head and pet the small pups that Hana had at her side, the 3 Heimer brothers. You be careful, he muttered. I will, it's only a C rank, he nodded and ran off waving goodbye. Hey, Ikiru, why didn't your sister come to see us off? Naruto asked, completely serious. Ikiru scoffed. I left them a note saying I was going off on a C rank. My parents are pretty laid back, they get it, and won't really care all that much of a measly C rank. Well, it's your first C rank. That's pretty special. You should have told them. Yeah, well you haven't met my mother. She'd fuss all over me if I let her. Naruto nodded, yeah. I haven't met mine either. But, I'm sure I'd like the fussing. The trek toward the village where the caravan would stop and trade was awkward silent from that moment on. Hey Fatso, hurry up. Kuratsuchi was not having a good day. Her team that consisted of Daidarenii and Akatsuchi had been deployed on that C rank, and Akatsuchi and Daidarenii were being as annoying as always. They had been traveling for 2 days toward Fire Country, and no matter what she tried she just couldn't make the time pass faster. And Akatsuchi's slow going wasn't helping any. No need to be so mean. Akatsuchi grumbled as he continued, watch, one day I'll be fast despite my weight and then you'll have to watch out. Deidara smirked, I bet you can't do it by the Chunin exams in Suna. And Akatsuchi growled, watch, I'll be a great shinobi and an important part of the invasion. We'll see. Kuratsuchi drawled. And they continued along with a grumpy Kuratsuchi, an insulted Akatsuchi, and a smirking Deidara. Hinata pulled at the weeds, adding a bit more pressure to get it out completely, before she looked up to her mother for approval. Her mother's approval was more important to her at times than her father's. Hinata-chan, why aren't you out with Naruto at the park? Hinata looked down. And Naruto-kun went on his C rank today. He won't be back for a week. Her mother's face softened. Well then, let's make something for him. Hinata looked up again. Like what? How about we make him a card? Or get him that ink that you saw him ogling? It can be for his birthday. Hinata smiled and nodded shyly. She hoped Naruto-kun liked it. He always got this really strange look in his eye whenever she gave him some of her mother's cookies. Would he hug her this time too? She liked hugs. She reached up to finger her now shoulder-length hair. Naruto-kun liked her mother's long hair, and she'd heard that his mother also had long hair. How much longer would her hair get by the time Naruto-kun came back? The sun was very hot on the walk with the caravan to the village, and the awkward silence wasn't helping in the cooling department. Aikuru was being much too stubborn for his own good, and Naruto just wasn't in the mood to talk to anyone for once. He had realized the one big difference between himself and his teammates. They had a family and he didn't, at least not a real one. He kicked the dirt and continued down the road. They could already see the city where the mission would end now. It wouldn't take too long to get back home. But he missed Hinata-chan. Rock Lee was tired, but very grateful that he was getting this chance. This jounin was amazing. Lee got up from the dewy grass and stretched. Before he jumped up and shook his entire body out. Lee, I will have you ready to graduate in 1 year. So I will beat Kakashi, who was able to get his apprentice to graduate in 2 years. If I do not, I will do 5,000 push-ups. I will not let you down, Guy-sensei. He couldn't not after all that Guy-sensei had done for him. Come on, Lee. Let us spread our youth to the village. 1,000 push-ups. Yes, Guy-sensei. Hinata held tightly to her mother's hand as they entered the shinobi store. Okay, Hinata, why don't you go look at some stuff while I talk to the cashier? Hinata nodded slowly before releasing her death grip and wandering around the store. She turned a corner and looked at the shelves. There wasn't much to interest her. Her mother's voice drifted over the shelves and Hinata turned to go through another hall, but when she did, she stopped dead and stared at the tall, dark-haired guy with a scar across his nose in front of her. He looked down before she could get away. Hello. Who are you? Ayano. I am Hyuuga Hinata, and you? He smiled comfortingly and crouched down to her level. I am Yumino Irika. Irika? D. Dolphin. He chucked before he nodded. I am a new instructor at the academy. I just started a few weeks ago. Ah. How old are you? 15. Her eyes were wide. You're 10 years older than me. Then that means that you'll be entering the academy next year. She nodded again. Are you ready for it? This time her face became animated. Hi. Naruto-kun did it so quickly. I want to make him proud of me. He never gives up on me. He says one day I'll be an amazing kunoichi. That's why Okasan and I are here today. We're getting Naruto-kun a present in celebration of his first C-rank mission. His face showed his surprise at the change in her demeanor. Oh, Naruto-kun is it? He's a genin? Must be pretty good. How old is he? Naruto-kun is my age. He's an amazing ninja. He says he's going to be Hokage. Her head lowered a bit. I just hope I can. I hope I can make him proud. Irika smiled at the girl and then frowned. He'd been at the graduation last month and knew for a fact that the only one to graduate that was her age was the Jinchuriki. It had caused a lot of talk among the shinobi. He also knew that if the girl was here with a parent, then that meant that the parent knew about her relationship with the boy. This girl was a Hyuuga, and by the looks of it, a main house member. What were they playing at? What had happened? Well, you be careful not to push yourself too hard. You won't make anyone proud if you can't move because you tried too hard. I have to go, but I hope I become your teacher at the academy. He left and Hinata felt that she had missed something extremely important. The Hokage pulled the next stack of paperwork towards him and smiled at his clone beside him. When Naruto had learned Kagebunshin, he'd asked the Hokage why he didn't use Kagebushin to do all that paperwork. Since then the Hokage's office had seen a burst of efficiency and he'd had more time to spend with his 1-year-old grandson. However, today was not one of the days in which he could just go home. IWA was getting more confident and Kumo seemed to have good relations with them. Everyday war seemed more likely, at least to the heads. The Chunin exams in Suna may very well save the world from another war. The problem was Konoha did not have many to send and he'd heard that Suna's only Jinchuriki was not very stable. Of course these were only rumors. Still, if what was said about the Suna Jinchuriki was true, then perhaps Naruto could help. Regardless, he needed to get the nominations for the next Chunin exams in a few months. Maybe he'd send Shikaku to work with Suna on the details over there. Yes, that seemed nice. He finished the stack in front of him and stood, slightly startling his clone. Carry on. I'll be back in the morning. Dispel when you no longer have the chakra to continue. And then he left to see his grandson and daughter. I just don't understand why we had to go all the way through Fire Country to get to Tea Country. We could have cut through River Country and taken a boat. She jumped off a tree. Krutsuchi, would you stop complaining? Her legs were cramping. Who asked you, Daidaranai? Her arms were aching. You're the one that asked a question. She was getting really annoyed now. I'm tired. Can we stop for a bit and get something to eat? Katsuchi was always thinking about food. It was disgusting, but she had to agree. Tired already? She wouldn't let it show. We've been running for 4 days straight. She paused. Alright. We'll stop at this village. One night, but then we have to head straight to Tea Country and back with our charge. Their sensei promised, and she sighed in relief. A little bit more and she'd be free from these male idiots. The village of Tanzagai seemed very comforting at that moment. Naruto had never been anywhere but Konoha before. Now, although this is normal for any 5-year-old, looking around this village made Naruto feel really different. There were no glares for once. No one was making him feel that inexplicable urge to make someone accept him. Naruto found that he liked this very much and was determined to make Konoha even better once he became Hokage. He looked around at the tall stucco buildings while his teammates discussed the mission. Something about it being done and leaving tomorrow. Well, he'd ask Hanane-san later. The place looked like it was getting ready for some kind of festival and he had always wondered what festivals were like. He walked up to one stall and looked up at the stall keeper. Why hello, little fellow. Are you playing ninja or something? He shook his head. Can I play? It was a target game. You had to throw the knife and depending on how far away from the bullseye you were you'd get a prize. Very few civilians had managed it. Sure. Now you just have to throw it at that thing right there. He handed the money to the storekeeper and took the knife. Weighing it in his hand told him that it was moderately balanced, not like a brand new kunai though. He flipped it to get a feel for it, caught it, and tossed it with ease. The onlookers were quiet for a full 10 seconds before they grinned. Except for the stall owner. He grumbled. Naruto chose the giant dog plushie that was twice his size and went waddling with it back to his team. He wanted to give it to Hanane. She liked dogs, he knew that for sure. He saw his team not 3 meters away but paused. There was another group of shinobi just 5 meters away, about 2 from his team. They looked pretty normal, he supposed. Had he not spotted the metal plate of their Hiatus, then he very well may have dismissed it. Except for the tall guy with the vest, they were probably all genin. The girl looked kind of intimidating, but not as much as the fat guy or the Bond guy that had a kind of crazy look in his eyes, and it was as he was trying to get a look at their Hiatus that Hana spotted him. Naruto. There you are, Gunma-sensei, and I have been frantic. You can't wander like that. Hey, what about me? Aikiru's usual annoyed face had a trace of worry. But that was mostly overshadowed by the annoyance. And Aikiru was annoyed. She waved her hand dismissively and Naruto peeked around her to find that other team staring. He flashed a smile and then froze. IWA Hiatus. They hated his father and by relation him. Naruto pulled up the stuffed animal to get Hana's attention, and it worked. Her eyebrows went up and she knelt down. This is for you, Databeo, he said cheerfully as he handed it to her, leaned over to her ear, gave her a hug, and whispered, There's an IW Genin team behind you. She froze at those words, leaned away and frowned before continuing the facade. That still doesn't excuse you for wandering off. I know, he smiled and went back to Gunma-sensei's side and tugged at the pants leg. Gunma-sensei looked down and nodded. So it hadn't escaped his attention? Well, I think we'll head home now. What about spending the night? Aikiru complained, doubly annoyed. Come on, don't complain. The sooner we get going, the sooner you can sleep. Naruto couldn't help feeling slightly sad. He'd have to go back to the glares sooner than he'd expected. He sighed. At least he'd see Hinata-chan soon. They left the village with the stares of the IWA team at their backs and made it out without incident. Naruto let out the breath he didn't know he'd been holding. They were safe. I really hope the Jounin didn't connect Naruto to Yondaime, but I'm not stupid. He probably did if he's worthy of his rank, was Gunma's only thought as he led his team toward the road back home. Was that? Kuratsuchi turned to her sensei. Any Nin could have told you that had that little blonde been taller and without the scars on his face, he would have looked like the long-lost brother of the Kiiroi Senkou. It looked like it could have been him years ago. The Kiiroi Senkou is dead. He died 5 years ago with no heir. That kid looked 5. Akatsuchi whispered. Demon Konoha. He had a Hiatus too. Their sensei now had a crazed look on his face and Kuratsuchi knew she was soon going to get her revenge for her mother. Sensei would make sure of it. Come on. We need to get going. I don't want to stay here any longer. Let's get to Tea Country and back to IWA. Sachikage-sama will want to hear about this. Kuratsuchi looked to her sensei. But sensei, we're in their territory. Save it for Suna. She sighed but nodded. It would be an international incident where IWA would not have the upper hand. When the Suna Chunin exams came up, she'd have her chance to vent. Gunma-sensei, why are we going so fast? Aikiru was beyond annoyed now. They were IWA. If none of them recognized Naruto, I'll eat my ninja sandal. Gunma-sensei seemed way too tense to be good for his blood pressure. Why would they recognize Naruto? And Hanane had Naruto strapped down to her Himura brothers. He wasn't wandering off anywhere even if she did like the plushie enough to get him to put it into a ceiling scroll before Gunma-sensei really picked up the pace. That's an SS class secret. If you find out, we'd better be in the village. And that was the end of the conversation. No one spoke again, but this time the silence wasn't awkward. It was tense. When the Tsuchikage received the Falcon message, he frowned. It looked to be a message from his granddaughter's team. What on earth could they have gotten into? He quickly ripped it open to read the message. And then he had to read it again. Konoha had been hiding the son of the Kiiroi Senkou? Possible. He was a genin at the age of 5? Unlikely. The team had been spotted in the land of fire? He gripped the scroll until his hands became white. That was it. He was going to smash Suna and then Kumo would help them obliterate Konoha. Secrets in the ninja world get out, and this was a valuable piece of information. Time to call the Reikage. He'd like to hear of this. He didn't like the Kiiroi Senkou either. Team 9 made it back to Konoha at 12 in the morning. No one had said a word since Gunma-sensei had mentioned the SS class secret. So that was why they walked to the Hokage Tower so stiffly. They walked in, placed the scroll among the return missions, which included mostly ANBU missions at this time of night, and stopped their running. Meet here tomorrow at 8. The Hokage needs a direct account. And then Genma-sensei was gone. Besides seeing the IWA team, not much happened. Ikiru casually said to strike up conversation. Yeah, but what were they doing here anyway? Naruto's voice was too quiet. They almost didn't realize he had been the one to talk. IWA is a good 4 or 5 days away, Databeo. Yeah. Hana absently pet her Ninken around the ears. They looked like creeps. She cast Naruto a sly glance, especially the blonde. It took him a moment, but he caught the jab and growled. You know Yondaime was blonde too. Hana's eyebrows shot up. What's with your obsession with Yondaime? You know everything about him. He's my hero. I'm going to surpass him. Look, I have to go now if I want to wake up in time to meet you guys at 8, Databeo. I'm sleepy. Bye. And then Hana was alone with Ikiru and her dogs. Did we miss something? Ikiru's usual annoyance was present as always. He's hiding something. Well, I'll see you tomorrow, Ikiru. Come on boys, let's get home. I'll give you tons of treats. Great. I'll have to deal with my parents. He scratched his head but walked away in the direction of his house. She was running. It was red. There was a dark feeling all around her. She felt like an animal trapped between a rock and a hard place. There was no way out. It was coming closer, threatening to suffocate her. Hiatus sat up in her bed. Thank goodness. It was just a dream, a nightmare. Nothing more. It couldn't hurt her. She pulled her blankets down and lowered her feet to the cold wooden floor. From there it was just a hop and skip away to the restroom and another hop to her baby sister's room. She opted for the restroom first, but when she was done washing her face she tiptoed into the dark room with the silk cradle. Hello, Hanabi-chan. She whispered to the sleeping infant. Grow up strong. Make the clan proud. But most of all, make sure you become who you want to be. That's what Naruto-kun is always telling me. And he's right. Sweet dreams, Hanabi-chan. Gar was not having the best of nights tonight. He never slept, but when he saw his uncle Yashimaru sleep, he felt this inexplicable urge to try it. The one time he had, it hadn't worked. He couldn't bring himself to enter the realm of dreamland. When he'd asked Yashimaru the next day if there was a way he could sleep, Yashimaru slowly took him by the shoulders so as not to cause his sand to react and told him, there is a jutsu that can force you to sleep, but you can never sleep, Gaara. It's not good for you. But it's good for you, he'd pointed out. He just didn't understand why he couldn't sleep. You're special, Gaara. And then Uncle Yashimaru pat his head and gave him a glass of water before telling him another story about the mother that he never knew. Tonight was like any other night except that the villagers had done it again. They'd called him a monster. Those glares. Was he the only one that got them? If so, why? Why did they hate him so much? He wished Uncle Yashimaru wasn't asleep so that he could ask him, but he knew the answer, you're special, would be given. But the way Uncle Yashimaru told Gaara that it made him feel really special and made him get this really warm feeling as if everything was, right? He looked out at the village and slightly glared. What gave them the right to be mad at him? He hadn't done anything as far as he knew. He wished he just had one friend. Just one. Maybe then he'd feel special to more people, not only just Uncle Yashimaru. When the Hokage stepped into his office and noticed the scroll for the C-rank mission, he assumed the worst. Who reports a C-rank in the middle of the night? He didn't have to wait long. At promptly 8 o'clock, Team 9 entered his office with a tense gait. How was the mission? He asked cautiously. Completed without a hitch. Genma replied, looking straight ahead. The Hokage raised an eyebrow in inquiry as his genin eyed him. In Tanzaigai there was a team of IWA genin and their jounin instructor. They got a pretty good look at Naruto. IWA and Konoha are not on good terms. What were they doing here? I presume a mission. They may have been stopping while en route, which is pretty likely. The genin looked young. The old man sighed and fingered his pipe for a good 5 minutes before he spoke again. Train them, Genma. Train them for the Chunin exams in Suna coming up in next year. I want them battle ready. Kumo and IWA are up to something and I don't think it's good. Team 9, you are dismissed. Do not speak of this to anyone. They left the office in a single line, Genma-sensei in the back. Meet me in Training Ground 9 at noon. Until then, he glanced at Naruto and smirked, try not to make too much trouble. I'll try Sensei Databeo. Naruto called as he'd already begun to drag his teammates to the park. Come on. I bet Hinata-chan's at the park. I haven't seen her in forever, Databeo. What are you talking about? You talked to her before we left dash. Aikiru's words were cut off as Naruto gave an even more violent tug. Exactly, Tabeo. Forever. Hinata was beside her mother again, with her sister in the stroller, headed to the park with the nightmare on her mind. She couldn't stop thinking about it. It seemed vaguely familiar. She just couldn't put her finger on what it was. Hinata, is everything all right? You seem distracted. Hinata smiled. No, Okasan. I'm fine. I just wish Naruto-kun was here. No sooner had the words come out of her mouth than said blonde appeared hauling two older kids that Hinata had never met before. Come on, you slow pokes. You've got to meet Hinata-chan. She's amazing, Databeo. She'll be a ninja in no time, just you watch. He looked up and saw her. Hey Hinata-chan. How have you been? Eep. He was hugging her again. She felt her face burn up as she desperately tried to remain strong and standing. Hello Naruto-kun. How was your mission? It was great, Databeo. But we ran into some IW. Her alarmed face prompted him to quickly follow up, but it was fine. Nothing happened. He scratched the back of his head. Oi Hinata-chan, want to swing? I can push you, Databeo. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Her smile lit up his day. I'd like that very much. Guma took one long look at his victims. All right, stretch and then give me 10 laps around the training grounds before you get back here for 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and anything else I come up with. Then it's time for sparring. He grinned. I really need to stop hanging around Enko at the bar and just stick to the guys. Team 9 was very tired by the time it came for the sparring, and they stared at their sensei as if he had gone mad. They were aching everywhere. And it was only 4 o'clock. This is no time for laying around. Get up. Aikiru and Hana, taijutsu spar only. And they were at it. Punches were thrown, blocked, and deflected. Kicks flew from every angle and the two were evenly matched. Hana had better form, but Aikiru had strength on his side. When things came to a bit of a standstill, Gunma-sensei called out, anything goes now. And Hana won, strength in numbers and all that. Although, Aikiru did get her in a genjutsu before he was knocked out. Alright, Hana, rest for 10 minutes and then you and Naruto will battle it out. She rested and then stood up with her dogs at her heels and ready to fight. Naruto quickly dished out 10 clones that quickly charged. He began to get a feel for her fighting technique as she demolished his clones and smirked. You'll have to do better than that. He smiled. Okay Hanane. I'll beat you, Databeo. He rushed her and made 5 more clones. She attacked with reckless abandon and so did he. Remarkably, it ended when he was able to get back up and she wasn't. His legendary stamina prevailed. But Gunma-sensei sighed. It wasn't good enough. What if there was an opponent that had greater stamina than he, or he met a fresh opponent while he was still tired? We'll need to work on stamina for the two of you and more tactics for you, you little shrimp. Naruto pouted but nodded in acknowledgement. I want Hana to spend a week on clan techniques. But no slacking off. The glare got her to nod quickly. Aikiru, I have some genjutsu scrolls you can work on, but I want you to focus on kenjutsu with Heiate for the week. Naruto, you and I are going to study Yondaime. Naruto's face spoke 1,000 words. If there was a topic Naruto loved more than ramen, it was Yondaime. His father, though he'd never tell anyone, he'd promised Hokage Aji, and his mother. You got it, Databeo. We begin tomorrow. Study these tonight. He handed Naruto a scroll that had a blood seal and the word Hiration, which he easily recognized, Hana a medical scroll which she readily opened and began reading, and Aikiru an advanced genjutsu scroll. Meeting time is 8 as usual. Training will end at 5 so you can cool down before you eat your dinners. The Hokage has lowered our missions to 1 a week. The pure joy on their faces at the thought of only 1 drink a week almost made him feel bad about telling him the next piece of news, which means even more time for endurance training. There went their smiles. But loved being a sensei. Later, He quickly shined away, leaving his gloomy team behind. We'd better get to sleep if we want to survive, right? Naruto waved and began to walk away when Aikiru stopped him. You're going to see Hinata again, aren't you? The comical reddening of Naruto's face was too much for the redhead, but Naruto quickly regained his normal coloring. Hinata-chan is awesome. You're just jealous, 'cause I like her more than I like you. He stuck out his tongue at his teammate and continued on his way. Come on boys, we'll leave the tomato to figure that out. Hana left Aikiru in the training ground mumbling. Annoying. But underneath those mumbles was a smile. This team did feel like a family. That Chunin at the team assignments was right. Naruto was the little brother he never had and Hana was the little tomboy sister. Yeah, they were family. Now it was time to face his real family. Annoying. Kurotsuchi was beyond annoyed by the time they made it to Tea Country and their client wasn't making things any easier. He just went on and on about how his luxury foods were so scarce on the road and how they really should take his personal cook. Really? He's very well behaved, he won't cause any trouble at all. Oh, so now he's a pet? She muttered under her breath. What was that, darling? He asked in that annoying voice of his and she cringed. He was getting all over her uniform. Oh, nothing at all. She glared at his turned back and heard the snickering of her teammates. Don't, she ground out. Don't what, Kurotsuchi? We weren't doing anything. Deidara was trying to make her angry. He was imitating that annoying little voice of the client. I'm not in the mood. I already wasn't allowed to kill that kid playing ninja because it would jeopardize the invasion, however, I'm pretty sure you're not important enough. They both gulped and stepped away. Good choice. She turned back to the client. This was going to be a long week if this guy continued talking. Sasuke looked up at his mom as she prepared dinner and then to his brother. Ni-san, can we practice more kunai tomorrow? He readied himself for the poke he knew would come. And it did. He rubbed on the sore spot for a moment and then looked hopefully up at his brother. Sure, Sasuke. And after that we can go to the park. How does that sound? Sasuke pet his head to the side. But we never go to the park. His Ni-sen chuckled. There are always firsts. Come on, you may make friends and meet some of your future classmates. Now Sasuke was excited. Just don't stay out too late. Their mother's voice drifted from the kitchen. We won't, Oka-san. I'll have him back by 7. Itachi called out. Okay, come to the table, it's time for dinner. We're having onigiri, so come and eat. Does it have tomatoes? Yes, Sasuke, just for you, came the amused voice of their mother. Kiba was trailing his sister all night and she seemed to be getting really aggravated. Was it something he did? Oi, Ne-san, are you okay? You seem kind of, I don't know, weird. Hana sighed. We saw a team from IW while we were on our mission. His eyes got wide. But you said you'd be careful. I was, she defended, brushing his concern off. Nothing happened. They just, something is up with the Hokage, my sensei, and my teammate. Oh, but what about the team from IW? That's how I found out that there's something big surrounding my teammate and that my sensei and the Hokage are both in on it. Okay. Ne-sen, can you pick me up from the park tomorrow? Oka-san said that I can go, she just doesn't want me to come home on my own. And with good reason, you're way too young. Yeah, I'll pick you up. Now get lost, pup. She gave him a noogie and he scuttled away. Naruto stared at the many different sealing stuff on his Hiraishin scroll. He'd asked Kakashi and Ai how it worked and the two had quickly gotten down to dissecting the seal. Kakashi and Ai even showed him one of the Hiraishin kunai that Yondaime had given him as a gift for becoming a jounin. He was pretty sure it would take him another week to figure out how it worked and at least 2 more for him to be able to get it down, but he was excited, or ecstatic. That was a word that Kakashi and Ai had taught him. Kakashi and Ai was great. He knew how to put things simply for him, which helped a lot, especially when he was trying to figure out that scroll. Now all he needed was to tell Hinata-chan. He'd see her at the park tomorrow. She always went there before and after training with her father. Yeah, he'd see her after a long day of training. He'd smell disgusting. But Hinata wouldn't mind too much, would she? Shikaku groaned as he reread the scroll. He'd have to go to Suna for the Chunin exam preparations in 3 months. telling his wife would troublesome. Shikaku, what's taking you so long? Get over here and eat. He sighed. His wife was much too troublesome sometimes. You're going to take Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji to the park tomorrow, right? Yes, Yoshino. I'm taking them all to the park. No matter how troublesome it is. He added in his mind. They'll be out of your hair so you women can do all that planning you wanted to do. He walked into the kitchen to find his wife with a wooden spoon in her hand and immediately backed off. Good, because we have a lot to do. And you better not be back before 7. I won't. I know you need this. She smiled. Of course I do. And that was the end of the conversation. Sometimes Shikaku found that agreeing with the woman was the easiest way to make things as non-troublesome as possible. Because things would always be troublesome. Aikuru entered his home as silently as possible. This included bumping into the bookcase, knocking down his grandmother's urn, thankfully it didn't break, and stepping on the cat's tail. Needless to say, he wasn't very silent. His sister was the first one down, her pink hair very noticeable to anyone with eyes, and she immediately tackled him with a hug. You were gone before I could wake up. That was mean. She clung to his neck and he had no choice but to pick her up. Hey Sakura-chan. He sighed. She was so annoying. Yes, sorry. I have to be out early tomorrow too. Her disappointed face almost made him cringe. We never spend time anymore. He rolled his eyes. That's because I have a life. His mother and father were down at this point, and hearing her daughter saying how she didn't have time with her brother nowadays, she glared. Just where have you been these past few days? She asked. A C-rank mission. We had to go the village Tanzaka guy. It's in the fire country. I left a note. But you didn't say goodbye. What if you died? Mom, it was a C-rank. She waved her hand. It's the principle of the thing. Oh, I wish you'd never gone into the academy. That's all Sakura ever talks about now. I worry about you. He blinked owlishly. His little sister, his Imuto-chan, wanted to become a kunoichi? Maybe she wasn't as annoying as he once thought. She was still annoying, but maybe just a minute bit less. But you're a shinobi too. That's why I worry, sweetie. Anyway, I've been meaning to ask you, could you pick her up from the park tomorrow at 7? There are supposed to be a bunch of kids her age there tomorrow and she needs to get more friends. Yeah, whatever. Thank you, Aikuru. He'd already begun moving to his sister's room to tuck her in. Kurabi was glad to be back from IWA. It meant that he could avoid all those curious gazes. And Yujito was here. It was fun teasing her. And she didn't look half bad. In fact, she looked great. He just wasn't the sort of guy to settle down, and she wouldn't settle down with him anyway. Being a female Jinchuriki was never a walk in the park. He walked into his room and began putting down all his weapons. It wasn't comfortable sitting with all those things standing rigidly on one's back. He finished quickly and lay in bed for a good half hour. Why couldn't he get to sleep? It was just a simple plot to start the next great war. Stupid Konoha for foiling the plan to get the Byakugan. Stupid A for falling into the political trap he'd set. Stupid Kurabi for falling for the one girl that could never be his. Forget he said anything. He just wanted to sleep. Niji was practicing his juken in the courtyard of the Hyuuga compound. It slightly irked him that Naruto had become a genin already. Perhaps his exclamations about how he'd become Hokage were not quite so far-fetched. It seemed that fate favored Naruto and he was left in the back row of fate's attention. He sighed, stopped his form, and took a sip of the tea his father had brought him. He was glad his father still gave him all the praise and attention that fate seemed determined to not let him have. He turned back to his kata and began them again. If only there was some way to combat fate. His father had yet to find a way, but he was always talking about how one day he would. Yes, fate would go down. He was sure of it. That was its fate. Shino stared at the bug on his index finger in fascination. Oda-san, why bugs? He asked with that adorable innocence only children can have. Why anything else? And that certainly was the question. What was better than bugs to an aburame? But that still didn't answer his question. But why did our ancestors choose bugs? Shibi sighed. Shino, some things are lost to history. The boy nodded in consent. May I go to the park again tomorrow to look at more bugs? Shibi smiled, a rarity for an aburame. Why do you even ask? You don't have to. You've been going there every day since you were 4. It's polite, and an aburame is nothing if not adherent to the rules of etiquette. Shibi sighed again. His son was a strange one, but maybe the kids wouldn't ignore him tomorrow. Maybe he'd finally make friends. He had a weird feeling. Sakura looked back at her mother as she was left at the park that afternoon. She'd never tell her mother, but whenever she was left here the other kids would tease her about her big forehead. She sighed and hid her face with her hair before resigning herself to another day of teasing. At least Ino-san wouldn't tease her. She had even said she'd come back today. And best of all, her brother was picking her up. He was a ninja, they'd have to leave her alone with him around. Yamanaka Ino smiled as she went to the park, not because of the current company she had but rather because she was going to the park at all. Her mom had allowed her to go the day before, and late in the day she'd met the girl with the billboard brow, and had decided she wanted to see that girl bloom. That was why she had brought the ribbon. When the trio arrived at the park, Ino made herself quickly scarce going in search of Sakura. The park itself was teeming with children from various civilian families and littered with structures conducive to child play. It was near a bench that Ino found Sakura that day and tied the pink-haired girl's hair away from her face. They all tease you because you hide it, but if you show them that you're proud of it and don't care what they think, then they'll leave you alone. Sakura stared in fascination at Ino. The reasoning seemed sound, and Sakura felt slightly more confident with Ino by her side. What the heck? Thank you, Ino-chan. The young Yamanaka stretched out her hand. Come on, Sakura. Let's go play. Shino had seen the entire encounter between the two girls from where he was hidden in the bushes looking for new bugs. It figured that he'd be ignored, but he'd seen that girl endure a lot of teasing and he felt happy for her. At least someone was happy. He turned back to the bugs. They never judged a person on how they looked. His sigh went unnoticed by the surrounding civilians. Kiba had gone to the park excited that his sister was going to come and pick him up, and he had until then to do whatever he wanted. He wandered around the park and passed a blonde girl that was being trailed by a girl with pink hair. He had to pause and stare at her for a moment. What person in their right mind would have pink hair? And that was one large forehead. He shook his head and continued walking around the park when he heard a rustling bush. Now, he may not be a ninja yet, but he was an Inuzuka. Tracking was in his blood. That was not a normal park animal in the bushes. There would have been a smaller sound. And what was that smell? Kiba walked closer to the bush, pushed it away, and startled the boy his age with his voice. What are you doing? The black-haired pale boy jumped in shock and stared at him as if he was an alien. Why are you talking to me? I asked first. The boy hesitated in speaking. It was as if afraid his answer would scare off the only person that had attempted to speak to him. I was looking at bugs. He looked away from the strange, curious boy with red marks on his cheeks. Why? Still shocked that the boy hadn't left, he answered the boy more freely. I am an aburame. We specialize in bugs. I was looking at the different species. There was that transformation of facial features for which he was searching. However, the face became something he hadn't expected. Really? So you're going to be a ninja? I'm an Inuzuka. We specialize in dogs. I haven't gotten my nin-ken, but my sister has. She has 3 and she's already a ninja too. I'm going to be a great ninja. Shino nodded and pushed his sunglasses further up his nose as they'd slid down from all the sweat from the conversation. I am learning clan techniques from my father. But every day I come to the park to look at the bugs. Really? Wow. I've got to get Ka-san to teach me stuffs. Well, which bugs were you looking at just now? Thus began the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Naruto pulled his butt back up from the floor. Genma-sensei wanted tactics? Alright, he'd get tactics. Naruto pulled out a kunai and held it across his face before he made 10 more kagebunshin and had a few of them charge his sensei while he threw kunai to see his sensei's reaction. Seeing an opening, he rushed at his sensei's legs and then at the last minute jumped up and hit his head on the bottom of his sensei's chin, causing Genma-sensei to bite down on the sunban in mouth hard. Ah. I think that's enough training for today. He rubbed his jaw. Go ahead and go to the park. I know you've been trying to get away all day. Besides, it's 5 now. See you later, Genma-sensei. I'll study Hiration tonight databeo with Kakashi and II. Yeah, once you have the seal memorized, come to me, we've got work on the actual execution, he called out to the disappearing 5-year-old. Man, that kid has some stamina. Genma shook his head as he continued on to his own apartment for the day. Meanwhile, Naruto had rushed up to Ikiru, Hana, and the Haimaru brothers. Guys, it's time to go to the park. It's 5 already? Hi. We gotta go see Hinata-chan databeo. He looked at them with those absurdly blue eyes of his, and Ikiru and Hana quickly nodded to get away from those piercing eyes of his. Yeah, Oka-san put me in charge of picking Sakura up from the park today, so as annoying as she is, I have to go. I promised Kiba I'd pick him up there too. Great. We can go together. Good job, Sasuke. You're doing great. Keep it up and you may graduate from the academy early. The praise from his Anaisen made his face light up in happiness. His brother had acknowledged his progress. Come on, let's go to the park. There was a small smile on Itachi's lips. Sure, Anaisen. Naruto had been going to the park at the same time every day since he was 3, and so when 5 o'clock approached, the civilians vacated the park and the Hyuuga matron entered it with her 2 daughters. However, on this particular day, the Uchiha brothers, the sons of the clan head, also entered the park. Aburame Shino remained longer than usual because he'd made a friend and had been convinced into waiting to meet the Haimaru brothers, and Sakura had convinced Ino, and by association Shikaku and his other 2 charges, into staying long enough to meet her elder brother. Therefore, when Team 9 entered the park, it was much more populated than usual. The 2 eldest members of the team quickly cupped their hands to their faces and, with the help of the Haimaru brothers in the form of barking, called out to their respective siblings. And their siblings came running up to them with their friends. Who are they? Sakura asked her brother. My team. He cast an annoyed glance to his sister. But he looks to be our age. This time it was Ino. Yeah, wasn't he with you when you went on that C rank? Kiba had now begun speaking and openly staring at his sister's teammate. Can't you tell? They all turned to Shino at his words. He graduated early. He must be a very good shinobi. Naruto scratched the back of his head and sheepishly smiled. Graduated early? A voice came out from behind them and Shino turned to face the owner of the voice. They all saw 2 very similar-looking brothers and Naruto pet his head to the side. Hi. I'm Uzumaki Naruto and I'm going to be Hokage one day. You graduated from the academy already? Yeah, I was kinda thinking that test was a joke though. I guess Kakashi and II just taught me really great databeo. He's a great teacher. And he makes things make so much sense. Although, when he has me play Shugi it's not as fun. Can you do any Katon Jutsu yet? Katon Jutsu? The younger brother looked to his elder to explain what he meant. What Sasuke means to say is, do you know any elemental jutsu? The Uchiha clan is known for its strong general affinity to fire. However, you might not. Naruto had a pensive look, which looked alien on his face and had begun tapping his chin as if something were on the tip of his tongue. I think Kakashi and II talked about this once. I think it was Futon Jutsu. Databeo. He had me channel chakra into a piece of paper and it split in half. I think he said I had a wind affinity and that was why I had to learn Kage Bunshin databeo. Then you're learning Futon Jutsu. Yeah, but I'm not that great yet. What's your names? The younger puffed up his chest comically. My name is Uchiha Sasuke and this is my brother Itachi. He's already a chunin. Weasel? The small voice came from the little Hyuuga girl standing behind the Uchiha. Hey, Hinata-chan. How are you today? I'm fine, thank you Naruto-kun. Oi, Hinata-chan, how's Hanabi? She looks kind of dead databeo. Hinata turned to her mother who smiled and replied, she's fine, she's just sleeping. Naruto smiled and turned back to all those assembled. This is Hinata-chan, she's my best friend. Hinata-chan. This is Sasuke, Sakura, Kiba, and I don't know the rest of your names. When it came time for them all to leave at 7 o'clock, no one was happy, not even Shikamaru or Chuji, as they were content to just sit around and watch the clouds and eat chips respectively. Naruto and the Uchiha brothers stayed behind while the rest left though because Sasuke and Naruto were in a deep debate on which was better, the Yondaime and all the Hokage or the Uchiha. Just guess who chose which side. Naruto, having these stories as bedtime stories, had extensive knowledge on all things Hokage, yes, even the paperwork, and Sasuke, being born in a clan that held great pride in their ancestry, had countered with his own arguments. I just don't see why you Uchiha can't be more like Obito and II. At that Itachi jumped. Obito and II, was Sasuke's response, and Naruto smirked. Yeah, Obito and II. He was Kakashi and II's old teammate that died in the Third War. They were students of Yondaime and he acted a lot like me. Or at least that's what Kakashi and II says, Databeo. Sasuke was silent for a while. And he was an Uchiha. This had been added by Itachi, and they had both looked up to him in surprise. Well, Sasuke, it's time we head back home. Oka-san is probably worried about us. Maybe we'll see you tomorrow, Naruto. Though they had argued for the better part of 2 hours, Naruto felt he had made a very good friend out of Sasuke. The next day Naruto had gone to Ginma-sensei and told him, I need to learn Futon Jutsu better, Databeo. Oh, and why is that? So he wanted to try this the hard way? Well then, Naruto would have to show him just what he was made of. I need Futon Jutsu so that I have something to throw at my enemies, Ginma-sensei. Something that's not just kunai. And how will you fit that into everything else you have to do? He had a point there. Naruto spent 5 minutes thinking about it before he gave an answer. I'll just study Futon with you, It's not like Kakashi and I can do any Futon Jutsu and study Hiraishin and Shugi at night. I promise I won't slack off. Gunma sighed. He had a dilemma. Let the boy do what he wanted and risk not improving the kid's tactics, or not let him and risk having the kid defenseless except for the Hiraishin. Fine. On one condition. Anything. Kakashi needs to periodically report to me that you are doing your homework. Naruto groaned but agreed, and Gunma led him to the shinobi library where they found 5 scrolls on nature transformation and Futon Jutsu. And of course Naruto, having had Kakashi as a teacher, quickly put his clones to work on the leaf-cutting exercise. He'd have it down by the end of the month. Jiraiya had been in a BRL when he heard about it. War was stirring up? Here, have another drink. He may have acted drunk, but he was very sober. Nevertheless, the image his large waving motions projected was just what was needed to get their tongues looser. Yeah, from what I heard it was like Kumo and IWA were getting more and more of their genin battle ready faster, and they've been way too chummy or something. He took another swig of the sake bottle. So yeah, and there seems to be something fishy about the Chunin, the guy passed out. Well, he'd known that Kumo wasn't going to just lay down and take it, but to ally with IWA. He had to tell the Hokage, Suna and Konoha had to be ready for the worst. Naruto had miscalculated. However, if you asked him, he'd probably stumble over the word a couple of times, as Kakashi and II had just introduced it to him the day before. It had been 4 months before he truly understood what Hiraishin did. He'd mastered the leaf cutting in that time, and had cut a waterfall with his chakra, but still didn't understand quite what Kakashi and II was saying about how Hiraishin worked. It was slowly making sense, but he wasn't quite that good at it yet. He was so frustrated with it that he pulled his hair and groaned. Kakashi and I still don't get it, said Joun inside. Look, this isn't complicated. It takes you somewhere, and then if you don't have the seal out there, you're stuck in that place because you don't know where to go. And you need to be keyed into the seal too, so it's not like you can just copy it out. Finally, the concept made sense. It had only taken 4 months, and now he only had 8 months until the Chunin exams, but he finally understood. Oh. The look of enlightenment on his face gave Kakashi pause. He'd understood now? That was better than he'd been hoping. Alright, Squirt, go ahead, go to the park. I know you want to. And Naruto did. For the past 4 months the group of 9 kids had gone and met at the park, and while Naruto pulled Hinata around showing her all the things he'd learned, Sasuke followed them around and offered his own comments, leading to verbal fights between the boys. Ino and Sakura picked flowers and discussed being kunoichi eventually. Shino and Kiba would discuss the superiority of their clan's techniques, and Shikamaru and Chuji would watch clouds and eat chips respectively. But they'd all begun to come together as friends. Naruto was deemed troublesome because he'd graduated early, but otherwise he was okay on the rare occasion that he joined Shikamaru and Chuji to watch clouds with Hinata and Sasuke. In fact, Naruto and Sasuke were almost as close as Naruto and Hinata. However, Hinata would always be Naruto's best girlfriend. Sasuke was his best guy friend. The two argued like cats and dogs, but they had fun doing it. They frustrated each other to no end and made each other want to show each other up at every opportunity, but it was done with an undertone of comradeship. And the fact that Naruto had already graduated was really getting on Sasuke's nerves. The few D-ranks that Naruto had to endure did not dampen his smugness over Sasuke. Well, I think you're ready for another C rank. The entire team almost fell over themselves in shock. Genma-sensei had nodded. They were definitely ready. Hana's skills in medical jutsu had improved by leaps and bounds in the 6 months she'd been cultivating it, and her clan jutsus were nearly perfect now. Ikuru's genjutsus were quite efficient and Kenjutsu was coming along nicely. And Naruto was Naruto. He'd mastered 3 futon jutsu and his Hiraishin was coming along. He'd teleported once. Yes, Genma's team was ready for a measly little C rank. Oi, Ikuru, do you think we'll run into some trouble? They had been tasked with escorting some annoying little guy to his parents on the other side of Fire Country, and the mission would take 2 months. 2 months with the brat that wouldn't shut up about how he was so great. He was older than Naruto by 2 years and hadn't stopped griping about how unqualified Naruto was. Look, I just don't see how a 5-year-old is going to be able to save me from anything. Neither do I. They all froze. That was not a voice from their party. Turning toward it, their eyes widened, for standing before them was some tall guy in a black cloak with white-rimmed red clouds, that had gills, was blue, and had a mummy-looking thing on a stick strapped to his back. Who are you? Hoshigaki Kisame. Genma-sensei had said this. He's an S-class nukenin of Kirigakure and a former member of the 7 Swordsmen. What do you want? Hee, kids playing ninja, huh? Well, I have to take that brat. Not the 5-year-old, the other one. Although, the 5-year-old does look interesting. What are you, crazy? We're not handing him over to you. Our mission is to protect him, you moron. How annoying. Naruto. Genma-sensei placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder and leaned over the blonde's shoulders, speaking quietly while Ikuru kept the Nukenin's attention. Get the client out of here as soon as possible. There's a Hiraishin seal in the Hokage's office. But I don't have it down completely. And I don't want to leave you. Guys. His voice was trembling. Genma-sensei's face betrayed nothing. It's the only way, get the kid out of here. Naruto paused for a moment before nodding and taking out 2 scrolls from his pouch, wrote a quick message to the Hokage to tell him what was going on in case he fainted, and tied it to his belt. He nodded to his sensei before walking to the client and hesitating. He was worried about his teammates. What good do you think that'll do? The fish freak took the stick from his back and brought it forward with a malicious smile, and Ikuru quickly began a genjutsu. Haha, it's not going to work. He immediately began to SCK Ikuru's chakra. Ikuru had a substantial amount, about mid-chunin level, but the chakra drain was too much. He collapsed. Ikuru. Hana growled along with her dogs. Hana, be careful. Genma-sensei again. One of his students had gone down. Chakra-based attacks wouldn't work. He'll SCK up chakra, you need to use taijutsu, she nodded. We work together. They both surged forward and Naruto was left in the back with the brat that was now curled up in a ball. The dogs latched onto the man, Genma-sensei shot Sunban from his mouth, and Hana grabbed Ikuru's sword before she brought it down on Kisame's. Hana, Genma-sensei. They both got pushed back. Hana was unconscious now too, and the blue freak was about to bring the stick down on Genma-sensei's head. No! Naruto rushed forward, completely forgetting his orders, and created a multitude of clones that took the hit and stopped the blade, while some of the cones he had made had gathered his teammates and was shielding them all, even the Haimer brothers. All around him was a cloak of red chakra that seemed to have a mind of its own. And his body. His body was transformed. His whisker birthmarks were more pronounced, his hair stood on end, and his eyes were slit and red instead of their usual blue. You won't touch my friends. The blue freak brought his stick forward and the red chakra began to leave him, but not quickly, and the freak had a crazy look on his face. Naruto was terrified. He grabbed all his teammates with his clones and the shaking client and concentrated really hard. He was gone in an orange flash of light. Kisame had been given a mission to help raise funds for Akatsuki and had thought it would be an easy job because he wasn't going after the bounties for which Kakuzu was a fanatic. He'd expected a regular genin team. He had not expected a Jinchuriki that could teleport across large distances. For the kid Kisame could not sense the chakra anywhere nearby. Well, that would be his first failed mission since his genin days. Naruto's eyes had shut tight when he felt that weird sensation hit him. He'd only felt it once before, and he quickly concentrated on that seal to get them to Hokage. When at last he opened his eyes, he found many Chunin staring and the Hokage. And the yellow flash, for the red chakra had dissipated, had caused them all to gasp in shock. A mini yondaime had appeared with his teammates and a trembling client. What the heck was that? The 7-year-old client cried out and Naruto collapsed unconscious just as Genma-sensei sat up too weak to do anything else. Hoshigaki Kisame tried to kidnap the client. He breathed out and gasps came out. I told Naruto to get the client out, but he hesitated. All of us were down, and the Kyuubi's chakra leaked out. Naruto saved us all, but ugh, Genma clutched his chest. He was much too low on chakra. Samehada had gotten close enough to drain him of a lot of chakra. Naruto used a lot of chakra to get us all back. Hokage-sama. Take them to the hospital. As soon as Naruto wakes up, I'll tell him about Kyuubi. It was dark and there was a weird dripping noise. Naruto looked around and stared at the weird cage in front of him. The last thing he remembered was arriving in the Hokage's office. There was a rumbling coming from the cage. He got a little closer. Come closer. He paused. I don't think that's such a good idea. For you. What's your name? There was a pause. Not one of his former Jinchuriki had ever asked him his name before. Kurama. What? And why are we here? There was a dark chuckle. So they didn't tell you? Naruto frowned. Oh, tell me what? Why don't you ask that Hokage of yours? The owner of the voice appeared, and as soon as Naruto got a good look, his eyes widened. Kyuubi, he breathed, but Ota-san and Oka-san killed you. Ha! I am very much alive, just sealed away. Naruto's face betrayed his shock. Like Oka-san and Ota-san must have known. They did it, right? Naruto got a fierce look in his eye. They trusted me to keep the village safe. But the Kyuubi had a name. That was something new to him. Did Oka-san know your name? There was a curious look on his face and the Kyuubi once again frowned. No. You are the first to ask my name, although I guess it's because you're such a gaki. I'm not a gaki. I am Uzumaki Naruto, and I'm going to be Hokage one day so that everyone will acknowledge that I'm a person. I've got friends now too. Ano. Naruto looked down. You look lonely. What do you expect? I went from chains to a cage. Kurama put his head down on his paws and Naruto tilted his head. Oh. I'm sorry. Ano, Oka-san put up with you so I will too. The Kyuubi growled in annoyance and before Naruto could respond the sewer disappeared and he found himself opening his eyes to a white-walled hospital room with a brown-haired nurse at his side checking his charts. Ugh. His groan caught her attention and she widened her eyes before quickly leaving as he struggled to sit up. What happened? He asked himself as he rubbed his head and then looked down to his stomach and gripped it. Ah, Naruto. He whipped his head back up. Hokage Aji. Hello, Naruto-kun. Naruto's face split into a smile but then sunk into a frown. I met Kyuubi. He says his name is Kurama. The old man's eyes widened. I think I understand now. Oka-san and Ota-san didn't really have a choice, did they? I'm like Oka-san now, but also Ota-san. I'm like both of them, right? The Hokage gave him a small smile. Yes, you are. Naruto reached behind his head to give his customary head scratch. Should I tell my teammates? That is your choice, Naruto. I can't make that for you. The older generation has been forbidden from telling the younger, but there are still many that know. I want you to know that many think no less of you, Naruto. The blonde smiled at his surrogate grandfather. I think Kurama is just lonely, Aji-sen. Naruto, he is filled with hate. Naruto tilted his head and, after a moment, smiled. Then I'll cure him of his hate. The shock on the Hokage's face was so funny Naruto burst out laughing. Yes, and I'll do it. I think he kind of likes me already too. The Hokage gave a small smile. Naruto was so much like his predecessors, if not a little more exuberant. Maybe he'd have Naruto meet the Jinchuriki of the Ichibi. When Naruto told his teammates about his tenant, he was expecting a lot of things, but he wasn't expecting what they actually did. They had given him a grim smile. Annoying. Anyway, I like pissing off my mom. The awkwardness evaporated with that comment. From then on they trained even harder. They only had 6 months until the Chunin exams and they had been informed by the Hokage that they would be fighting there. After their disastrous encounter with Kisame, Naruto had grabbed a sword and would join Aikiro in his sword fights while sending clones with all the futon scrolls from the shinobi library, and they learned the jutsu simultaneously. He had sparring sessions with Hana and her dogs too, and had whole days were devoted to just teleporting across the village with all the various seals that he drew everywhere. The C ranks after that disastrous encounter had also been much easier. They faced bandits and didn't take as many escort missions because, in the words of Aikiro, they were too annoying to deal with. His days with Hinata-chan and Sasuke team, as he'd come to call him, were shortened, but he still made time for an hour with them a day, and on the off day that Hinata had her sister Hanabi with her, they'd all sit around and have a meal with the other kids that stayed at the park that late while Naruto teased Sasuke and was teased back. So although he did not have a lot of free time, his days were spent filled and he didn't have time to worry about the ignorant villagers. The fact that he had Kyuubi in him made him feel closer to his parents, especially his beautiful mother, and hardened his resolve to become Hokage and cure the Kyuubi of its hate. He briefly wondered if his mother ever had tried to do that as well. The Chunin exams were coming up in a month and the Kazekage had just received word from Konoha that Iwa and Kumo were up to something and may choose to attack at these exams. It was for that reason that they had to be as prepared as possible. Oh, the paperwork there would be if they were attacked. The Kazekage shuddered at the thought and turned to his secretary. Get Yashimaru to bring Gaara here. I need to speak to him. Hi, Kazekama. This day was about to get even worse. He had to see the brother-in-law of his that hated him. He sighed as they entered and his youngest son sat in the chair in front of him. He looked as if he'd been crying again. Some weapon he was. Gaara for his part made no reaction to his father's facial expressions, although most of that was because he didn't understand what they meant. He just wanted to get away. The other kids at the park had called him a monster again. I received word from the Hokage that Iwa and Kumo may attack during the Chunin exams. There was an intake of breath from Yashimaru. He received this information from his student's spy network, which is apparently very extensive. Should an attack occur, I don't want you to completely go over to your ability. You cannot destroy the village. Be very careful, Gaara. Is that understood? The little 6-year-old tilted his head to the side. What was he supposed to say to something like that? So he just nodded and jumped off the seat before quietly taking Yashimaru's hand and pulling him out so that they could go to the park. The Kazekage sighed once again. War seemed to be looming on the horizon. Maybe this was what Suna needed, a way to prove their necessity to their daimyo. That Tsuchikage had made the last few discussions with the daimyo. Things were set for the invasion. The Earth and Lightning daimyo were on good enough terms and had been able to come to an agreement on everything. Iwa and Kumo were ready. They were each sending 2 teams of shinobi. Kuratsuchi's team and another one of the promising genin teams of Iwa were going. The Raikage's favorite genin team that completely specialized in kenjutsu was following with a team that focused on ninjutsu as well, and with the 2 Kage there, Suna would be crushed. The Raikage was pretty sure his brother didn't even need to go, although he would go to supervise his apprentices anyway. He'd just have Yujito, the Jinchuriki of the Nibi, to go along as backup. The plan was perfect in every way. Nothing could possibly go wrong. The time for the Chunin nominations had come and Jounin were packed in the Hokage's office hoping to send their genin to Suna. Only a few would be allowed to go, but they could all hope. As per tradition, the rookies may choose to nominate their genin. When none stepped forward, Genma did. Shiranui Genma, nominate Team 9 consisting of Inuzuka Hana, Haruno Aikiru, and Uzumaki Naruto for the exams. The 5-year-old? Came the voice of a jounin. He's 6 now. He turned 6 last October. And yes, he is more than capable. The Hokage nodded. All right, now on with the other nominations. Where is he? Hana asked and was backed up by her dogs. How am I supposed to know? So annoying. I don't know, you spend all that time in your books, you'd think you'd know everything, Databeo. Hana chuckled and then scowled. Where have you been, Gunma-sensei? Yeah, you were almost as bad as Kakashi and I, Databeo. Do you know how hard it is to do that? Especially when he really tries. Gunma simply rolled his eyes. I had to officially nominate you all for the Chunin exams and wait for the other jounin to nominate their genin before getting the forms for you guys. He took them out and began fanning himself with them, but if you don't want it, then I'm sure an older genin team would love dash. And they were out of his hands and in Naruto's as he marveled at the thought. We're going to Suna? His face was bright with anticipation. Gunma simply rolled his eyes. Yeah, no need to thank me. His legs were stuck as Naruto had wrapped his arms around his sensei's legs and had begun proclaiming how great Gunma-sensei was. Thank you so much, Gunma-sensei. You're awesome. The best jounin in the world. You already knew this was coming. This was just a formality. Stop with the theatrics. You are so annoying. Outside the academy was the newest batch of graduates and their parents, and though some were really happy, they were staring at the weird duo. They were wearing green spandex, had huge eyebrows, and had a bowl-shaped haircut. I did it. I passed. That's it. Lee used the power of youth. I beat Kakashi. You passed in a year, just like I said you would. Let us keep the power of youth. Yes, Guy-sensei, that sounds like a brilliant plan. Let us train until we can no longer stand. Yes, Lee, that's the spirit. Thank you, Guy-sensei. The 2 green beasts of Konoha left the academy, and all the mentally scarred new graduates and parents, and went to run laps around the village. Hey, Hinata-chan, Sasuke team. I'm going to the Chunin exams, Databeo. He had entered the park at a run. Beat that, Sasuke team. HN. I'm an Uchiha, I don't have to. The said Uchiha was having a hard time hiding his annoyance at his blonde friend, and Naruto was capitalizing on that. Yeah, well, you're also a team. He folded his arms across his chest. Poor Hinata had to try to keep the peace. Congratulations, Naruto-kun. Oi, Hinata, do you want to go see the exams, Databeo, if there's a part that you can? Hey, you invite her, but not me? The annoyance on Sasuke's face was shining through. She's nicer than you, team. What did you say? Ano. Hi. Hinata's efforts were failing. I said she's nicer than you, team. That's why I like her better. Hinata's face became cherry red at that comment, but they were still ignoring her. Naruto-kun. They both turned to face her. Why don't we all see you fight in the exams? I'll have to ask my parents, but it sounds like a good idea, the Uchiha conceded. Sure. Hinata-chan. When is it? We're leaving tomorrow, Databeo. It was almost time to go. Kuratsuchi was ready and was simply waiting for her teammates. It was a 4-day trip to Suna from IWA. They had to get going. Come on, what's taking you all so long? I have to get my clay for my artun. That's what's taking so long. You don't appreciate it. The food, I have to finish packing it. Well, we have to leave now if we want to make it in time, you morons. Yes, she was ready. She wasn't so sure about her teammates. The team from Kumo had been heading to Suna for 3 days already. The trip was very long, but that was expected. My back hurts, this is not cool. A blonde, 13-year-old girl ummed. Why do you think? You've got that huge chest, Samui, she rolled her eyes at her teammate. He was so not cool. It had been a long 3 days and they still had 3 more. What had the Raikage been thinking to send them all this way? He'd kept them from the last Chunin exams in Kumo because he had bigger plans for them. Let's just hurry up. Kiiroi seemed annoyed by Omoi. Stop with your antics. Kurabi-sensei, do something about this annoying baka. Hee, you would say that, wouldn't you, Kiiroi? After all, you are very flat-chested, right? Ugh. She threw a rock at him as they continued running towards Suna and Kurabi's side. Why couldn't someone like Yujito be here at the moment? Gaara sighed. They were coming now. He'd been told that the Hokage wanted him to meet someone. He just hoped this person didn't run as well. Gaara sighed as he continued to the park again. There he sat in his customary swing and swung with solemn acceptance. He was alone, but at least he knew that his mother had loved him. He wasn't quite sure what love was yet. Uncle Yashimaru had tried explaining it to him, but he wasn't sure he knew exactly what it was yet. He sighed. They were doing it again. They were looking at him with those eyes. Let's go, Oka-san said that he's the monster. If we don't look at him, maybe he'll disappear, he heard their whispers. They thought he couldn't. They wanted him to disappear. He ground his teeth and felt something in his chest. Was this pain? Was this what Yashimaru was trying to tell him? It was unbearable, just like Uncle Yashimaru had said. He stood. He'd leave them alone for now. If that person the Hokage wanted him to meet also ran, then he'd need to ask Yashimaru. There had to be someone that didn't hate him. There had to be someone that didn't hate him besides his uncle. He crossed his arms. If there was someone that didn't hate him out there, then that had to mean that the rest of the village was wrong. That had to mean he wasn't a monster. Temari stared at the daimyo's son. He was so annoying. Why did she have to escort him? She wasn't even a shinobi yet. She sighed as he followed her around the Kazekage's mansion. This guy was getting on her last nerve. Why couldn't he just go away? She sighed. Yes, that's where all of us learn to be ninja. Well, that's a waste of money, she growled at his words. My dad is always saying that we need to spend less money on this stuff because it's peacetime. Yeah, well, my dad says that things can change really quickly at any time and it's better to be prepared. The boy shrugged. She was really not happy at all and was more than relieved when Kankuro turned the corner. Oh, thank goodness, he'd come to save her from this moron. Naruto stood at the gate with two other genin teams, none of them their age, and sighed. Hinata-chan, Sasuke team, and all the friends that they'd made at the park were there to see them off. Good luck, Naruto-kun. Bye, Hinata-chan, Sasuke team. You want to know something? I hate you. Then why'd you come and see me off? Someone had to make sure you didn't act like a moron. Details Databayo. Bye, Hinata-chan. It was the day before the Chunin exams were scheduled to start, and although Gaara was supposed to be in the Kazekage's office to greet that person that the Hokage wanted him to meet, he was too afraid. He was afraid of being rejected and called a monster again. That was why he was at the park, and no matter what Uncle Yashimaru said, he refused to leave. He didn't want to face possible rejection. So, he stayed on the swing while Yashimaru left to tell the Kazekage. Naruto stared at the village in the middle of a desert. It was beautiful, not as beautiful as Konoha, but beautiful nonetheless. Look, Hanane. It's so big. Yeah, stop being so annoying. Nobody asked you, Aikyu, Tebeo. Whatever, there was that perpetual roll of the eyes again and Naruto growled in annoyance. Everyone seemed to be annoyed under the hot Suna sun. Alright guys, no fighting. But, Gunma-sensei, we're just showing how much we love each other. Aikyu said it with a smile, but somehow that made him more scary in Naruto's eyes. Less loving, more walking. Yeah, what he said, Databayo. And then Naruto was gone, trying to get away from the psychotically smiling, red-haired demon that was Aikyu. Come on, let's check in and then I have orders to take Naruto to the Kazekage's office. Why? No idea, but orders are orders, shrimp. I'm not a shrimp. Hana laughed and the Heimer brothers joined in the laughter. Yes, you are. You're 6. That's normal. Yeah, what's not normal, and is equally annoying, is that he graduated. Stop being so jealous. I'll stop saying he's annoying when he stops acting like a little kid. Newsflash, Aikyu, he is a kid. Hana smacked Aikyu over the head and he covered it to protect his brain cells from further attack. Hana. Come on, we haven't got all day. Is this the one? Naruto quickly decided that he didn't like the Kazekage. It wasn't anything he'd said or done, it was the look in his eyes. It was a look with which Naruto was familiar as he'd seen it on the face of many of the villagers whenever they looked at him. It was a look Naruto hated. Yes, Kazekage-sama, this is Naruto. Gunma-sensei was chewing on his senbon again. The Kazekage lazily shifted his eyes over to the boy. He didn't look like much. Why had the Hokage wanted the kid to meet Tsuna's Jinchuriki? Well, Gaara is at the park and doesn't feel inclined to join us. Why don't you head over there? I'll send Yashimaru with you. The Kazekage indicated with his finger for someone to come forward, and Naruto immediately warmed up to this guy. His eyes were warm, not cold like the Kazekage's. Hello. If you'll follow me, I'll take you to the park so he can meet Gaara-sama. Who's that? He is the youngest son of the Kazekage and my sister. Oh, so you're his uncle? What's he like? Is he as much of a creep as that Kazekage? 'Cause he looked mean. Yashimaru was shocked for a moment, and Gunma quickly bopped Naruto on the head. Naruto, you're talking about his brother-in-law and the Kazekage. Oh no, it's fine. See, he agrees with me, Databeo. It's still disrespectful, Naruto. He's the Kazekage. Gunma-sensei was still in lecture mode. Great. Naruto grumbled the whole way to the park. Gaara was still sitting on the same swing, and the other children were still avoiding him. Would he always be feared? But he wanted to be loved. Yashimaru said his mother loved him, and he was pretty sure that Yashimaru loved him. He desperately wanted to stop being alone. He slowly swung his feet back and forth to get a little bit of momentum before looking up to sneak a look at the kids in front of him. And when he looked up, he saw Yashimaru with a blonde-haired boy that looked to be a shinobi about his age, and a shinobi from the same village as that boy. He tilted his head to the side. Why were they walking with Uncle Yashimaru? When Naruto got into the park, his eyes were immediately attracted to all the kids playing and jumping around. So where is this guy? And what's his name again? His name is Gaara, and he's on the swing over there. Yashimaru raised his forefinger and pointed to the small boy on the swing. There didn't seem to be anything significantly strange about him besides the fact that he didn't really have eyebrows and had very prominent dark circles under his eyes that made him look as if he deserved months of sleep. But yes, other than that, he looked completely normal. He had brick-red hair and, although it was not visible from their distance, green eyes. And in his pale arms was a stuffed animal, a tanuki. But one thing stuck out to Naruto as he looked at the boy. All of the other kids looked at the redhead the way the adults of Konoha looked at Naruto. Naruto felt this inexplicable urge to go talk to the boy. He looked like he needed a friend. And so Naruto did what he did best. He was Naruto. He walked right up to the boy before exclaiming, "Hi, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and I'm going to be Hokage one day, Databeo." Gaara had no idea how to respond to the blonde boy that had approached him and introduced himself. He was still stuck on the fact that someone had actually come up to him rather than the other way around. "This is where you tell me your name." Gaara stared at him for 3 more seconds before replying, "Gaara? Can I sit on the swing?" the blonde asked, and then without waiting for a response to his question sat down on the adjacent swing and began to slowly swing while looking at Gaara. "So, what is your favorite game to play, Gaara?" I don't know any games. They don't let me play." The blonde adopted a contemplative look on his face and then, as if struck by inspiration, smiled brightly, "Then I'll teach you a game." Gaara glanced at Yashimaru and saw the smile there. Was this the person that the Hokage wanted him to meet? Why hadn't this boy, Naruto, run? Wasn't he afraid of the monster? "Hey, why are you hanging out with the monster?" There were those voices again, saying that he was a monster. Gaara flinched. The boy would run away now. He turned away from the boy. He didn't want to see the rejection. When Naruto heard the words of those kids, he felt a wave of inexplicable hate. Who did these people think they were? And so his eyes narrowed. "What monster? The only monster I see around is you. I mean, have you looked in the mirror lately? I bet you don't even bathe, Databeo." And in all honesty, the kid probably didn't. They were in the middle of a desert. Water was scarce. But the kid took it as a personal insult. "What did you say? Oh, so you're deaf too?" The kid was about to leap forward but stopped when he felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up to see Gunma-sensei. The look on his face was priceless. Naruto was very proud of himself and his sensei, but mostly himself. "You shouldn't go picking fights. He is a shinobi of Konoha. You should probably go away." The kid began sputtering trying to find an answer before turning back to Naruto and finally realizing the 6-year-old wore a Hiatus. Sorry. He mumbled and turned away. Gar didn't know what to say. This guy, Naruto, Gar reminded himself, had stood up for him. Naruto had said he wasn't a monster. Why? He had to know. Was this just some cruel joke? Naruto turned back to Gaara with a curious look on his face. Why what? Why don't you think I'm a monster? Yashimaru came up behind Gaara and slowly placed his hand on Gaara's shoulder. Gaara has the sand spirit Shikaku sealed in him. Naruto blinked owlishly and there was a long silence before Yashimaru elaborated, the Ichibi. Now Naruto's face showed recognition and Gaara and Yashimaru feared the worst. So, he would leave now that he knew? Gaara would never trust anyone ever again. But then Naruto did something they didn't expect. He smiled. Cool. I've got Kyuubi in me. His name is Kurama. My Oka-san had him before me but she and Oda-san died the night I was born because Kurama got out. Now Gaara was staring at Naruto owlishly. Naruto was like him? Was he so bouncy then? Why did he want to be Hokage? If you are like me then why? Gaara paused trying to find the right words to describe his confusion at this blonde enigma. Why are you so happy? What makes us different? Because Gaara desperately wanted to know what made this kid so bright. Naruto radiated a light that Gaara wanted, a light that Gaara needed. And Naruto shrugged. I don't know. Hokage was always there and I have great friends like Hinata-chan and Kakashi and II and Hanane and Aikiru and Sasuke team. Although Sasuke is a team and it's fun to annoy him Databeo. There was that shrug of shoulders again. Gaara tilted his head and then looked down. Ano, will you be my friend? Sure, come on. I've got to teach you how to play catch. It's so much fun. All you do is catch the ball when I throw it to you. Gaara's face lit up. He wasn't a monster. Or if he was, then Naruto would be a monster with him, and Gaara liked Naruto. He was fun. And if they were both monsters, then he wouldn't be alone in it. And he was okay with that. Samui groaned. The place was filled with sand and Omoi wouldn't stop poking fun at her chest. She rubbed her shoulder hoping to get the sand off of her sleeve. Stop doing a pervert, Omoi. Kurabi-sensei, why do you have to leave me in charge of this baka? Kirui, always the hothead. Yo, I have to speak with the other jounin. But don't you worry, I'll be back before you know it. We'll gather round Yo and discuss some tactics. He was gone before anything else could be said. Tactics? What tactics? It's just the Chunin exams. Kirui wasn't one to agree with Omoi, but he had a point. There was something odd about Kurabi-sensei lately. Kurabi-sensei and the Reikage had been much too secretive lately. What was going on? Kuratsuchi was tired after their run from Iwa to Suna, and so as soon as she got into her hotel room she collapsed on her bed and immediately shut her eyes and tried to get to sleep. Alas, her attempt was foiled. Kuratsuchi, get up. We're having a meeting on. Nidaime kicked her foot as he said that and got a punch to the face courtesy of Kuratsuchi's fist. I want to sleep. She dug her face deeper into the pillow and Akatsuchi came forward to grab her ankles. Come on, Kuratsuchi. The sooner we have the meeting, the sooner you can sleep. She groaned but got up. All right, where's the meeting? And the two backed up and shared cautious glances. She looked scary. You sure we can't let her sleep a bit more? She's scary when she's sleepy on. Akatsuchi seemed more than ready to agree. Oh, no, you took me away from my sleep. That means you're stuck with cranky me. They both backed away and then Deidara came forward with a grimace. Fine, just don't touch my ardon. It's in a safe place. You mean your kunai pouch? How is that safe? You just don't appreciate my ardon. That's not art. Yes, it is un. Art is an explosion. Whatever, Deidara and I. Let's just get to the meeting. I want to go to sleep. Not until you understand what art is un. Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi shared a collective sigh. As soon as Kurabi entered the hotel room of the Iwa shinobi, he immediately wanted to leave. There were 3 brats in a corner arguing over nothing in particular. I mean really? If he wanted something like that he'd have stayed with his team. At least he liked them. He didn't know these people. Why should he have to put up with them? He raised an eyebrow but turned to the two jounin from IWA and the one Kumo jounin that had entered the room with him before lifting an eyebrow. It's alright. They know about the plan. Kurabi nodded and put on a fake smile. Yo, it's alright. I'll be telling my homeboys when I get back to our hotel room. Homeboys? There was an awkward silence before Kurabi responded, Team. Okay, well the plan is simple but should prove effective. We strike it where they are most vulnerable when they least expect it. What your team will have to do is... Naruto sat on the hotel bed and looked around. As soon as they'd found the room that evening, Naruto had eyed it critically and decided that if that bed had 1 grain of sand he'd get Gaara. Throughout the course of the afternoon, Naruto had found that Gaara had the useful ability of controlling sand when Naruto had tried to cheat in catch by making 10 clones. And once he discovered this unique ability, they began to play catch ninjutsu style. How come you aren't a ninja yet? Had been Naruto's question the moment he'd seen the sand catch the 10 ball his clones had thrown. Gaara paused and lowered his head before trying again. I can't really control it. It just happens. Oh, well then you should work on it. You'd probably be a great ninja. Kakashi and is always saying that if you work at it, you can get it. Gaara had not been expecting that response to his ability, but he guessed it had something to do with the fact that Naruto had his own Biju. No, who is Kakashi and Naruto's eyes widened. He hadn't told Gaara about the awesomeness of Kakashi and Blasphemous. I haven't told you about Kakashi and yet? Gaara shook his head in the negative. You said his name once, but I don't know who he is. And Naruto seemed confused. Why would he forget to talk about Kakashi and Kakashi and was amazing. And he'd never forgive Naruto for forgetting to talk about him. Naruto looked up to the sky before replying with a smile on his face. Well, Kakashi and isn't really my Nai-san. He's the last student of my Ota-san and he's the one that taught me how to be a ninja. Oh, Gaara seemed to pause as if wondering whether or not he should ask the next question. What's the QB like? Well, Naruto's face had become strangely pensive. He's filled with hate. The blonde smiled then and glanced at Gaara before brightly proclaiming, I'm going to cure him of it, Databeo. Gaara tilted his head to the side. Why do you say Databeo all the time? Naruto froze. He actually did that? I don't know. I just do Databeo. Naruto had started to get slightly flustered, but then they'd gone back to their game of ninjutsu catch, and before the sun had set and they were forced to say goodbye. Don't die in the exams, was the only thing Gaara had said, but there was an undertone of panic in his voice which Naruto had been able to catch. Me? Sure. I'm awesome. I'm going to be Hokage Databeo. Hokage. Gaara tested the word on his tongue for a bit before nodding and turning to his new friend. Yes. You will be Hokage and I will be Kazekage. Gaara smiled, and strangely the smile looked childlike on his face and not at all strange. So when Naruto had sat on the hotel bed, he knew that his friend, the future Kazekage, could very well effectively rid his bed of sand. He inspected his bed and found a bit. Good. It was another reason to go see Gaara. Gunma-sensei, I'm going to go see Gaara. There's sand in my bed and he can get rid of it. He made it halfway to the door when Gunma-sensei grabbed the back of his shirt. It's too late to go out. You're in a foreign village. It's not safe even if this village is full of our allies. But. Annoying, just live with the sand. Naruto stuck out his tongue and rolled his eyes before he went to go sit in a corner. Sometimes it just wasn't fair. He wanted to go see his friends. We should have a plan for these exams. One of the Heimer brothers lifted his head as Hana spoke. Well, we'd better stay close. I don't care what they say about keeping your enemies closer than your friends. It's too annoying to try that level of deception. Naruto perked up. It was a new word. Decept what? Deception. Lying. Oh, thanks Gunma-sensei Databeo. What about Hana's dogs? There are 3 of them and 3 of us. Hana shook her head. I need my dogs with me to do my clan techniques. How about Naruto's Kage Bunshin? It's too suspicious. I grew dismissed as he turned to look out the window of the room to the village. Not if he transforms with that solid henge of his. Hana's calculating expression made Naruto get a little worried. Can you transform into bugs? There was the source of his worry. Naruto's face contorted into a grimace, but he nodded, "Yeah, I can. But they're creepy, even if Shino's not a bad guy." Genma-sensei nodded in approval to his team. "Sounds like you have everything under control. Do it before you leave the room tomorrow, but right now you all need to get some rest. You have a big day tomorrow." Underneath Konoha, in the tunnels that housed the organization known as Root, was a particular vaulted room. And in this particular vaulted room was an old man all bandaged up and scowling at the recruits under his command. Things were not going as he'd planned. Sarutobi was gaining more and more support while he, Shimura Danzo, was once again left in the shadows. He was the one that deserved to be Hokage, not Sarutobi, but again and again he had been overlooked for someone else. It was infuriating. Danzo glanced at his subordinates and then motioned for two of his young agents to come forward. One was the age of the Kyuubi brat that he'd been denied. He gave them the order. She was running again. It was red all around, suffocating. Her head hurt, her chest felt tight and panic ran through her veins. Hinata awoke from that strange dream again under the trees in the Hyuuga garden. It seemed so real, it had almost touched her, that darkness, it had almost enveloped her and she had stopped breathing, or at least that's what the little heiress thought as her chest was hurting. Why did she have that dream again? She hadn't thought of it in months. She shook her head as she got up from her bed and slid her door open before silently walking toward the garden where she sat by the tree and fingered her hair that was at that point past her shoulders. She missed Naruto. He'd been gone for 5 days and the exams were supposed to start in a few hours. She sighed and stared at the camellia tree above her. She liked the trees in the park better, but settled for these. She wasn't allowed out of the compound without her mother. She wished that she was strong enough to go to the park on her own and to make Naruto proud. She wished she had as much confidence. All of a sudden she stood and in her eyes, if any had been watching, there could be seen a fire, a light. That burned with determination. She began to do her Juken kata. Naruto stared in the mirror and smiled widely. He was once again the spitting image of his father, for the most part because although he had his father's coloring he had his mother's eyes and face shape. He straightened his hide before nodding to himself and gathering all the scrolls he could find, storing them in another and placing that one in his pocket. Yes, he was ready for the exams. Downstairs, Hana and Aikiru waited with Gema-sensei and the Heimer brothers with the occasional annoying from Aikiru and constant snorts from the dogs. "Okay, let's go." "Finally. You're worse than my little sister and Hana put together." Naruto's amusement at his teammates' outburst was displayed in a raspberry and a smile. "Come on, we're going to be late, Databeo." "And whose fault would that be?" They were already heading out the door. "Aren't you forgetting something?" All 6 of them, dogs included, turned to their sensei. They had blank looks on their faces. "You discussed this yesterday before you all went to sleep." Realization spread across their faces. At least they had the decency to look sheepish. Naruto nodded. "Right? Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." His hands formed the appropriate seal and 20 Kage Bunshin popped into existence and then their hands' seal changed. "Henge no Jutsu." The expanse of blondes disappeared and all around them was a swarm of flies. And for a good minute the flies just flew around waiting for orders that the others had no idea they were supposed to give. "Hide in their clothes or something," Naruto finally said in realization and they moved. "Wow," the word was dragged out. "Your clones aren't that bright, are they?" Naruto shot Aikiru a glare for this comment. "They're smarter than yours." Naruto stuck out his tongue and then walked out of the room before Aikiru could catch him in a headlock as Hana sighed. "Boys." Her dogs gave a complaining whimper at her complaint. "Human boys," she amended. "I love you guys, it's just them. Come along, let's go make sure they don't kill each other." It didn't take long for Team 9 to begin their trek through Suna and to the Kazekage mansion. "How do you know where we're going again?" "I told you already. I met Gaara. His dad's the moron that is the Kazekage Databeo." "What was that for, Hanane?" Naruto rubbed the back of his head where he'd gotten smacked. "You don't insult someone's father, especially if said father is a Kage." Naruto mumbled under his breath and made a mocking face from behind her back and could see some of the insect clones were twitching with insect laughter. Just because I can't see you doesn't mean that my boys can't. Naruto froze at those words and deflated from his high of mocking. Yes, Hanan. It'll never happen again, Databeo. Naruto's reply was slightly nervous. Annoying. The rest of the walk was silent and the Suna villagers were staring at the Konoha. Why did that little blonde look so familiar? That was the question running through the minds of many of the non-Konoha. The thought was at the back of their minds, but it was there all the same. The 6-year-old seemed familiar. "Okay guys, this is where I leave you. Good luck, and remember, it's not the end of the world if you don't pass." "No, my parents will just tell me to stop being a ninja. Not the end of my ninja career at all." Aikiru rolled his eyes. "We won't overdo it. It'd be too annoying." Gunma-sensei raised his eyebrows but nodded. "You're all still young, don't do anything stupid. Just do your best." They all nodded and proceeded into the examination room. Baki glared at all the genin before him. He'd been told to keep an eye on the 4 teams of Iwa and Kumo, but he'd been hearing rumors among some of the shinobi that the blonde Konoha 6-year-old had made a friend of Gaara. Personally, he had nothing against the Kazekigi's youngest, he was just bothered by the fact that said kid didn't have a lot of control over Shikaku. So he glared at everyone. He didn't want to make it obvious that he was singling some out. And once all of them were settled, he gave them one last withering look before looking at the stack of scrolls before him. "Alright, when I call your team, come forward to get your scroll. All the details for the first exam will be inside." The chatter ended. Kuratsuchi was bouncing in her seat. She could barely contain her excitement. The war was going to begin soon. She just had to play her part. All around her were genin that she'd soon fight. The war was almost here. Her mother would soon be avenged. From the corner of her eye she saw yellow and froze for a few seconds before slowly turning to face the blonde before her. Yes, this was the boy her team had seen in Tanzakagai. She nudged Akatsuchi and Daidaranai in the stomachs sharply and jutted her chin towards the boy. Akatsuchi's eyes widened. After a full minute of staring, and Deidara just raised his eyebrows. "Who'd send a kid to these exams, Apparently Konoha does." Kuratsuchi replied before turning back to the examiner as he called her team up. Naruto was nearly bouncing in his seat when all of a sudden he stopped and sunk back clutching one of Hana's dogs. He really needed to ask her what their names were. But that wasn't why he'd suddenly decided to grab a fistful of the Inuzuka dog's hair. It was the girl from that team that had stood just now to get his team's scroll. He could see that she was giving him glances, but he knew why. Maybe it wasn't such a great idea to dress up like his father. It certainly didn't help him blend in, that was for sure. "Hanane," he whispered, and she looked down and nodded. "I know. Don't let it show, Naruto." He lowered his head and nodded, indicating he'd heard her words before sitting up as tall as he could and breathing as normally as he could manage, which was not extremely normal, but he was coping. The Iwa girl sat down and then Naruto's team was called up. Konoha, Team 9. Hana stood to get the scroll herself and when she came back waited. "We should wait until everyone has theirs. He hasn't told us what to do yet." Naruto grumbled. He wanted to know what was in that scroll. And those staring Iwanin weren't helping at all. He was at last able to shrug the stares off when the proctor turned to them all. "In those scrolls there are detailed mission parameters. You have to complete the mission at all costs. Your team must be intact for you to advance, but otherwise there are no rules. When your mission is completed you will be told where to go for the next part of the exam. Dismissed until tomorrow morning here." All the teams began leaving and Naruto looked around at his teammates. "If we go to a closet where we aren't seen, I can just Hiration us all back to the hotel room." Hana smiled at him but shook her head. "Don't waste your chakra. We can just walk. We have a whole day." Naruto shrugged, but nodded his consent and turned to the scroll in her hand before gazing intently at it. "Naruto, send some of your insects to find out what's on the other team's scrolls. It might be good to know." Naruto nodded and then stared at the few insects loitering around until they drifted away towards some other teams, and then Team 9 made their way out of the room and around a corner. "Alright, I'll open the scroll and we'll hand it around, okay?" "Yeah, sure." Cruz. Really starting to get on Hana's nerves today, but she sighed and opened the scroll. It said that they needed to find out the password to the next test. Only the jounin knew what it was and would have it on a strip of paper on their person as well as discuss it with other jounin. Their mission was to either get the paper or make one with the word themselves. We have to be careful. Hana told them all once they'd gotten a good look. Why? What if they know that we're around? They could very easily trick us. So? I already have it. Naruto said, and his teammates turned to look at him with shocked faces. How? Aikiru's skepticism was amusing. Aikiru always seemed to have the answer, but he didn't this time. One of my clones decided it would be funny to buzz in that weird jounin's ear for a while. So he followed that guy around and he heard the guy talking to some other lady and was saying that he'd better get into the mood of saying the password, and so yeah. The clone dispelled when he found out what it was. There was silence. Aikiru got irritated after a minute. Well, what is it? Can't say. Someone's spying on us. The other two nodded and they left the hallway to get to their hotel room. Well, I feel slightly useless. Aikiru grumbled but complied with the team. It was sometimes really annoying to have a 6-year-old on your team. Katsu cursed under her breath as the Konoha team caught onto the fact that she was spying. She was using a puppet. That shouldn't have been possible. She glared at her teammates and was grumbling over the fact that she'd lost the one team that knew what the password was. How did the kid even get it? Shut up, Gorushiro. I'd like to see you do better. And yes, her teammates were laughing at her. Laughing. A 6-year-old caught you, Goru managed in between laughs. She rolled her eyes and turned away. We need to find a Suna shinobi. Maybe if we hide in those tunnels. Goru and Shiro were both shaking their heads. What? She hissed at them. Sensei told us a riddle. We have to catch them off guard or off duty, Goru began. So a pub would be best, we could get them drunk. Shiro ended with a smile as he tilted his head to the side. Katsu sighed at her teammates, the twin monsters. That's what she called them, and they were rightly named. She would have had a crush on Shiro if he wasn't such a prankster because, although the two were twins, they weren't completely identical, and what made Shiro different from his brother was what made her like him slightly better than his brother. Shiro had a longer face and had a much brighter smile than his brother. That was the one and only difference, and she could only tell because they'd been teammates for 4 years. It was their first Chunin exam, but only because Katsu hadn't thought she was ready. And she had lost a 6-year-old Konohanin. She was seriously beginning to have her doubts about her own abilities even though she'd refined them for years with her teammates and they hadn't failed one mission, the goal of Suna. Fine. They set off for one of the most frequented bars in the village with Katsu's confidence falling and falling. What had she done wrong? If she couldn't even figure it out, then she wasn't ready for this at all. Samui sighed as her teammates groaned. With a sensei like Kurabi, it was hard to have stealth, and this was a stealth mission. Why can't I showcase my art on? Because you wouldn't recognize the meaning of stealth if it hit you over the head with a pillowcase of bricks. Kurotsuchi was really not feeling patient at that particular moment, and Daidaranai's constant nagging was really starting to grate on her nerves. Kurotsuchi? And there went Akatsuchi. What? She snapped out and turned to face him. I think you meant sack instead of pillowcase because... He trailed off as he got a good look at her face. I'm shutting up now. We're going to the bar. Henge into older people and try to act like adults. She said in the bossiest voice she could manage before turning around and doing just as she'd said. Her teammates quickly followed suit and soon they had disappeared from the testing site. The bar was filled that evening with underage genin, and in an effort to keep up their acts, some of the genin were drinking all the alcohol they were offered. This led to a very drunk Goru and Shiro. Katsu rubbed her forehead in frustration. What had possessed her teammates to drink 2 bottles of sake each? Did they want alcohol poisoning? If she'd known they were so eager to die of poisoning, she'd be more than happy to accommodate them with a training session with some of her puppets. She sighed as she moved to go to the restroom and check on the camera she'd planted in the air vent. Did it get the password so that she could drag her teammates back to their home? Kurotsuchi smiled at the jounin in front of her and Deidara grimaced from the corner of the bar. Why did that smile look so convincing? Yes, she had hinged into a busted blonde with expertly applied makeup, but who knew she was such a good actress? He'd never have guessed it himself. He narrowed his eyes as she grabbed the young Jounin's hand gently and made subtle movements to follow her out, and Dara had to wonder to himself. Wasn't she 9 in reality? He shuddered. He was very glad that he wasn't a kunoichi. She was back in a few minutes with a smile and joined them in the corner. Mission accomplished. Let's get out of here. Maybe your chest can convince the Jounin to give us the paper? Omoi promptly received a smack to his head from Kiiroi, and as he rubbed the bump that had begun forming on his head, he mumbled about how she was just jealous, and Kiiroi just scoffed. Yeah, sure, that'd work. Her voice was dripping with sarcasm. Actually, they both turned to Samui. He may be on to something. Kiiroi growled as Omoi began demanding an apology. Not in 1,000 years. As soon as Naruto had dropped his stuff off at the hotel room, he'd hurried back to the Kazekage Tower and burst into Gaara's room. I finished the first exam, Gaara Databeo. Gaara turned to his first friend and smiled. That's great, he said softly. He was beyond happy. His friend had come back. Naruto wasn't just playing with him the day before to do what his Hokage had told him to do. They were real friends, and Gaara was happy. Gaara lifted his hand and showed his friend the bingo book he'd grabbed from his father's desk. Do you want to memorize the faces in her and then draw beards? It seemed like something Naruto would do, and Gaara desperately wanted to be like Naruto, liked and with a team that cared about him. And he kept mentioning this Hinata-chan person. He wondered if he'd ever find someone like that. Hinata smiled and finished another round of hand signs before trying the Bunshin Jutsu that Naruto had told her all about. Hinata, what are you doing? She jumped in surprise and turned to face her father. Training. Sorry, I should have seen you coming. Her father nodded but smiled slightly. Keep up the good work, Hinata. You've already mastered one of the Academy 3. You are well on your way to becoming a shinobi. Hinata smiled wider than before. Her father was proud of her. Ota-san, can you help me learn the other 2 Academy Jutsu? Her father nodded but then paused. There seemed to be another question on the tip of her tongue. Yes, Hinata? His eldest daughter looked down. Ano, if there's a part of the Chunin exams that we can we see Naruto? Her father nodded. It was the least he could do for the blonde. He was after all the one that inspired Hinata to work that much harder. Come along, Hinata. If you can show you have improved, then you can go see your friend. Niji had been watching as his cousin practiced her kata with her father and frowned. He should be ahead of her. His father was always telling him that he had the best eyes in the clan. He should be superior, and it was only because she had that friend of hers that she even knew what to do. He clenched his fists and turned to go to the academy. He'd master all 3 of the academy jutsu and prove to the clan that this fate that he'd been given didn't matter. He'd become stronger than the main house. He'd be the strongest and break away from his fate, even with the seal on his forehead. He passed a training ground on his way to the academy and saw 2 green things, punching a log and doing a series of complex punches and kicks. The boy seemed to be his age. Was that a Hittite on his waist? Why was everyone so much stronger than him? Why couldn't he make anyone proud? He moved forward and the Jounin paused and turned to look at him. What's this? A rival? The green wonder that was the Jounin had a smile on his face that scared Niji just a bit, but he did not allow himself to show it. He was a Hyuuga. Hyuuga were not supposed to show their emotions. So he stepped a little closer and shook his head. No, Ken, why was he doing this? Can you teach me to be a shinobi? He had finally realized he just wanted someone to look at him and not that stupid seal on his forehead that said he was inferior to the main house. He wanted to be seen as himself. The man smiled a creepier smile. Was that even possible? And why did he get the phantom instinct to run away? Look, it seems that we have someone else that will help us keep our flames of youth. Yes, Guy-sensei. Let us celebrate by doing 100 laps around the village. No, Lee. Let us do 200 laps around the village. Niji stopped and stared at the duo of green horror. It took about 30 seconds for their words to register in his mind. What had he just gotten himself into? Baki smirked at the group of students in front of him. Those Konohanin had seemed not done anything, but he'd heard from some other Jounin in the area that they had. All right, 1 team at a time, go to the next room with your answers and get a scroll for the next exam. Be sure to hide your scroll as that knowledge is crucial to the next exam, which will be explained by the next examiner. Team 9, you're first because you completed the exam before anyone else. Naruto grabbed his teammates' hands and rushed out of the room with the Hyuuga brothers at his heels. Naruto, Ikuru began with a roll of his eyes. Do you have to be so bouncy all the time? It doesn't matter, come on. Naruto entered the large vaulted room with eagerness in each step. Hi. He pulled the scrap of paper from his pocket and handed it to her. She glanced at it once before handing him and his teammates a sheet to sign. What's this? Naruto asked with innocence in his face. Insurance release forms. He stared at her for a moment and she sighed before elaborating. There is a good chance that there will be deaths in the next part of the exam. That means that you need to acknowledge that Suna is not responsible for any injuries or deaths. Naruto stared for a moment before gulping and looking down at his paper for a good long moment. But then he quickly signed it. If Kakashi and I had been able to do it, then he would too. Annoying. Ikuru paused for a moment like Naruto had before he sighed and signed. Hana quirked her eyebrow. Do my dogs have to sign? The lady raised her eyebrow before she nodded. Yeah, don't want to have a loophole. They were given a white scroll. The team stayed in their room that night packing anything possible. They needed to be ready, and Naruto was sealing practically the whole hotel room in a scroll along with any water he could find. Naruto, I don't think you need to pack that much. Naruto turned to Hana. But I might need it. She rolled her eyes. You don't need the whole world, Naruto. Relax. You'd be amazed at what that can do for you. Get some sleep. I think we might need it tonight. He hesitated but caved within 30 seconds. He was 6, he was entitled to naps. Gaara stared for a moment at Yashimaru for a moment. So Naruto won't be back for the next 5 days because of the exams? Yes, Gaara, I wanted you to know so that you wouldn't worry when he didn't come back. Yashimaru smiled at him and Gaara smiled the smile that he'd learned from Naruto. Thank you, Uncle Yashimaru. He sounded like Naruto too now. I know Naruto wouldn't do that, he's not like that. He smiled a Gaara smile and Yashimaru smiled in relief. Gaara was still Gaara, but he'd adopted some of his new friend's more friendly qualities. You should get some rest, Gaara. Gaara paused. Uncle Yashimaru? Yes, Gaara. I'm going to be the Kazekage. Yashimaru's eyes widened. Naruto's going to be Hokage one day, and so if I'm Kazekage that'll mean that we'll have to talk to each other more, and Naruto said that once we're Kage the villages will have to respect us and will even love us. I want them to love me, and so I need to become Kazekage. But, here Gaara blushed slightly, I need help. There was a thick silence in the room and then Yashimaru came forward and enveloped Gaara into a hug. I'll help you, Gaara. I'll help you become Kazekage. Thank you. Can I see my brother and sister tomorrow? I want to say sorry for all the times they got hurt because of Shikaku and that I'm trying to make it so that that doesn't happen anymore. Sure, Gaara. Yashimaru pulled back and smiled his sister's smile. Your mother would be so proud of you. Naruto woke up from his nap with a start. One of Hana's dogs had jumped onto him. Get off me. He sat up and looked around. All his stuff was packed. He might as well get ready. Once he'd packed all his scrolls into his pack, he headed out of the hotel room. Hanane, Ikuru-san. What time is it? 8:30. We were about to go up and wake you. Hana shouted back. What? 8:30? We're going to be late. Let's go. And he practically flew out the door. Did he just use futon jutsu to make himself even faster? I think he did. Annoying. The Hyuuga brothers each barked their agreement as the rest of Team 9 left following at his heel. No. Niji could be found glaring at the offending duo of green horror at Training Ground 5 that evening. It wasn't the training regimen that had led him to believe the two were practically insane. It was that they actually believed that he would ever consent to wearing that thing. But Niji-san, it's youthful. Lee was holding the green jumpsuit of spandex up with pride and slight disbelief that his new friend had not made any movement to take the item of such youth. I have said it once and I will say it again. I would not even wear it if my life was on the line. But Niji... No. I will see you both tomorrow. And he walked away toward the Hyuuga compound. Lee. Yes, Guy-sensei? I think we have found a teammate. For you. Really, Guy-sensei? Who? Niji, of course. As soon as he graduates, and we will have him graduate by the end of this year, then he will definitely join our team. I will ask the Hokage. That is a wonderful idea. Yes, Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Niji was lucky to have gotten away when he had. They didn't even need to cast a genjutsu for the sunset, it was already there. Ikaru was not the strongest shinobi. He knew that. His sensei knew that. His whole team knew that. But it sometimes hurt his pride when a 6-year-old bested him. He'd been grumbling to himself since they'd left the testing site the day they were given the first test. Why was he so useless to his team? He'd gotten knocked out on their second C rank, and the 5-year-old that his teammate was at the time had to save them all. Then said 5-year-old, that had become 6, had single-handedly passed the first part of the Chunin exam. So when he went with his team to the site of the second exam, he was telling himself that he wouldn't let his teammates take his share of the team load. Now if only he could convince Naruto to let him do something. Maki had been slightly unnerved by the blonde boy that had appeared right in front of her with a smile on his face, a Konoha hitted on his head, and his forefinger pointed straight at her. And did he actually poke her? Hey, you're that lady that gave us the scroll database. Why was he so hyper? He had this ridiculously cheerful smile. She knew that this kid gave her the slip of paper for the first exam, but this was just ridiculous. Was he really shinobi material? She nodded in response to the little kid even as she leaned away from him, what a weird child, and turned to the other 7 teams that had passed earlier that day and sighed. Out of the 20 that had tried, only one Suna team was present, and it would be extremely embarrassing if they didn't make it to the final rounds. Maki smirked to herself, at least it would be fun, although the Kazekage would be really upset if they didn't make it. What a hassle politics were. She took one more look at all the teams. Alright kids. Those scrolls that you were given earlier will need to be given back in order to advance. We need to make sure you're really the team that passed. Your mission is also in the scroll that we gave you. As soon as you give a Suna Jounin back your scroll, the exam begins. Naruto leaned over to Hana. Oi, did you and Ikaru read the scroll while I was asleep, Hanane? She nodded her head and then batted at one of the Naruto clones on her arm. Naruto frowned. He was asleep. I guess I should refresh them? Ikaru rolled his eyes. Do it when we're far in the desert. Okay, the smile had returned to Naruto's face, so let me see what's in that scroll. Hana pulled it out and Naruto rolled it open. Mission: find the specified Suna Jounin with the scroll number 7. You must show a sufficient amount of prowess and teamwork to get the scroll. All teams must remain in the desert for 5 days. Other than getting your own scroll, your entire team must stay intact, and you cannot under any circumstances open the scroll. Naruto looked up from the scroll with a determined look on his face with a bit of a smirk. Good thing I sealed practically the entire hotel room database. Hana and Ikaru rolled their eyes but began to follow him as he approached the proctor from the first exam. Baki, wasn't it? We're ready to go whenever you are, sir, Hana said with a smile as the guy smirked. He was kind of creepy. All right, follow me. And then he put a hand to his earpiece. Team 9 of Konoha is heading out. Kuratsuchi was grinning so maniacally that it almost scared Dura and most definitely scared Akatsuchi. They were going to get to fight with no reservations, and that included the little 5-year-old? 6-year-old? Whatever age he was, it didn't matter. He was a kid, specifically the kid of the Kiiroi Senkou, who was dead, and there were no rules about what they could and could not do. Kuratsuchi, why are you smiling like that? Kuratsuchi turned to her 2 teammates, her smile still in place, and, was it possible? Smiled even wider. Let's go have some fun. And Kuratsuchi turned and walked away toward a Suna Jounin, never really answering the question. It took a while for Baki to leave them. Hana guessed that it was about 11 in the evening, and they were seemingly stranded in the desert of Wind Country, and Hana and Ikaru were too tired to go on. Since I slept this afternoon, you guys can go ahead and sleep, database. I'll wake you up if anything happens. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and smiled at his teammates. Thanks, Naruto. Hana smiled and began settling down to sleep with her dogs at her side. Aikyo, however, was a bit reluctant to rest, but he submitted with an annoying. Naruto stared out at the large expanse that was the desert while his teammates began to settle for the night. It was cool and not very windy. It was nice. To think that his friend, Gaara, could control all of this with just a thought, and sometimes with nothing at all. It was mind-boggling. Naruto smiled softly before he sat down next to his two teammates to keep watch. It was going to be a long night. Kuratsuchi was ahead of her teammates, something she was very happy to say was done almost effortlessly, and was thinking up strategies that could be implemented to find one of the Suna Jounin hidden in these sand dunes before they went after the blonde child. Can we stop? I'm tired. Deal with it. Kuratsuchi, we have 5 days, give it a rest done. I'll give it a rest when we have the headband of that annoying little child. I'll give it a rest when IWA is the ruler of the whole continent. I'll give it a rest when we're all getting the praise we deserve as powerful IWA shinobi. There was an awkward silence after her proclamation, and her fist was still in the air with that maniacal, and somewhat crazed, grin on her face. Yeah, Kuratsuchi, get some sleep. I'll keep watch on. Kuratsuchi growled at Deidara and stared at him. He stared back, she stared, he stared, she stared. It was a never-ending cycle which ended when Kuratsuchi finally blinked and sighed as a smirk grew on Deidara's face. He'd won. Fine. She plopped down where she stood and pulled her sack off her back before she pulled out a blanket and settled on the slightly cool sand. Akatsuchi, Kuratsuchi's voice broke the silence of the desert night. Sit. Yes, ma'am. Katsu looked over her shoulder at her teammates as soon as their Jounin escort left them. You guys want to pitch the tent so that we can get a little bit of sleep before we go looking for our designated scrolls? Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. You never know when a sandstorm will pop up. Shiro seemed to be looking at the night sky with caution. Is something wrong? Shiro shook his head and looked down to his twin brother that had passed out moments before turning to look back at Katsu with a frown on his face. I have a bad feeling. The desert around Suna seemed unusually silent, Gaara noticed. That was very strange, although he guessed he was the one doing it. He didn't particularly like the thought that his friend was out there and might get into any amount of trouble. It was unsettling that such a confident person could be in danger if he slipped up. He'd been experimenting with his sand and trying to control it so that he wouldn't hurt anyone, even if it was by accident, and it was working. Somewhat. Why do you try? Gaara froze at the voice in his head. Shikaku, he whispered, his voice wavering in the pale moonlight. He'll betray you just like everyone else. Gaara shook his head. Shikaku was wrong, wasn't he? He's just like everyone else. The whispers repeating in Gaara's head were drowning out all thought. Why was Shikaku only now taking to him, telling him that Naruto wasn't his real friend? Had he been asleep the whole time? Gaara's fists tightened and the sand around him followed his unconscious command. No, he whispered, and he could hear Shikaku's cries of protest. No. Naruto will cure Kurama, so that means I have to cure you too, right? Shikaku growled louder in his head. It was deafening, and Gaara brought his hands to his head. What was this? Was this pain? Yashimaru. Yashimaru had been humming happily all afternoon as he prepared some of his medical salves. Gaara seemed to be healing, which was very good. Gaara had even made a goal for himself. He wanted to become the Kazekage. Everything seemed to be looking up for his nephew. Yashimaru. Yashimaru froze. Gaara was calling him. Yashimaru. There it was again. There was a haunting feel to the screech, as if an immense pain was being pushed onto the 6-year-old child that, as Yashimaru found as he entered the room, was on the floor attempting to rip his ears out of his head. So Yashimaru naturally did what seemed logical in such a situation. He rushed forward and grabbed Gaara, pulling him into a hug, and whispered that everything was going to be okay. Gaara seemed to calm down a bit, and Yashimaru set the child down. Gaara? The curiosity and concern in Yashimaru's voice could not be faked. He was genuinely worried about Gaara, and Gaara remembered what Shikaku had said. Gaara clung quickly to his uncle's arm. Shikaku, his voice was barely above a whisper and tears were in his voice. He said that Naruto is going to. He said Naruto's going to leave. Yashimaru knelt down and placed his hands slowly on Gaara's shoulder. Naruto is your friend, yes? Gaara nodded in response. True friends, I've found, are hard to come by, but once you have them, they're there for life. Even if he goes back to Konoha, he will still be your friend. Liar. Gaara winced at the words and his head growled by his own personal demon. How do I know that he's a true friend? Yashimaru smiled, trying to ignore the flying sand. Take it from me, I've seen the two of you, and you two share a common burden. That's how you know he's a true friend. Liar. The voice was much louder, and this time Gaara was sent sprawling to the floor in pain, and sand began to swirl all around him. The whole desert seemed to be in an uproar. Gaara. There was Yashimaru's voice. Gaara needed to stop Shikaku. Yashimaru was too close. The sand swirled out of the room as the only thought on Gaara's mind was to get the sand as far from his uncle as possible. The sand sailed across the village and into the desert, the playing field of the second test of the Chunin exams. Maki stared at her watch. Only another hour and then she and all the other jonin holding the scrolls would go out and test those kids. It would be fun to see what that little blonde could do. Her thoughts were interrupted by a tap on her shoulder, and as she turned around to investigate, her eyes caught sight of a large wave of sand that was headed their way. Her eyes widened. The sand had a malevolent feel to it. What is that? That's what I was about to point out, Maki-san. There was fear in the shinobi's voice. It's coming from the village. Maki nodded and looked around at the 7 jounin assembled. Back to the village, quick! Naruto was really starting to regret offering to stay up and act as a lookout while his other 2 teammates rested. In fact, he was regretting it so much that he almost missed the large cloud of dust headed their way. He was absent-mindedly drawing kanji on a scroll when he saw it. He'd looked up with little enthusiasm to make sure that his teammates were asleep. And, was that a wall? Whatever it was coming closer to his team, and it was coming quickly. He racked his brain for a solution as he scrambled to his team and roughly nudged them awake. Guys, I think you should see this. His voice wasn't quite shaking, but it wasn't as confident as it usually was, and that was cause for panic. Hana was the first to wake up, her bleary eyes slowly winking open, and then opening wide at the 20-foot-tall wall of sand coming straight at them. Hanane, what am I supposed to do? Naruto looked helplessly to Hana and then back to the Great Wall, as he dubbed it. You tried a futon jutsu? Her voice was slightly shaking, but it wasn't overly obvious that she was panicking inside. No, not yet. Naruto concentrated hard, trying to think of the right jutsu before his hands flashed through the appropriate hand signs. Ox, tiger, dog, rabbit, and snake. Futon, de tappa. A wave of wind burst forward, but the wall of sand just became wilder. Well, that didn't work. Annoying. Hana and Naruto turned around to look at their other teammate, Aikuru, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. Why don't you just use those shadow clones that you love so much? The only noise around the group was the sound of the sand billowing by before Naruto moved his hands into the correct hand sign and channeled his chakra. Tajua Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The telltale smoke appeared, and in their wake appeared the clones, which quickly assembled around Team 9 and layered to create a dome around them, and just in time, for the sand was upon them. Oh fun. Rescued by an army of 6-year-olds. Aikuru rolled his eyes in the darkness. Kratsuchi woke up with the sand in her face, bleary-eyed, and cranky. Although the crankiness wasn't exactly new, it was simply amplified. And that wall of sand just yards away was not helping her mood. She froze for a moment as the thought registered in her mind. Her eyes widened and her hands flashed through hand signs as quickly as possible, hoping she'd make it in time. A wall of lava quickly formed at her command all around her team and, with the help of the cool desert wind, began to cool into white rock quicklime. She grabbed her teammates and kicked Deidara. He was supposed to be keeping a lookout. And dragged them both to the center, Akatsuchi by the arm and Deidara by the ear, across the soft sand that was protected by her newly built wall to keep them all as safe as possible in the rare case that the cooling lava failed before it was completely solid. What happened on? You didn't need to pull my ear. Deidara was rubbing his ear and glaring at her until he noticed the obsidian rock. Sandstorm, she breathed out. She was too tired from her use of so much chakra. The last thing she saw was Deidara's grumbling face, and that, at least, gave her some satisfaction. Omoy! Kiiroi was rubbing the back of her head. Had a rock just hit it? She turned to see Omoy still talking about his teammates' cup sizes and her temper flared. Yes, Kiiroi? His face looked too innocent and he was the only one around that would even think that something like that would be even remotely funny. Shut up, she snapped as she smacked the back of his. Oh. You know one day I'm going to get brain injury from all of this abuse and then you'll… What is that? His tone of voice changed halfway through his sentence and he shakily raised his hand to point. What is what? Kiiroi didn't bother to look up as she responded, but Samui had and she too froze. Everyone, get the tent out and hold hands. Samui's was eerily calm. How was she able to stay so collected? I'm not holding hands with him. Kiiroi, just do it. Samui's tone left no room for argument, and channel chakra to your feet. At this point Kiiroi looked up and saw the sand and all protests died on her lips. The tent was pitched as quickly as possible and they went inside holding hands and channeling chakra to the bottom of the tent, hoping to keep the tent from flying away. Their efforts almost failed. Gaara, Yashimaru's voice was soft but urgent and Gaara looked up to his uncle in surprise. How could his uncle not hate him even now? The next words out of his uncle's mouth gave him pause, however. Naruto's out there in the desert. And Gaara panicked. He couldn't lose his only friend. He rushed to the window and tried to calm the sand with Shikaku screaming in his ear to do the opposite. Gaara shook the voice away and thought of his friend's smile. It had saved him from Shikaku so that one day he could save his Biju. But that meant that he first had to be able to defeat Shikaku and make it easier for his friend to survive. Stop! Shikaku cried in Gaara's head much the way a child would cry and complain to its parents when it didn't get the right flavor of ice cream. But Gaara just concentrated harder and drowned out Shikaku's voice with memories of his first company-filled day at the park until, at last, Shikaku grumbled and went back to sleep. Finally, relief and exhaustion overtook the 6-year-old that had just had a battle of wills with his Biju and he collapsed into the arms of his uncle. The sand was still flying in the desert. Omoy had nearly fallen asleep during the storm, but Kiiroi's death grip on his hand was constantly jolting him awake as they stood in the tent. He swore that she was tightening her grip, but with all the sand flying around and coming in from outside the tent and whipping their faces, he was silent. And he wasn't in the mood for anything except sleep. Once the storm ended, that he fell asleep right where he stood. When he came back to the realm of the living, he found the tent around him, devoid of sand, and could hear muffled voices. He could discern 2 of the 3, but the third, was that the proctor? Before he could dwell too long on that, he fell once more into the realm of the unconscious. He would later claim that Samui's large chest had taught her stamina and that Kiiroi was too much like a guy that she couldn't ignore the competition with Samui. Kiiroi just retorted that that meant that he must not be a guy, since his competitiveness was so pathetically feeble. When Katsu woke up the next morning, she frowned. At the zipped-up tent flap was a mountain of sand oozing in and sunlight was not visible except through the roof. Was there really such a strong sandstorm throughout the night? They could have all been buried. She sighed in relief. It was a good thing the tent had so much support. In fact, she was quite surprised it was still withstanding that much pressure. She slowly unzipped the tent and dug up to the surface. It was about noon and the storm seemed to have stopped. She popped back into the tent and shook her teammates awake. It was time to go. What is it? Shiro was certainly groggy in the morning, as evidenced by his slurred words and half-lidded eyes. There was a sandstorm last night and it's noon now. We need to get going. Shiro groaned but got up and shook his twin as Katsu crawled out of the tent where she froze and slightly blocked the exit. Why did she bother to wake him up if she wasn't even planning on getting out? However, in her defense, she hadn't exactly expected Maki to be right outside of the tent frowning and tisking in annoyance. So you actually survived the storm last night? Katsu gulped and got out of the way so that her teammates could exit and, if needed, escape. Hey, what's wrong? It's not even like I have your scrolls or something. I got lucky and got landed with the Konoha team. But I thought you were the proctor for the exam. Katsu was slightly confused. Oh, I am. I was also checking up on the teams. That sandstorm last night wasn't normal. 3 of the other teams, all IWA, Kumo, and Konoha, have already given up, and that only leaves you guys and another team from each of those. I was actually pretty surprised. Some of these guys had no guts, and then Maki smirked. You guys had better pass this, though. Kazekage-sama would never forgive you if not one Suna team made it to the finals. Katsu sighed in response but nodded to her superior. And one more thing, don't trust Kumo or IWA, there's something fishy going on with them. They've been a little too chummy lately. Katsu raised one eyebrow, but responded with a hi, as Maki waved and began running off. Ugh, that tent is pretty stuck. It'll take at least 10 minutes to get it out, Shiro grumbled as he rubbed the sleep out of his eyes. Katsu turned to look at her teammates as her thoughts ran away with her. Was war coming? Naruto dispelled all his clones once one on the outer rim of the dome had to tell them all that the storm had ended and sighed, swaying slightly from the influx of memories as the sand that had piled up beside his clones fell down with its support gone. It's over. Naruto nodded and was about to collapse when Aikiro caught him. You need sleep, annoying. Should have. Packed a tent, Naruto mumbled before passing out. You think he'll be okay? Even Hana's dogs seemed slightly worried. He should be. We should get moving though. Hi, come on boys, the Haimura brothers nodded and one of them picked Naruto up. Kiba pouted at his mother once more as he begged for his very own ning. But Hana has one. She has 3. Please, 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 please. No, you're not ready for one. How can I be sure you'll take care of it? But I will. No, Kiba, not today. Go run off to see your friends. Sum was worried. That was something Kiba could tell by looking at her eyes. They were looking past him, and it wasn't as if he didn't know why. His sister was in the Chunin exams, and his mother was worried for her. He'd only been trying to help get his mother's mind off of it. But, resigning himself to the fact that his mother was content with wallowing in her worry, he left and went off in search of his best friend Shino to tell the bug boy about his failure to get his mother to teach him anything new. And on his way he passed many academy students heading to learn how to be ninja. Kiba looked longingly at their backs. He could hardly wait to enter the system in 2 months. It was quite infuriating that his sister's teammate had already graduated. Niji entered the classroom tired and sore everywhere but with a vague sense of accomplishment. He'd spent the entire morning running with Lee and Guy-sensei, as the Jounin insisted he call him, before they proceeded to spar with him. He was slightly better than Lee, but only because of the Jukin, and Niji had to admit that if he didn't get better then Lee would easily pulverize him. He looked around the classroom before cringing and taking the available seat on the corner. All the girls had saved a seat open and were looking at him as if he was a piece of meat, except that one in the other corner. Yes, she had a seat open, but that was more due to the fact that she was the most focused kunoichi hopeful in the class and everyone else was too put off by her attitude. Wasn't she obsessed with anything sharp and was able to be used as a projectile? That must be why she was twirling a live kunai in her hand. That was food for thought. Maybe she'd help him with shuriken throwing and other things like that. He stood up and approached the empty seat next to her. Hello, is this seat taken? She turned to look at him in surprise. No, but I guess you want to change that. He nodded and sat, and throughout the course of the academy day there was a companionable silence among them with the groans of the other girls in the background. Naruto woke up in the middle of the day on the back of one of Hana's dogs. Hey, Hana. Oh, you're awake. Yeah, you guys hungry? What do you think? We can't unseal any of your scrolls. Annoying. Naruto rolled his eyes. You're welcome for saving your life. And with that he pulled out his scroll and unsealed brunch, in the form of 3 fruits and a bottle of water for each of them, and dog biscuits for the Haimura triplets. Brunch took up half an hour of their time and then they were off again, running into the sunset and desperate to find the Jounin with. Scroll number 7. One day had already been wasted by that sandstorm. And there still seemed to be no sign of the Jounin. Would they make it in time? It was midnight and all the citizens of Konoha were asleep. The ninja, however, weren't. Everyone Chunin and higher had been at the briefing. War seemed imminent and everything seemed to balance on the Chunin exams in Suna. And as such, all the animosity between the other shinobi and the Uchiha was being ignored. Such a matter seemed to be so trivial with the looming war. So, the Uchiha called for another meeting. This shift in attitudes was unsettling to the elders. Very unsettling. The meeting began with silence until the clan head spoke with a clear and commanding voice. Sasuke wants to go see his friend in the Chunin exams. The silence resumed and his wife, the ever-present Mikoto, smiled. Well, maybe Itachi and Shisui should take him. If a fight does break out, the two boys could be useful, and you know they wouldn't let anything happen to Sasuke. The smile on her face hid her fear for her children. She'd never get used to the fact that her sons were smart, talented, and would probably get very far in the shinobi ranks. But she guessed the worrying came with being a mother of shinobi. And she did want them to go. Her husband paused, as if something was holding him back. The Hokage still treats us like his lapdogs. Well, Itachi and Shisui aren't in the police force, and I'm quite sure that if we weren't about to face war, more shinobi would love to be part of it. But the fact is that war is coming and it's coming soon. The meeting continued with the usual verbal attacks on the Hokage, but for the most part the Uchiha were glad that they had a higher standing among the villagers, at least for a time. Still, many of the Uchiha left the meeting dissatisfied and Mikoto went to go tell her nephew and sons that they would be allowed to go to Suna in a month if Naruto-kun made it that far in the exam. Kuratsuchi had the team running all night once they'd all gotten their bearings after that storm and climbed up her construction of cooled lava. They'd been going at it until they spotted a team, except that it seemed larger than the standard one. They had 15 people and 3 dogs. Was it the Konoha team? Kuratsuchi smiled that psychotic smile from the day before, except that this time the smile actually scared Deidara as well as Akatsuchi. Come on. Let's go teach that brat a lesson. Naruto had almost fallen asleep when one of his clone sentries woke him up. Yes, he had the insects and the clones, but he had to. The last insect clone had fallen asleep and was dispelled by Hana. He needed to make sure that they, the Naruto clones, were held accountable while on duty and not once they dispelled. So he wasn't in the best of moods, his chakra was low and though yes, his chakra would restore itself in a few minutes, he was tired and they hadn't gotten any closer to passing the exam. What? His eyes were slightly drooping and he looked at his clone's feet ready to fall asleep as soon as it said the word. There's a group out in the middle of the sand, and they're headed straight at us. I didn't get a good look, but they'll be here in 2 minutes. Naruto's eyes widened at his clone's words. The other clones are already waking Hanane and Aikuru. Naruto jumped up and frowned. They were almost on his team. He looked over his shoulder and saw his teammates walking toward him to stare out into the desert before turning back and doing the same only to find that that team was directly in front of them. He glared at them as they stopped and stared at him with smirks on their faces and he froze again. This fear that he felt wasn't as bad as when that blue fish guy had been fighting his team, but it was close. It was the IWA team and they looked to be out for blood, or rather, the girl looked to be out for it. Hello, son of Yondaime. He could feel his teammate stiffen beside him. I've been waiting for this all year. She began to rush forward when Naruto stopped her, desperate for some way to stall so that his chakra could be as restored as possible. It was almost back. Are you okay? What? She hissed. Was that normal too? Because she looked like she needed to go see a therapist, or whatever the word was, the one that let you talk to them for hours on end and vent your feelings. Kakashina had told him the word. It just wasn't coming out right. I mean, you look like you could get some sleep or eat food, and then you'd look a lot happier. She glared at him. Who do you think you are? You're proud of being that murderer's son and you have the nerve to tell me I need help. Well, looking like Oda-san was more to freak out the villagers because they all don't like me, but yeah, of course I'm proud of him. He saved the entire village. He killed my mom. She rushed forward with a kunai in hand and shipped it across where his chest had been just the moment after there was a yellow flash that nearly blinded her. Ugh. Once her vision adjusted, she turned to her teammates and looked expectantly at them. What? Poor Akatsuchi, he never stood a chance. Are you guys going to help me, or are you just going to stand there looking like idiots? Hi, Kuratsuchi-sama. Deidara grumbled in response. She was always ordering them around. Aikuru stared at the blonde, girly-looking guy in front of him as he pulled out his katana and took a ready stance. The blonde gave him a look and then grimaced. She doesn't appreciate my art on. Annoying, aren't they? Silence. HM. It's too bad that I have to kill you. We could have been good friends. I doubt it. You're annoying too. Deidara glared and then began some hand signs which prompted Aikiru to do some as well for a genjutsu. Art is what the hell? Yep, Deidara had been caught in a genjutsu that was inspired by Naruto. Get away from me, you creeps. And he was running around trying to get away from the genjutsu-induced illusions, allowing Aikiru to just walk up and knock him out with a swift blow to the head. That didn't however stop Deidara from trying to blow the illusions up beforehand, and he saw, in that one moment, his bomb fall, unable to hold on to the illusion. He cursed all genjutsu as everything went black. Hana was struggling slightly with her opponent. There was no idle chatter among them, but she swore she saw him growl at her when she looked at him. Was he distantly related to the Akimichi? Because if he was, that would explain his large stature. Not that she had anything Akimichi, they were loyal, brave, and hard-working shinobi, but that didn't mean that they didn't have defining qualities, the most obvious of which was their stature. Although, he had neither the characteristic swirl on his cheeks nor the smaller noses. That was something to look into later. She fell back after a particularly strong blow to her gut and was almost knocked over by a punch that would have hit her had her dogs not tripped him with their tails. Is that all you got? My cousin puts up a better fight. He seemed to really dislike her. Hana stood on shaky legs and glared at him, trying to ignore the pain from the past punch. She was running low on chakra, her breathing was heavy, and were her ribs cracked? She glanced over to her teammates and saw Naruto still battling the girl that looked crazy and Aikiru just standing there next to his tied-up, unconscious opponent. Aikiru, get over here. I need some help. He looked over to her lazily, sighed, and was next to her in 2 seconds, flashing through hand signs for another genjutsu which the brunette just shrugged off. Aikiru grit his teeth. Anything you can tell me about his fighting style? He's close combat, is faster than he looks, pretty strong, and he seems to have a grudge on me. He's an earth type, but other than that, there isn't much to say about him. He's cracked a rib and I have to heal that before I can help you. Aikiru nodded, surprisingly serious, and without a backward glance or his usual mantra of annoying, leapt forward with his katana and began a battle of katana against fist. Naruto stared at his opponent as she reached for him again, and he flashed to the other side of her back. As soon as the battle had started, he had thrown kunais with his father's Hiratian seal all around her in a circle, and whenever she tried to grab him he'd teleport away. He hoped she was getting dizzy and blind. She flashed through hand signs and sent a wave of lava at him, causing him slight panic as it was coming from all sides, but then something happened that he did not expect. Stay still until the last minute. Kurama's voice rang in his mind and he predictably froze. Now move. He did as Kurama said and teleported away. Stay still, she cried, reaching for the little blonde again with a right hook as her jutsu failed to trap the little blonde down. Nope, he replied with a smile before disappearing to her back, finally deciding he'd had enough fun, and grabbing the blunt end of the kunai to bash it into the back of her skull where she dropped unconscious. Thanks, Kurama, he whispered and received silence. But still he smiled. Maybe he was getting through to the fox after all. He looked to see his teammates and quickly rushed to their sides before staring at the enormity that was the last opponent's nose. Wow. What, are you Dash? That's one big nose. Can you smell extra good too, like Kakashinai? Their opponents stared at the little kid and huffed. Look, your 2 teammates are down, so we're going to go. Have fun. And then Naruto grabbed his 2 teammates and the 3 dogs and then proceeded to drag them all away. Akatsuchi stared at his 2 unconscious teammates, one of which was tied up and gagged, before plopping down on the sand and proceeding to give first aid to his female teammate and cousin, promptly ignoring his other teammate. As soon as Naruto and his teammates were 5 minutes away, they sat down and sighed in relief. Sorry guys, Hana said, but was cut off by Aikiru. That guy was hard to beat. You have nothing to say sorry for? There was a moment of silence before Hana tried to get up and winced from the pain in her chest. Naruto, do you have any soldier pills? I need to fix my ribs and check on my dogs, and I just don't have enough chakra right now. Naruto sat up and pulled out his scroll before her, rolled it out and began inspecting a bunch of the seals. He'd rolled out a meter before he stopped and bit his tongue and unsealed a small mountain of a sack and opened it, revealing a mountain of soldier pills that was relatively the same size as its container. Why did you bring so many? It's good to be prepared, Databeo. Annoying. And you've been doing so well on avoiding that stupid verbal tick of yours. Naruto's shoulders slumped at Ikiru's condescending tendencies before tossing Hana a few pills and taking 2 for himself. Isn't that dangerous, Naruto? He shrugged. They're ramen-flavored. As if that explained everything, he turned back to his scroll and resealed the bag of soldier pills and handed Ikiru one before going back to his scroll and rolling it up slightly before taking out 3 more fruits and some more water. Here you go. I think we deserve some, don't you? Do we have it rationed? Yep, and we'll be fine for 10 more days, Databeo. Silence again. Really, his teammates should have been used to his tendencies to overpack. It wasn't like it was anything new. Why do you think they attacked us so readily? Didn't you hear them dash? No, I know that part. I just don't see why they attacked us in the middle of the exam. A pause then, neither do I. This is so annoying. Thanks, guys. Naruto's little voice rang out in the desert and the rest of dinner passed in silence. Once they had all finished eating and Hana was all healed up, Naruto created a couple more clones and set them to sentry duty. He smiled at his teammates and with a good night and a smile he plopped down on a blanket and fell right to sleep. The next day found Katsu and her teammates rushing across the desert hoping to find their Jounin, the one with scroll 2, and as there wasn't much in the form of fun, Shiro had taken to pestering Katsu about what she did in her free time. I mean, really, you can't just play with those dolls all day, dash. They're puppets. He continued as if she hadn't interrupted. There has to be something else you do. She sighed and shot Goru a glare. He was cheering his brother on from the side by nodding to each and every question. That type of encouragement wasn't going to stop the questions anytime soon, and she was so tired of them. She was desperately trying to ignore Shiro, but every time she tried to tune him out he'd grab her shoulder. Why did he do that? Did he know what that did to her heart? And would proceed to stare her in the eye and tell her that she needed to get out more often. Honestly, Shiro, I'm perfectly happy training to be a shinobi. Her voice was flat from all the repetition of the same phrase and had a little bit of annoyance laced in it as well. But that can't be all you do all day. Okay, now he was just doing it to annoy her. I eat, I train, and I sleep. What more is there to do in this village? Shiro got an infuriating smirk on his face. You could date. I mean, really, Goru and I have never seen you actually, She smacked the back of his head. Silence. She almost liked it better when he was spouting out nonsense about her personal life. Her eyes squinted to the west, opposite the rising sun, and she frowned. Someone's over there. I'd say about 2 minutes. You think that's the Jounin that has scroll number 2? Shiro asked, coming up right behind her and speaking into her ear. She froze. He was doing it on purpose. She turned her head to the side, keeping her eyes fixed to the figure on the horizon. Possibly. Oh, get a room, you two. Goru complained and Shiro quickly stepped back and Katsu raised one eyebrow. She may have appeared perfectly calm on the outside, but she was panicking inside. Why did he have to get so close? And why on earth had Goru stopped it? She was conflicted. But her attention turned back to the approaching figure. It was not time to get distracted. Approaching them at shinobi speeds was Asuna Jounin and he looked to be smirking at them. It wasn't long before he was right there in front of them and smirking. Hello. You Akane's team? Goru nodded and the Jounin smirked before getting into a taijutsu stance with which none of them were familiar as Katsu got out her 3 puppets and both Goru and Shiro went back to back ready and with cloth and knives in their hands. You got scroll number 2? Goru asked and, smirk still in place, the Jounin nodded and looked Katsu up and the name's Akio. The smirk never left the Jounin's face and Katsu shivered. He was really starting to creep her out, and then he smiled. I'm just messing with you guys. But seriously, you have to come at me with everything you have. I'm not letting you have this scroll so easily. And then he pulled out 10 shuriken, 5 in each hand, in between his knuckles, and launched them at the Chunin hopefuls. Katsu pulled her hands back, her puppets moving with her, and quickly blocked them all, actually launching the shuriken back. Looks like you know how to use those dolls of yours. She glared. They're puppets, and I don't see you insulting my teammates even though they're the ones playing with clothes. Ah, but those pieces of cloth can be taken as dash. His mouth was covered by Shiro's cloth and a kunai, held by Goru, was at his neck. Don't talk, it'll only distract you. Thank you very much for this scroll, but we really need to get going. So, we'll see you once this exam is over. Bye. And then the twins pulled away, leaving the jounin tied up and gagged before Shiro took Katsu's hand and they all ran off into the desert. Katsu looked to her teammates once again. They were so much stronger than her. All those years, when they'd been chunin level and she had been striving for it, they'd been training. She'd never be able to catch up to them, would she? She sealed up her puppets, while not losing the rhythm of the monotonous running, and frowned. She would always be a burden on her teammates. Omoi stared at his teammates. They slept the entire first day of the exam at the suggestion of the proctor and had run around trying to find the jounin with scroll number 4 on the second day. It wasn't until the afternoon of the third day, though, that they were actually met with human contact, a jounin of Suna. The grinned. He pulled out a sword without introducing himself and glanced at all the sharp edges of all of theirs before casting a genjutsu that made them all think they were in one of Fire Country's forests. Kai! Samui said softly, but for her it could be classified as loud, and her vision reverted to normal just in time for her to block the sword. Not too bad, he conceded before he continued to attack her. Her teammates were out of the genjutsu by that time, and they entered the fight, hoping to overwhelm him and trying to cover each other's backs, but he just parried and dodged every blow. He was too good, damn it. They must have been fighting for 10 minutes when it finally seemed that Kiiroi had made a hit. But no. He just ducked under her swipe and twisted his body to end up behind her ready to hit the back of her head with the pommel of his sword. But all of a sudden he stopped and smiled. Good job, you're chunin level when it comes to sword fighting. Here's the scroll, have fun. And then he was gone, running away and leaving the scroll in Samui's hand, and there was silence for a full 10 minutes after the jounin had faded from their sight. And then Omoi began talking again. Well, looks like we're done. Omoi should have stopped there, but he continued. He must have taken a liking to Samui's assets. He really should have stopped while he was ahead. Baka! Kiiroi hit him over the head with the flat side of her sword as she glared at him. Sometimes she swore he was a glutton for punishment. Kurotsuchi woke up slowly at first, a flutter of an eyelid here, a groan as the pain began to make itself known there, and then she sat up in the same manner, trying to ignore the pain at the back of her head while bending her back to get into an upright position. Dara, however, woke up all at once and began cursing anything that had anything to do with genjutsu. What happened? She warily asked Akatsuchi, the only one of her teammates that looked as if he hadn't spent the evening unconscious. You were knocked out by a 6-year-old. What? Her voice echoed across the desert, and Dara wondered just how it was possible for her to scream so loudly and not crack her voice. The day had been relatively quiet for Naruto and company. They had run farther away from the IWA team as soon as they woke up and had only stopped running once the sun had set again, and since it was the beginning of February, the days were getting longer even if the nights were still ridiculously long. Oi, Hanane, we have to find that jounin tomorrow, don't we? Hi, tomorrow we need that scroll, and then the day after that, we have to be back in the village. Okay. Neither one of his teammates had mentioned what the IWA team had said about Naruto's father, and he was grateful for that. It just wasn't something he wanted to talk about while in the middle of an exam. But he could somehow feel their curiosity, and it was eating away at his conscience. He sighed as he settled in for the night and wrapped himself in blankets, yawning. He'd explain later. And with that, the world disappeared. Maki was not the stereotypical Suna jounin. She believed that as long as the entire team remained intact at the end of a mission, it was okay. Maybe that was why she clashed with so many people, including the Kazekage. But it was a fact. Underneath that aloof exterior was someone that worried constantly. She worried about her family getting back from their missions in one piece, and she worried about her friends. She had stopped voicing her opinions years ago, but they were still there. She had become a jounin so she could protect all those weaker than her. So, when she saw the entire Konoha team sleeping peacefully, about a mile away from her position, she paused. What if these kids weren't ready? What about their families? Surely the 6-year-old's parents would cry and cry for their little bundle of sunshine. She knew there was a possibility for death in the exams. She'd had them sign the release forms after all, but it was so close to the end of the exam that she'd half expected them to have given up. All right, kids. The blonde jolted awake and scrambled up, waking up his teammates with nudges to their gut. Time to see if you can take this scroll. Should be fun. There was confusion on the child's face, as if he wasn't expecting her. You're the proctor Nidaime. Yep, and I have scroll number 7, so if we're done chit-chatting, I'd like to get this over with and done. Naruto frowned but shrugged, pulling out a few of his Hiraishin kunai and tossing them across the desert, to which she just raised an eyebrow. Ikuru sleepily commented his trademark, annoying, as he pulled out his katana and began casting a genjutsu while Hana pulled a couple of Naruto's ramen-flavored soldier pills and tossed them to her dogs. Alright, you guys done getting ready? Maki was getting slightly impatient. She already didn't like fighting the little kids, even if it would be fun. She just hoped she didn't kill the little brat. Naruto nodded and Maki leapt forward, straight at the blonde, and was shocked when he disappeared with a yellow flash. Was that how he had made it through so far? She smiled. This would be fun, and that kid would probably get the scroll before the fight was over. She smiled as she got out her own cloth for cloth binding and the dogs leaped at her, ready to tear out her neck. She quickly bound all the dogs together before turning to face the rest of the Konoha team. Hi Maru. Hana called out to all her dogs and rushed toward them trying to pry the cloth off of them, hoping to get them out of it before it squeezed her boys to death. She glared at Maki as nothing she did for them made any effect. It won't work. My chakra strengthens it. You'd better stop me before they suffocate. Naruto, who had been trying to find a way to beat this lady, was behind her, a few feet away, when it suddenly hit him, Futon Jutsu at close range with his Hiraishin seals. He threw a kunai at her feet and began the hand sequence for a Futon de Tappa before quickly teleporting and performing the jutsu at close range with as much chakra as he could manage. Maki didn't know what had happened. All she knew was that she was dizzy and someone was taking the scroll and had a kunai to her neck. Let the Heimer brothers go Nidaime, the little blonde shouted, and when she looked at him she saw that he was actually worried about his teammates' dogs and looked fierce. A little bit of red was seeping into his eyes, which had become slits. She quickly released the jutsu and he removed the kunai from her neck, allowing her to get up and rub it, eyeing him warily. Good job, she praised hesitantly and then smiled as if nothing had even happened, even though inside she was slightly unnerved, and waved. Now you have to keep that until tomorrow evening. Have fun. And then she was gone, running back across the desert. What had just happened? As Maki left, she grinned. That had been fun, even if she was still slightly disoriented and trying to remember. Why that jutsu of that kid's was so familiar. Kuratsuchi growled at her teammates as they continued across the desert. She was still a bit sore about the fact that a 6-year-old was able to knock her out. The humiliation. It was embarrassing. She scowled before pumping chakra into her feet and rushed forward trying to run away from the humiliation. It was almost too much to bear. She needed to vent her frustration somehow. It was nighttime in the desert of Wind Country and the wind was not as rough as usual. Not that that meant anything. Baki was still wary of the foreign teams. So as he saw them on the horizon, and he knew it was them as the tall, rather large one was running behind his teammates. They spotted him, but didn't say anything. It was as if they'd been waiting for him, and in a way they had. He smirked at them. They were just genin. What hope did they have against him? He began a futon jutsu and threw a wind blade at them. They immediately countered with a wall of lava. Well, he was anxious to get home, but maybe he'd play with these kids. He got into a taijutsu stance as he readied himself for an attack. They came at him from all sides and his jounin instincts, that he'd spent years perfecting, kicked into action. He blocked the punch from the blonde and met the kick of the girl with his own, backing away from the uppercut aimed at his head. Man, these kids had great teamwork. He zipped through hand signs faster than the genin could see and wind pushed them all away. All right, he smirked at the little genin. You've got me interested, they smirked in satisfaction, so you can have the scroll. Be back in the village at sundown tomorrow. Any sooner or later, and you are disqualified. What? The girl looked ready to spontaneously combust. Yep, you've satisfied me for now, and then he was gone. Ugh, this is so frustrating. Kratsuchi scowled at the jounin as he disappeared too quickly for them to follow. Naruto stared at the horizon. Night was starting to fall, and they had to get back to the village by the next day or they wouldn't even be able to pass. He frowned. He was so tired, but on the horizon was another team. He was really getting sick of this. He missed the trees of Fire Country. He sighed in frustration. All this sand was getting to him. It was under his clothes, scraping at his skin and rubbing him in all the wrong places. What he needed was a nice long bath. Yep, as soon as he got back to Suna, he'd rub himself down with water and get a sponge bath. Maybe he could get Gaara to remove all the sand. That was a nice thought. He looked up at the team that stopped in front of his team and stared at them with his big blue eyes. Hello. You're not going to attack us like the IWA team, are you? The words were out of his mouth before anyone could say anything else. When the two root agents reached their destination, they didn't go immediately in. The elder looked to his teammate expectantly. And the little teammate drew a series of rats that immediately became lifelike and began scouting out the surrounding area. The mission had been simple, and had the two been better trained, they would not have thought twice about the fact that it was so odd to be infiltrating an IWA base when they were not quite hostile. But what did they know? They did, after all, seem slightly tensed, even a bit excited. This was disturbing. Danzo-sama needed to be informed right away. Katsu woke up the next morning with a grimace. The little kid's words had unnerved her. First, Maki had told them not to trust IWA or Kumo, saying nothing about Konoha, and then they found out that IWA had attacked the Konoha team. This was really not the best of news, but there wasn't much they could do about it. So, she sat up and looked around the tent to find the blonde kid staring at her. What? You know you sleep funny. She lifted an eyebrow at that. Really? And how's that? You sleep on your back and then in the middle of the night you sit up and throw off the covers off before you lay back down again. She looked down and saw that yes, the covers weren't there before she sighed and got up to begin packing. Come on, we've got to hurry up if we want to get back to the village by nightfall. And then it was as if his entire face had changed. The blonde smiled and jumped up with such enthusiasm that he must have taken 5 soldier pills. Okay, maybe that was exaggerating slightly, but honestly, that wasn't normal. Okay. The next thing she knew, everyone was awake and the tent was packed away as they all rushed across the desert. Good, she needed to speak to her superiors. The Hokage smiled as his clone placed the last of the paperwork into the large pile and picked up his pipe before looking out the window. And jumping back as his student jumped through it. Sensei, he's at the Chunin exams right now, isn't he? The old man smiled. Yes. Then he adopted a more serious look. It would be best if you were there. What? Of course I will. I've got to get that kid up to shape if he makes it to the final round and then dash. Remember the situation, Jiraiya. There aren't going to be hot springs in Suna, you need to stay focused. A pause and then a nod indicated he understood the seriousness of the situation. I'll watch over him. And then he was gone, launched from the windowsill and on his way to Sunagakure. Kratsuchi groaned as she ran back the village that they were going to be attacking soon. She hated to admit it, but she was tired, hungry, and thirsty. Oh, she was so thirsty. She frowned. When would they get back? She shook her head. That didn't matter, just as long as she was able to get back and take a nice long cool shower to wash away this grime and this feeling of sweat coating her skin. Omoi sighed, sometimes annoying Kiiroi and commenting on Samui's assets, as nice as they were, got tiring. He sighed as he continued to rummage through his bags, looking for that annoying and elusive water bottle. Had it fallen? He didn't even want to think about that happening. He shook his head and continued searching through the bag. Come on, Omoi. We need to get going. He sighed as Kiiroi screamed across the desert, a good 50 feet away before he struggled to his feet and swung his bag onto his back. He'd have to go thirsty for now. By nightfall, Naruto was getting nervous. What if they didn't make it in time? Would they be disqualified? But then, just as the sun finished setting and the sun's rays could still be seen over the horizon, the village sprung up among the sand dunes. And Naruto was very glad they had the Suna team with them. They'd had a nice tent and were not averse to sharing supplies, as long as he did the same. The fact that IWA had attacked them had seemed to alarm them slightly, but it didn't really matter all that much to Naruto. He was absolutely sure that they'd attacked him for who his father was and for no other reason. But then, why had they reacted the way they had? Oh well, he had plenty of time to think about that later. Right now he wanted to see how Gaara was dealing. Of course, he wished Hinata-chan were there too, but he just needed to wait. She'd come soon. Right? Of course, right? The Kazekage looked at the 4 teams critically. There were 4 teams, just enough to allow them through to the finals without preliminary matches. What a shame, he'd actually been looking forward to seeing what the blonde child that had become his son's friend could do. Ah well, he only had to wait another month. Oh yes, he'd seen the change in his son the past few days. He'd been slightly subdued since the sandstorm, but he also looked slightly healthier. And according to his brother-in-law, Gaara even understood the concept of love thanks to that child. He hadn't bothered to stay and listen to the explanation, but it was enough for him to acknowledge that his son was getting better. And it was all thanks to that child. Now if only the child could convince their daimyo to give them more funding. He'd never have even entertained the thought unless the child hadn't done what he had believed to be impossible. Anyway, he looked at all the different Chunin hopefuls and began speaking. The true reason for these exams is to act as a substitute for war. A few murmurings from the elder genin, but not the blonde, the next part in particular, as not only will shinobi from all over the world be seeing you, but so will the daimyo. You have a month to prepare for the final part of the exam. It will be tournament style and you will know who your opponents are by picking a name out of the bag. He gave the signal with his left hand and Maki walked forward holding a sackcloth, allowing all of them to grab a number. Say your number and we'll record it. Naruto was slightly nervous as he stood next to the large guy from the IWA team. They'd given no indication that they had even registered he was there, and that was slightly worrying. They had to planning something. He shook his head as the sack of numbers was given to him. 11. He had no idea what it meant, and was pretty sure the others didn't either, but told them the number before he returned to surveying the teams that passed. He knew the IWA Psychos and the Suna team, but there was another one that looked just as unapproachable as Kakashi and II. But he brightened up when he saw Gaara's uncle, Yesa's something. Whatever his name was recording their numbers. Hello, I am Yashimaru, and I will be the proctor for the final exam. Yashimaru. That's what it was. Hey, Yashimaru-sen, what were those numbers for? Those were to figure out who you will fight. Oh, okay. Yashimaru's lips twitched, wanting to smile, but he schooled his face. The matches will be Kuratsuchi of IWA versus Shiro of Suna, Inazuka Hana versus Omoi of Kumo, Haruno Ikuru versus Deidara of IWA, Katsu of Suna versus Karui of Kumo, Samui of Kumo versus Akatsuchi of IWA, and Uzumaki Naruto versus Goru of Suna. Naruto grimaced. He honestly didn't want to fight the guy that he'd met the day before. In fact, he liked the group from Suna, particularly the twins. They were funny. He sighed but nodded at Yashimaru-san. Any questions? Yashimaru looked to them all with a pleasant smile on his face. None. Silence. Okay. There is a stadium just behind the Kazekage building and you need to be standing inside the arena by 900 hours sharp, exactly a month from now, or you will be disqualified. Good luck. And then he waved and turned to the Kazekage that simply nodded and turned beginning to walk away. Naruto, as ever slightly confused at the abruptness of it all, turned to his teammates. That's it? There has to be more. Ikuru sighed and rubbed his forehead. There is more, you annoyance. It's in a month. The blonde frowned for a moment before shrugging and running out of the room, hoping to find Gaara before it got too late. The team from Suna, seeing the blonde's disappearance, approached his teammates and Shiro, the ever-tactful one, bluntly asked, "How does he still have so much energy?" Shaking her head in amusement, Hana chuckled and rubbed the Heimer brothers' heads before smiling and replying, "We're honestly not quite sure, he just does," because they didn't know if it was natural or from the QB, and it was just easier to leave that out. Oh. Well, we'd better be getting home soon. Our moms will want to know that we're not dead. Goru announced much too cheerily for such a morbid thought. Hana smiled. Yeah, well, my mom won't know for a few more days. I'd better go find Naruto before he does something that'll get him into trouble. Come on, Aikiru. Yeah. Annoying. The Suna team snickered behind their backs with amusement. Kuratsuchi glared at her teammates, and then at the disappearing figure of the blonde. If any one of you has the chance, kill him. Thought. You wanted. I know, but honestly, I just want him dead. Her teammates believed her. There was a steel in her eyes. There was a moment of silence as all the other teams left and Deidara was beginning to get slightly nervous with the inactivity. So, once everyone had left, he flung an arm over her shoulders and announced, well, then, let's get training. And then everything seemed fine, because they were in this together, and they were going to make Konoha pay for what they did to IW. Gaara had been waiting in his room when Naruto came bursting and bubbling with excitement at his success. But Gaara didn't respond. He kept a mask, for what would Naruto say when he found out that that sandstorm had been his fault? He'd hate him. Or not. But the suspense was making him nervous. And Gaara did not do nervous. Nevertheless, he was toughing it out and waiting anxiously to make sure that Naruto was okay, and, more importantly, alive. So, Gaara did not respond, because he found out what he'd wanted to know. His only friend in the world was alive, despite Shikaku's efforts to prove otherwise. Hey Gaara, are you listening? And then there was this huge sandstorm and my wind jutsu did nothing against it. I had to make clones and they covered my entire team. Hey Gaara, I don't think you are listening. Gaara turned to face his friend and took a deep breath, shut his eyes, and opened his mouth. I caused the sandstorm. There was silence and then, really, what happened? There was only curiosity in the blonde's voice, and Gaara looked up, slightly relieved and strangely not surprised. Shikaku said that you weren't my friend, that you were going to leave me. Gaara smiled slightly. I told him that since you were curing Kurama, I would cure him. Naruto smiled at that. That's great. We can work together on. His exclamation was cut short by a yawn and Naruto's eyes suddenly drooped. Oh no, Gaara, I'm tired, so I'm going to go to sleep. Do you mind if I stay here tonight? I don't feel like walking back to the hotel, but I had wanted to tell you that. And Naruto was out, leaving Gaara with an unconscious blonde on his bed, snoring. So, maybe it hadn't been the best of ideas to send two children out to an IWA outpost without a completely detailed mission. En route, when a team is sent out to scout out an enemy outpost, they are expected to annihilate said outpost. The problem had been that there had been no other more experienced route agents to go and supervise. Danzo was not in the best of moods as his agents sat kneeling in front of him, and he read the report. But there was not much he could do, and so he sighed and lowered the mission report as he looked critically at the two. Good job, he lied. Get a larger team and train with them. In a month you need to go and annihilate that outpost. And then the Sandaime would get blamed for starting another shinobi war. Things were going to be perfect. Kumo and IWA were looking for any reason to fight nowadays, from what his sources told him. Hinata's clothes were getting soaked from her sweat and her muscles were beginning to ache, but she wasn't about to give up and disappoint her father. She really wanted to see Naruto in the exams. They'd been practicing kata and chakra manipulation and she had found that she didn't have nearly as much as Naruto, because he seemed to have inexhaustible reserves. She'd asked her father about that, but he acted really weird. He kept trying to change the subject and wouldn't answer her question. That's enough for now, Hinata. We'll begin again tomorrow, and if you keep this up, we'll leave for Suna in 3 weeks. That is, if he passed. Her face lit up. She didn't really need to know why Naruto was the way he was, it was only important that he was who he was. Everything else didn't matter. Naruto and Gaara could be found under the hot Suna sun-dodging shuriken. Naruto was flinging them at Gaara and Gaara was catching them with his sand and flinging it back. Ah, the joys of murderous youth. Honestly, what had Jiraiya been expecting to find? Whatever it was, it certainly wasn't the smiling blonde that looked the spitting image of his father playing with the spitting image of the Yondaime Kazekage. He could just imagine the two as the Kage their fathers were. He smiled slightly at the 6-year-old children before he walked up to them and attracted the attention of the smiling redhead. The smile disappeared, and a cautious expression took its place. Who are you? Me. Jiraiya was having fun playing the clueless one. Why, thank you for asking. I am Mount Myabokugama's Holy Master Sannin, also known as Toad Sannin, remember it. Naruto and Gaara stared at him for a moment before Naruto opened his mouth. Why does that sound so familiar? He turned to Gaara, who simply shrugged and looked down at the shuriken in his hand that his sand had handed him before he flung it at the sage. Hey kids, Jiraiya shouted, catching the shuriken on his forefinger, don't go playing with this stuff if you don't know how to hold it properly. He moved forward, gently took Gaara's fingers and curled them around the metal star correctly into an easy, relaxed, and flexible grip. The red head looked at his hand in concentration and then looked up at the white-haired Sannin. After a moment of scrutiny, Gaara replied, Okay, so who are you? Jiraiya sighed and lowered his head to his chest in mock defeat when Naruto spoke up. I remember. You were Yondaime-sensei. Kakashi and I told me about you. Lifting an eyebrow at the blonde, Jiraiya frowned. He was pretty sure the kid knew who his parents were, but he quickly turned that frown upside down and smiled at the kids and replying, I am also the illustrious writer. He paused, realizing that his audience was much too young to even entertain such thoughts, and then continued, of Tales of a Gutsy Ninja. You should read it. The main character's name is Naruto. The blonde paused and stared at the man for a moment. So, that's where he got his name. That explains so much. Gaara simply looked back and forth between the two before speaking up in confusion. Did you want something? Why yes I did, Jiraiya replied with a half-smile. I am here, under the Hokage's command to train Naruto-kun, my godson. At those words, the two boys stared at for further explanation, and the white-haired, perverted Sannin sighed. For the Chunin exams. Realization dawned on their slightly chubby faces, and Jiraiya bit back a snort. The redhead was taking his cues from the blonde. It was almost comical. Jiraiya grinned. This would be beyond fun. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's go get balloons and as much water as we can find. Why? Jiraiya just smiled, making extra sure to make sure that his smile was as deranged as possible. To explode them, of course. The two exchanged a glance and then turned back to him. Naruto opened his mouth. Are you sure you're a responsible adult? Jiraiya sighed. His attempt at intimidation seemed to have not worked. Temari and Kokuro had been studying all that they could on self-defense ever since their father and uncle told them they'd be seeing their brother. They weren't ignorant of what he kept contained, but he was still family, right? At least that was the story Temari was trying to sell the both of them. They had been looking at all sorts of defensive weapons at the Suna training grounds when they saw him. And for once, he wasn't alone. And he was smiling. Alright, the first thing we need to do is find a bathhouse. The two 6-year-olds stared at him, Naruto in confusion, and Gaara as if the old man had lost his mind. This is Suna, there are no bathhouses, Gaara replied as if it was the most obvious thing in the world, and in hindsight, Jiraiya realized it was and nearly started to cry dramatically. You've got to be kidding me. I'm not being paid enough for this, he sighed, looking up at the sky before turning to the two children. Well then, I guess we'll just have to make do with the training grounds. There ought to be some women there. What do girls have to do with anything? Asked Naruto as he and Gaara hurried after the white-haired man. He didn't answer. When Gaara decided to follow Naruto around for the rest of the month, he didn't think he'd be included in the training being offered the blonde by the legendary Sannin of Konoha. He thought he'd just get to spend time with his first friend in the world. He also had not expected to see his siblings. So when the trio entered the training ground, Gaara was smiling at the story that Naruto was telling of his days teasing Sasuke and playing with Hinata. Gaara really wanted to meet them. And his smile didn't leave his face as they approached the weapons stand, because Jiraiya had already handed Naruto a water balloon and had turned to him and began him on shuriken drills. For once, someone besides his uncle was helping him. He held the shuriken just as Jiraiya-san had told him to and threw the shuriken. But then something caught his eye. Two children, older than him, were staring at him from the weapons table as if petrified. He tilted his head at them before turning back to Naruto, who was concentrating on his water balloon. Naruto, do you want to meet my brother and sister? Naruto turned to him with a slightly blank face before a smile spread across it, and he nodded. Sure. Gaara turned to his brother and sister, who were eyeing him warily, and began walking towards them with Naruto at his back. Their eyes became slightly panicked and Gaara wondered for a moment why he always got those looks, but that's not right. He didn't always get those looks. There was also Naruto, who had only ever looked at him as a friend, as a human. Then there was the fact that they were his family. If he didn't have them, who did he have? Besides Naruto, of course. Gaara, his elder sister began, and he was happy because she didn't seem as panicked as his brother did. Of course, his brother looked like he wanted the earth to eat him up, so it wasn't much of an improvement. It did, however, make her his favorite sibling. Temari, Kenkro, this is my friend Naruto. They stared and Naruto came up behind him, a wide smile on his face as he waved at them. Hi. They looked at him curiously. Where was the fear? Training for the Chunin exams at the end of the month, and Gaara's helping me. He said you're his brother and sister. Do you tell him stories like Kakashi and I does with me? Because that would be so. Whoa, you talk a lot. How old are you anyway? 6. There was a moment of silence as the two siblings stared at him, and so the blonde turned to look at where his teacher, Jiraiya, was staring at a group of Suna Kunoichi in the paddock beside them. He frowned. Why was he staring at those ladies? And thinking back on it, why had he even wanted the bathhouses? And then it hit him and he smiled just like Kakashi and I did when Naruto was about to go out into the village dressed like his Oto-san. Oi, Aro-senin, get over here. Jiraiya jumped and glared as the Kunoichi he had been ogling glared. He turned and glared at the blonde. And how would you know words like that? Naruto grinned. That's what everyone calls Kakashi and I. The blonde chirped and then turned to look at the Sand siblings. So, do you think we could train together? I mean, I have to fight Goro of Suna first, and I don't really know how he fights. I need to know everything. The Sand siblings stared at him confused. He was being serious? Sure. The siblings traded glances but nodded as the blonde made 10 clones and then set them to staring at the water balloons. So, what do the people of Suna do best? The twins exchanged looks. Should we really be giving out village secrets? You're not, though. It's not like you're teaching me. I bet I could find out about it from Aro-senin. Aro-senin, the blonde girl asked with a bit of disdain in her voice, and Naruto turned to her with a mischievous smile painting his face, and once again, Jiraiya glared at the little kid. Because he's so obsessed with all the ladies. Hinata was eating breakfast with her family when a scroll from the Hokage was delivered by a hawk to her father, and as he quickly opened it and scanned its contents, she couldn't help but feel that it had to do with Naruto. She hoped he was okay. She stared at her father as he finished the scroll and rolled it up before looking to her mother. Hinata was nearly bursting with the anticipation when he finally turned to her. Naruto has passed the first and second parts of his exam. Hinata beamed at this, and Hayashi continued. In approximately 1 month, the finals will be held. He stared into his 6-year-old daughter's eyes. That means that for the next 3 weeks you must train. But Hinata didn't mind. Naruto was almost Chunin. The thought made her giddy with excitement, and she couldn't help but not care about the upcoming 3 weeks of grueling practice her father was going to put her through. Naruto was safe and he was going to be Hokage in no time. The training ground frequented by many genin teams seemed almost peaceful, except that there wasn't an overly energetic green beast running around and trying to get 2 academy students to join them. Niji glared at Lee once more before turning to Tenten. I apologize for his enthusiasm. It can be a little hard to swallow. But she didn't mind. She simply giggled at the spandex-clad genin that was so excited about having yet another training partner. This is wonderful, Niji-san. That means we can be like a real genin team. Gai-sensei will be so proud of our youth. Niji rolled his eyes. Did someone say youth? Niji paused in slight panic. Why did Lee have to mention youth just as Gai-sensei was arriving? Couldn't he have mentioned it at the start of his rant? Or did he do that too? Niji couldn't remember anymore. Gai-sensei, Niji-san brought Tenten-san to train with us. She is said to be very good with kunai and shuriken. Wonderful. I have more wonderful youthful news as well, Lee. Tenten spared Niji a look and raised an eyebrow as if to ask, "Are they always like this?" But it was alright, she wasn't going to leave, because from what Niji could tell, she looked amused, not frightened. So, Niji nodded slightly before turning back to Gai-sensei. "We are going to Suna." Silence reigned for a moment before Lee broke out in a wide smile and slight disappointment. "Naruto-san has advanced? That means that I must train harder. Tenten-san, we must run around the village at least 500 times. He grabbed Tenten's arm as she grabbed Niji's, hoping that he could keep her grounded. Such a vain hope. A figure in green flashed by the window of the tea shop that Itachi and Shisui usually frequented. In fact, at that moment, the two were sharing a complacent silence that neither seemed willing to break, until Shisui sighed. "Is it wise to take Sasuke to Suna?" Shisui placed his teacup back onto the table as Itachi raised an eyebrow and took another lingering sip. "He'd never forgive me if we left him behind. Officially, this isn't a mission." He took another sip and Shisui folded his arms on the table. "He needs to know that something might happen. It won't be good if he were caught in the crossfire because he's trying to find out what's happening." Itachi finally put his cup down and folded his arms, mirroring his cousin. "I know, but I don't want to destroy his innocence just yet. He's only 6. And war may be coming, and he'll have to fight then anyway." Itachi retained a stoic silence before he caught his cousin's eyes. "I'll tell him today, find out what he wants to do." "He'll still want to go, Itachi." "I know, Shisui and I. But if I can spare him, I will." Kiba was nearly jumping with anticipation as he returned to the Inuzuka kennels after another day of learning with Shino. They'd both been studying how to read and write, or rather, Shino was studying and Kiba was balancing a pencil on his nose. The only reason he'd even left Shino to his studying, though, wasn't because of the work that Shino was pushing on him. It was because he'd seen the Suna bird flying to the Hokage Tower, which meant that he'd get to hear if his sister was going to be in the finals. His excitement did not extend to the blonde genin on his sister's team, whom he viewed as a tag-along, but he was excited for his sister nonetheless and so was sprinting home. Inuzuka Tsum was a very controlled woman. She did not seem the type of woman to worry about others, but if one of her colleagues had seen her as Kiba had when he found her, scroll in hand, they would have asked whether the Kyuubi had taken more than just her husband on the night it had attacked. Kiba frowned as his mother slowly came to her surroundings and gave him a weak smile. "We're going to have a new litter in 3 months, Kiba. I think you're ready, what do you think?" Kiba's eyes became comically large and Tsum smiled a bit wider. "We're going to Suna to watch the finals of the Chunin exams, and when we come back you'll be going into the academy. I need you to be on your best behavior and I need you to promise me that if anything happens to me," she swallowed, pausing, "you'll find your sister and make sure nothing happens to either of you." Kiba gave her a reproachful look, expecting a better explanation, but she offered none and repeated, "Promise me." "Okay, Oka-san. I promise." Tsum smiled, ruffled his hair despite his protests and shouts of, "Hey," and smiled at his disgruntled expression. "Wake up bright and early tomorrow, I need to show you the clan katas." His face transformed and he smiled widely. And although Tsum was wary of the coming days, she was glad that Kiba could still smile. Ino and Sakura were arranging flowers in the park. When Sasuke showed up with his brother, and although the girls would have wanted nothing more than to go and profess their undying love, they held back. It seemed to be a serious conversation. Instead they talked about the upcoming Chunin exams. And Ka-san and Tu-san said that as long as I stay with Ikuru and Ai-san, I can go see him in the exams. "Sakura, I don't know if that's so great. My dad said that things are getting weird between the other countries and that's why I can't go with you." "What? You're not going?" "Oda-san said no, so I guess not." "But that means I'll be all alone. I don't know why you'd even want to go see a couple of people fight each other. It seems pretty troublesome to me." The two 6-year-old girls whirled around to see another 6-year-old, with a spiky ponytail and a lazy expression on his face, and his companion, a chubby, happy-looking child eating a bag of chips. "Nobody asked your opinion, Shikamaru." The spiky-haired individual rolled his eyes at the two girls and muttered, "Troublesome women," before turning around and walking toward a bench and laying down. "Who was that?" Sakura asked Ino with a slightly offended expression on her face. Ino rolled her eyes at the boy before turning back to her pink-haired friend. That was Shikamaru, and he is the laziest person I have ever met. Sakura nodded her head in agreement. Anyway, let's talk about Sasuke. He's much more interesting. You know how we're going to the academy next month? Well, I heard that he's going to try for graduation as soon as possible. And you know, his big brother graduated when he was. Fugaku sat in his office at the police station completely swamped with paperwork. There wasn't as much to do as the Hokage had to deal with, he was sure, but that didn't make him feel any better. The fact that the Uchiha were still blamed for the death of Yondaime did not sit well with the Uchiha, and their plans for a coup had been foiled for the simple reason that a war seemed to be coming up, and when the Uchiha succeeded, they did not want to deal with a war and weakened force. He stacked another set of papers and set them aside before pulling more papers together and beginning to go over them. A report on a burglary that had been apprehended by his nephew Shisui. A report on vandalism of the academy apprehended by his own cousin. A report on spying by one of Danzo's minions. Apprehended by Itachi. He smiled and then scowled. It was just like Danzo to keep tabs and suspect the Uchiha. He'd been keeping tabs on the clan since the Kyuubi attack, and even though they had been planning a coup, they had put that aside because of the current tensions between the Big Five. Kiiroi counted. It was in a civil war after all. But still, he was proud that his son had apprehended the root agent. In fact, hadn't Sandaime shut down that operation? The Sandaime really knew next to nothing about what happened in his own village. Itachi was. Growing up though, he'd make a good clan head, even if he was soft-hearted. The Sandaime finished signing the last of his paperwork when the door opened, and expecting another stack of his endless bane, he sighed and reluctantly looked up. Geez, Tusen, I would have thought you'd be a little happier to see me. Drawled the Hokage's wayward son as he took his cigarette out and appeared to contemplate it for a moment before flicking it out the window. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the younger Sarutobi and sighed. I thought you were bringing me more paperwork. Asuma snorted before composing his face. What are you doing here? I thought you were one of the guardians. Not that I mind, but... There was a pause, then, the 12 of us had a falling out. I sided with you. The old man looked up and raised one of his eyebrows. And why did you do that? Because you're my father. Think about that answer a bit more and then come and see me. Would you like to be reinstated as a Konohanin? Asuma paused, then nodded. Kakashi is in a pub, I believe. He's celebrating. The look on Asuma's face was almost funny enough for the old man to laugh. Instead, he smiled slightly. His pupil has made it into the 3rd round of the Chunin exams in Suna. Kakashi has a pupil? I'll leave him to explain everything to you. Kakashi had been beside himself until he received the missive from Suna telling him that Naruto had succeeded in getting to the 3rd test, to take place in a month. Now he was celebrating solo in a pub and thinking of his old team with Minato-sensei, Obito and Rin. He wondered if he could make a team like that. Naruto acted enough like Obito for it to work. Maybe. He should ask the Hokage. In fact, he would. The fact that Naruto was 6 probably wouldn't be that much of a problem. Kakashi took another swig of the sake, making sure no one had seen under his mask when the door to the pub frequented by most jounin opened and in walked his old friend Sarutobi Asuma. Since when did you get back? I got back about an hour ago and talked to my dad. He said you have a pupil? Why have I never heard of this? I thought you went into NB. Kakashi nodded. I did. Uzumaki Naruto though has been my pupil, or rather apprentice, for 3 years. He has another sensei though. You know him. Gunma-sen. Q-. I wouldn't finish that sentence if I were you. Kakashi glared with his one eye. But what happened? Didn't you hear about what happened with Kumo? Comprehension dawned on his face. Oh, that? Was he the one that stopped it? The daimyo was scared Kumo were actually going to declare war. They may yet do that. What? Asuma raised his eyebrows. All shinobi are to be on high alert at the Suna exams. Suna has been warned and we are offering all of our support. That? Why? IWA and Kumo have been too friendly lately. And we're pretty sure that they know about Naruto. What about the kid? Don't you think it odd that His last name is Uzumaki and that he's a blonde. No. Kakashi rolled his eyes and stood up. You'll get it when you see him. Get what? Called Asuma through the door. DMN Scarecrow. Katsu sighed as she flopped down onto the floor of the training grounds as Shiro and Goru released her from the cloth. Have you made any more poisons? Shiro asked as he leaned over her and shielded her from the sun. Yes. She growled. Antidotes? He replied with a devious smile. Of course, but they're not going to be on me. I left them with Sensei. And what about? Shiro, just drop it. I need to rest a bit. I think you might have dislocated one of my shoulders. Oh. Shiro frowned. Why didn't you say something in the first place? And then he picked her up bridal style and carried her to the medics on the side of the grounds. There you go, all better. Be careful now. We don't want to see you get hurt from an old wound in the exams. We need every able shinobi to fight. Hi, Katsu muttered as she rolled her shoulder in its socket and avoided the eyes of her teammates. You all should rest now. The sun's going to be going down soon. Come on, Katsu, I'll take you home. Shiro announced with a cheeky smile on his face. Sure you will, Katsu mumbled. No, really. On my honor as a shinobi of Suna, I declare it a mission. Then you just sullied your reputation and failed, because I'm going home alone. Katsu smiled and then ran off, jumping onto the roof and hopping home. She just loves playing hard to get, doesn't she? Goru smirked at his elder twin. Alas, she does. What am I to do? The amusement in their faces was enough to deserve them a smack over the head from Katsu, had she been there to see it. Deidara growled as he flung more kunai at Akatsuchi. Sometimes I can't stand Kuratsuchi. She thinks she's absolutely the most wonderful thing to have happened to IW since her grandfather un. Sometimes I want to just blow her up and make her art un. Then she might stand a chance of making that claim true un. Akatsuchi sighed as he deflected the kunai towards the trees and unrolled the scroll his sensei had given him for the new earth jutsu. Just give it a rest. Kuratsuchi is too focused on killing that Konoha kid to notice even if you did blow her up. That's the problem. She's not even fighting with me anymore. It's not normal. They really shut up. I'm trying to concentrate on learning this jutsu. But it's not like you'll be able to master it by the time the month's up. Didn't Sensei tell us to hone what we already know? Yes. And that's why on my breaks I'm studying the other jutsus. Deidara gave Akatsuchi an incredulous look and then shrugged his shoulders, adopting a bored expression. Good luck with that then, you'll need it. There was that smirk of his. Now everything was right with the world again. I'm going to go find Sensei and see what he can tell me about that Kenjutsu that IWA has hidden about. Molding chakra into clay. Akatsuchi, not really paying attention, nodded. Yeah, you do that. Yo! Karui and Omoi jumped at the arrival of their sensei, and Samui simply looked up with a blank expression on her face. Sensei! I have talked to my Nai-san and we have agreed that the three of you have surpassed my help. That's a horrible rap. Omoi muttered and Kurabi pretended not to hear. Anyway, the new team will be called Team Samui, when you all become Chunin-yo. The other two looked slightly annoyed, but understood Samui was the most cool of the three of them and would be a better team leader than either of them. But we're not Chunin yet. Samui said with half-lidded eyes. She'd stayed up late the night before studying a scroll on Kenjutsu forms. Yeah, Kurabi smirked, which is why. Kurabi, I hope you weren't messing with your students. A 19-year-old blonde kunoichi smirked from the roof of the adjacent building before hopping down. Yujido-san. She smacked him over the head. Yujido-sama. Hi. Anyway, you had better be working hard. Technically I'm not supposed to be here, but Reikage-sama got some information about some Jinchuriki here and wanted me here in case anything went out of control. They're supposed to be very young or something. Then she smiled. I believe Kurabi here has been less than motivating for you three, but it stops here. Drop and give me 1600. They dropped and began push-ups and she raised an eyebrow. I meant 1600 Ryu, but that works too. No, you're doing it wrong. Naruto shouted at the toad Sannin who stood there with an amused expression on his face. How? You need to put in more chakra. Naruto whined as if it was the most obvious thing in the world, and Gaara stood not too far away, a smile playing on his lips. Do you even know how to put in more chakra? Okay, maybe that hadn't been the best thing to say to the Toad Sannin, but he was 6. More chakra? You think you can channel more chakra than me? Well, obviously. If you can't even do a simple henge. There's nothing simple about this henge. I'll show you channeling a lot of chakra. Kuchios no Jutsu. And flashing through the hand signs, boar, dog, bird, monkey, and ram, the Toad Sannin slammed his hands onto the ground and summoning a large toad. For a moment no one moved. Then Naruto grabbed a scroll, flashed through the same signs and summoned Pakken. A smirk on the 6-year-old's face looked slightly out of place. You're not the only one that can summon animals. Jiraiya in turn stared at the Ninken that was looking between the Sannin and his godson, and with a slightly serious expression on his face said, "Want to sign the Toad contract? It is your birthright, technically." Naruto's face broke out into a smile, and Gaara looked on curiously as it suddenly became pensive. "Only when I pass the Chunin exams. I will, Databeo. And then you'll pass that scroll on to me." His smile was nearly blinding, and Gaara mirrored it. It seemed quite out of place in the training ground. Far away, in Mizu no Kuni, the Yonde Mizukage mused over the civil war breaking out and the purging of the bloodlines. The Sanbai had been rather complacent lately, remaining calm in his seal, and now there were very few left, if any at all were, of the ancient Mizu bloodlines. The Yuki clan in particular was practically dead. The young Mizukage glanced back out the window, ignoring his paperwork. The 7 swordsmen had suffered a loss with the defection of Kisame, and he could see that Zabuza was getting restless. It seemed quite pointless to drive them away. With the purging of the bloodlines, only those with the strength to survive would. Had he lost his mind? He didn't know. He didn't think so, but sometimes he wondered, and then it went away and he could see the red spinning eyes. Zabuza had no idea that the Mizukage was musing over his loyalty. Not that it was without reason. Zabuza was annoyed by his Kage. What kind of moron weakens their forces, especially with the tensions between the other 4 great nations? As Zabuza walked along the road, he paused. A little girl, or was it a boy? He was pretty sure the chakra signature said it was a boy, was fighting with a dog. And the kid lost. He kept walking, making his way to a bridge. The kid probably wouldn't last anyway. It was time for him to give that information to the resistance spy. Naruto and Gaara swung on the swing in the park a week before the final exams were to start. Hinata-chan's leaving Konoha tomorrow, Gaara. Isn't that great? You'll get to meet her and Sasuke team and Kakashi and I. Gaara smiled. Have you gotten that balloon down yet? Naruto frowned. No. I think I'm doing something wrong. I just can't seem to get it to pop. Maybe you're spinning the water the wrong way. Naruto paused and stared at Gaara for a moment for jumping up and smacking himself in the forehead. Why didn't I see it before? Kakashi and I told me about this once. And then Naruto was running back to the training grounds, Gaara hot on his trail, with the crowd readily rushing out of the way of the demon and his weird blonde friend. Erosenin, give me another balloon. Naruto commanded with a proud smile on his face, and Jiraiya lifted an eyebrow. You've had your clones at it for hours. They're still at it. Naruto looked around them and then canceled the jutsu before smiling and looking at the Sannin expectantly. Fine. The Sannin gave Naruto one more balloon and smirked as Naruto concentrated on it. 5 seconds later, the balloon popped and Naruto and Gaara beamed. I told you I'd get it. Jiraiya took a moment to stare at the blonde prodigy. Next step is to pop this rubber ball. It's more power than anything else. Naruto created 50 clones before he and Gaara ran off again. How do you know that your parents loved you? Gaara asked the next day before they began Gaara's own jutsu arsenal. Naruto had filched a chakra paper from his sensei's pack and had discovered that besides the sand, Gaara had an affinity for wind. There was a moment where Naruto smiled sadly and lifted up his shirt, channeling a bit of chakra, and the smile began more terribly sad as a swirling pattern appeared. My parents wrote this with their blood to save me and the entire village. If that's not love, I don't know what is. My Kasen died when I was born. I killed her, Gaara whispered. They were both being uncharacteristically solemn. No, you didn't. They both turned to see the toad Sanine staring at them. You didn't kill your mother. The person that sealed the Ichibi in you did. They didn't even do a good job of sealing it either. Shikaku. What? His name is Shikaku. Well, even then, you didn't do it. But she loved me, right? From what I've heard from Yashimar, you know how we talk while you guys sleep. She loved you more than anything. Gaara smiled a bit at that before he and Naruto set to work. Yashimaru said that wind affinity is found mostly in Kaze no Kuni and that we are the best at it. And we don't have leaves. I'm telling you, we're going at it the wrong way. Gaara growled as he stared at the leaf that Naruto had unsealed from a scroll and that refused to cut. And I'm telling you that this is how Kakashi and I taught me to master it. And you said it took you 3 weeks with 100 clones. Yeah, so don't feel bad. You're doing better than I did at first. But my chakra's still not listening to me. I'm putting too much and it turns to sand. I put too little and nothing happens. There was a moment of silence between the 6-year-olds as Naruto stared owlishly for a moment. Oh. Oh what? We need to teach you tree climbing. But there are no trees. More silence. So. Gaara glared. We can't climb trees if there are none. We can just climb the buildings. The next day dawned brightly on Konoha, and as the Hokage was about to leave the village was in a flurry of activity. And in the playground by the academy entrance, a 16-year-old chunin with a scar across his nose stood watching as the next batch of new genin boasted to their parents that they were now ninja. He sighed and turned to the Hokage that was walking toward him, a smile on his face and a scroll in his hands in full Kage dress. Irika-san, your assignment is still ongoing, and if you like it so much, you can keep it for a while longer. You've been doing a wonderful job. Thank you, Hokage-sama. He opened the scroll with the roster for the next batch of academy students and smiled. The incoming 6-year-olds included that little Hyuuga girl he had met at that shinobi store. And remember, Irika-san, don't dally around with teaching them civilian things. Teach them exactly what they need to know. I'm afraid we will need as many able shinobi very soon. The Hokage's face had become grave, not like its usual grandfatherly expression at all, and Irika was taken aback by the seriousness in the voice. Hi. As Irika walked away from the Hokage thought back to the girl recently recovered by his Anbu, the abandoned student of his former pupil. She was a good shinobi, but caution was to be exercised, especially in light of the fact that war was on the horizon. He sighed. It was still hard to believe that his little pupil could be responsible for such pain and suffering. Looking over Konoha, the aging man felt his age and remembered Biwako, Minato, Kushina, Hashirama-sensei, Tobirama-sensei, and all those that had died before their time. The world was a cruel place. Orochimaru was having no such thoughts for the dead. He was traveling through Kaminari no Kuni, the land of lightning, with his Akatsuki partner, a nuke nin of Suna. They weren't doing much. Occasionally Sasori would growl at Orochimaru to hurry up and Orochimaru would chuckle. I know you hate waiting around, Sasori-san, but good things come to those who wait. That smirk was insufferable. I don't need good things. All I need is my art. You are not my art, so I have no qualms with destroying you. Sasori-san, don't be so pessimistic. The drawling, scooping voice of the Sannin was coupled with a sickly smile. The essence of their banter was very repetitive. Threats and admonishments were traded. And that was the strange thing. There were no Kumonins around, even though the 2 Akatsuki members were in broad daylight. After 2 more hours of walking and bickering, the 2 nins became quiet and apprehensive. Why do you suppose we haven't been met yet, Sasori-san? There was a contemplative silence, and then the puppet man spoke. Kumo has been emptied. The genin team that had been hired by the Sarutobi and Hyuuga families to watch over the kids while they went to Suna was slightly nervous. They had a 1-year-old and a 2-year-old that both seemed to be determined with pulling the hair out of the female teammate and refused to eat the food, instead having fun flinging it at the genin and jounin as if they were throwing stars. The sushi was particularly good ammunition for this. And that was when they were alone. With the 2 children together, This genin team did not want to see what the toddlers were capable of doing to them. As the two toddlers were put into the same playpen and their parents left, the two looked at each other curiously, and then, to the horror of the genin team and their jounin sensei, smiled at each other. Danzo watched as the Hokage left the village to see the exams. He knew what was brewing, and he knew the Hokage did too. He silently applauded his colleague and old rival. The Hokage had taken necessary precautions, and even if war broke out, Konoha would not be completely defenseless, but that also meant that they would need more spies. It was time to blackmail the orphanage. He'd need that hidden card before the end. The sun set as Naruto and Gaara panted next to each other in the Suna training grounds, Gaara's siblings not too far away and panting as well from their exercises. Although after 5 seconds, Naruto stopped panting and jumped back up again, Gaara and Jiraiya staring at him in shock. "How do you have so much energy?" Gaara asked with surprise and awe in his voice. "I think it's Kurama." "Kurama?" Jiraiya asked with a raised eyebrow. "That's the QB's name. He told me." Jiraiya began stuttering as he stared at the blonde. Why hadn't Sarutobi-sensei told him? "That's great. You know, I think we should get to the gate. The Konoha contingent should be arriving soon." Naruto and Gaara both jumped up in excitement, Gaara slightly late and continuing to glance at Naruto. Naruto shouted, "Hinata," before grabbing Gaara's hand and pulling him along. "You'll love her. I know you will. And Sasuke-dim." Yashimaru and the Kazekage watched as the Konoha contingent entered the Suna gates. The next few days would be very tense, as both Kumo and Iwa were arriving within the day. You need to make sure that the genin in the arena cannot escape if fighting does break out in the middle of the exams. If we are lucky enough to get through the exams, we will have to be on high alert. "Hi, Kazekage-sama. How is Gaara?" The influence of the other Jinchuriki has done wonders for him. Good. Keep them close during the exams. "Hi, Kazekage-sama." They watched from the tower as the unmistakable red and blonde heads of the two allied Jinchuriki rushed to the gates and practically attacked the Hyuuga mass. "Hinata." Naruto's voice could be heard as soon as Kakashi walked into Suna. "Hello, Naruto." The blonde spun around, and the red head next to him did too. "Kakashi and I," and the next moment Kakashi found himself on the floor with a mass of yellow hair in his face. Minute. Now he couldn't see Asuma's face. "Naruto, get off." He growled and laughing, the fishcake complied. "Kakashi and I, this is my new friend Gaara." The Jounin's attention turned to the red head next to Naruto and took a step back. "Kazekage-sama, have you shrunken?" But that wasn't right. The Kazekage was almost in his 40s and this kid looked to be 6, just like Naruto. He groaned internally, but then I smiled and scratched the back of his head, a habit that he noticed Naruto was copying at that moment. "He's Gaara, the Kazekage's son. We've been training together, and some of the things he can do are so cool, Databeo." "Aha." Kakashi returned Naruto's sheepish smile and then motioned to Asuma, who, he noticed with a smirk, was staring at Naruto as if he'd just grown 2 heads. Naruto really looked like his father. "Asuma-kun, this is my pupil, apprentice, Otudo-chan, whatever you want to call him, Naruto." "Naruto, this is my friend, the wind specialist, Asuma. He came back to the village 3 weeks ago from that mission I told you about." Naruto's eyes lit up. "You're the Sandame's son. Right." That seemed to pull Asuma out of his stupor. "Hello. Hello. Come on, Gaara. You have to meet Sasuke team and Hinata-chan Databeo." "Goodbye, Naruto." "Bye, Kakashi and I." And then the two Jinchuriki were barreling through the Hyuuga contingent that, when seeing the blonde hair and blinding amounts of chakra, had parted. "And Naruto-kun?" The quiet voice of the Hyuuga heiress made the two whirlwinds stop and stare. Hinata was staring at them with wide eyes and Gaara suddenly felt self-conscious. The awkward silence was only broken by the arrival of 3 others. "Hey, Naruto." Sasuke had arrived with his brother and cousin. Naruto turned to Gaara and whispered, "That's Sasuke. You know." There was a silence and then Gaara opened his mouth. "Hey, Sasuke team." Hinata giggled and then stopped as Sasuke scowled. And then they all bent over laughing again, Even Sasuke cracked a grin.